Captive Magic, First Generation. Age of Chaos, Book 3. Written by Debbie Civil. Narrated by Camille La'Akea Wong. Chapter 1. Jade. Somewhere in space. A red beam split the wall beside the door in half. Karen's eyes grew wide as a Janton woman entered the room, a blaster rod in her grip. Nina ran from Karen's arms and raced to the nightstand. Karen ducked right before the woman fired her weapon. She dropped to the floor, the beam barely missing her left shoulder. The Janton soldier's eyes were focused on Karen, who stood to her full height. Nina let out a war cry and charged the woman at super speed. She tossed the poisonous liquid in the crystal glass into the woman's face, and the Janton woman's pale skin began to smoke. She dropped the rod to grip her face. Nina quickly scooped up the discarded weapon and frantically depressed the button, turning the woman to ash. "We need to get out of here, Karen," Nina said. Karen gestured at the bed. "Do it!" she screamed. Nina aimed the blaster at the dead body and shot the weapon. The corpse and the bed were both obliterated. Karen grabbed Nina's arm and they exited the room. I blinked furiously. A headache was assaulting my temples. I wanted to throw up. We failed. It was too late. And I was the one who was supposed to tell everyone. "Jade?" Sheena asked, but I didn't answer her. I needed to get off my butt. The time for mourning the loss of Jane and Tim was over. I hobbled out of the bedroom that was provided for me on Winston's spaceship, the weight of the horrible news nearly causing me to collapse. We were too late. Emperor Tolda moved quicker than we had anticipated. I should have seen this coming. My guess was that the evil Emperor wanted the element of surprise. He knew that we'd raced to Neretha to warn the king of his impending attack. Zamire's people were in danger, thanks to a megalomaniac who implanted parts of his brain into unwilling victims. I shuddered at the thought of being captured and having my mind attached to some bizarre hive mind. "Jade!" Sheena called, her footsteps thudding against the floor. I wanted everyone to hear the news at the same time. It was only fair. "I had a vision!" I shouted back to my friend. "I know. What was it about?" "Sheena, it would be easier if I explained this once. I didn't care that insisting on a group meeting would put me face to face with Prince Zamire, the man who decided that our relationship wasn't worth the headache it would cause to make it work. He called what we were doing a game. All of our kisses meant so much more to me. I was positive that Zamire had experience in the bedroom. After all, he was on engagement number 2. Maybe he had other, more experienced women in his harem that could fulfill his needs. Those women were quiet, submissive, and allowed that man to get his way. That was it. Zamire hated my insistence that women deserved equal rights. Anger was starting to consume me at the thought of Zamire, so I forced myself not to dwell on our failed relationship. We had more pressing matters. "Jade wants to have a meeting with everyone!" Sheena shouted at the top of her lungs. I walked into the pristine kitchen and plopped down on one of the chairs, closest to the exit. Sheena sat beside me, occupying herself by drumming her fingertips on the tabletop. Amber was the next person to enter, followed by Winston, her soulmate, and an exhausted-looking Rose. The trio were dressed in black t-shirts and sweatpants. Judging by the fact that Amber's pants dragged on the floor, they were alone. "What happened, Queen Jade?" Amber asked. "Please don't call me that. The casters don't even know I exist. Besides, I think you're getting ahead of yourself. Don't I have to be crowned queen?" I wanted to be crowned queen as much as I wanted to marry Gabar. Satisfaction filled me at the thought that Nina had the strength to kill that disgusting man. She would have been miserable with him. "But that's what you are," Amber argued. I refrained from explaining that my alleged royal status was a sore spot, since it meant that I could never be with Zamire. But the man that owned part of my heart entered, arm in arm with Princess Shala. I looked away, not able to stand watching those two getting chummy. It just hurt too badly. It didn't help that he looked hot, dressed in blue jeans and a black shirt that hugged his body.
Cordell is taking a nap. Not that his opinion really matters. He only reacts when someone gives him a suggestion,
the princess said in accented English as Angelo and Deric came into the room. How had she learned English so quickly? Winston stood so that Rose could have his seat. There wasn't enough room for everyone to sit. Mira entered last, a scowl on her face.
Princess Shala, did you use my tablet without asking? I'm a princess. I don't need to ask for permission to use a device so I can check on the welfare of the planet you forced me to abandon, she said.
Yes, you do, Mira replied.
Why does it matter? You let me use the tablet to update my translator. Now I can speak your dreaded language. I can't believe I'm being forced to hide on a ship with the lot of you.
Did you want us to leave you to die? Winston asked.
Talda wouldn't have killed me. He was under a spell. I could have gotten through to him. I would have been able to eliminate him if I had to.
It wasn't going to be helpful if I reminded the princess of how useless she had been in battle. If it weren't for us, she would have been injured, or worse. We can deal with the tablet issue later. I had a vision, I said, wanting to change the subject.
What did you see? Was it about Gwen?
Rose's only concern was saving her daughter, which was pissing my best friend off. Sheena scowled at Amber's former stepmother, her mouth about to unleash an insult. But my warning expression halted her unnecessary tirade. No. I saw my sisters, Karen and Nina. They were in Nina's cottage when the Janton army attacked. I proceeded to outline all of the events, even Gabar's timely demise. When I was finished speaking, everyone looked at one another, urgency on their faces.
We need to go to the Rema Estate to rescue them, Amber insisted.
Warning my father about Prince Ellerin should be our first priority. He'll just assume that it's an attack by the Janton. He won't understand that Emperor Tolda isn't himself anymore. Zamire's voice called to me, and I was desperate to wrap myself around him. But I shoved that craving away, since he was taken.
We must find a way to save Tully from Prince Ellerin. I'm sure there are some scientists on Neretha that can help, Princess Shala cut in. I had the feeling that Emperor Tolda was gone for good. But I wasn't going to voice that opinion, since it would only pour salt in Princess Shala's wounds. Even if she was engaged to Zamire, she didn't deserve to have her hopes dashed. Instead, I focused on the problem at hand. We need to split up. One group should go to the Rema Estate, while the other can find King Relex, I suggested. I'm on whichever team Mira, the traitor, isn't on, Sheena said. I think I liked it better when you were calling me a soulmate-stealing hussy, Mira quipped.
Sheena responded by flipping Mira off. Since Deric will be on your team, Mira will have to be on another team. It would be easier for communicating between teams to have a telepath on each one, Angelo interjected. Jade stays behind. Zamire's words caused anger to ignite my blood. Who did this man think he was? My hands lit up with energy, which made Amber whistle. She's going. Now that Jade's made her choice, we need to figure out strategy. I loved Amber and how she always supported Sheena and me. When we made it back to Earth, I promised myself that I'd get to know her better. Zamire, Jade can't stay. We need her firepower, and I need to speed up to get to Neretha in time. I'll travel at warp speed in an hour, Winston said, before rushing to the cockpit, Deric following close behind him. I have to convince King Rayon to give us anti-Blicktar pills. I'll meet you there, Mira said, before teleporting away. Hopefully, King Rayon will agree to help us. If he doesn't give us the anti-Blicktar pills, we'll have to change our plans, Angelo pointed out. I got to my feet, desperate to be alone. My heart was aching, and I could do with a good cry. Being near Zamire was unbearable, especially with that witch's hand on his muscular arm. I stormed into my room and squeaked when I discovered Zamire standing by my bed, his eyes filled with heat. I hesitantly closed the door and eyed him with suspicion. How did you get in here? I can teleport, princess. You should remember the advantages people have over you. Zamire lessened the distance between us, his body only an inch apart from mine. His breath hit my cheek, making my stomach do flips. I couldn't help but crave his fiery kisses. You should stay behind. I was trying to shake myself from the cloud of desire that enveloped my senses, but I couldn't break free. Why? Jade, yell at him. Tell him that he has no right to boss you around. Tell him that the only person he needs to worry about is his future wife. If anything were to happen to you, princess, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. His answer caught me by surprise. My pulse began to gallop wildly. Hope slithered into my soul. You said we can't be together, I softly said. Prince Zamire nodded. That doesn't mean that I don't want you to be safe, Jade. My heart dropped with his words, the pain dispelling any desire to kiss him. I can't do this, Zamire. I'm going, and you need to accept that. Zamire had the nerve to look confused. What changed? 1 minute you desire me, and the next, you're in pain? What did I say? It took me half a second to remember that Zamire was an empath. Lucky me. It doesn't matter, Zamire. We need to focus on the mission. He claimed my lips with so much passion that it lit up all my senses. I wrapped my arms around him, tilting my head, desperate to deepen the kiss. His tongue surged into my mouth, making me crave more with him. Our bodies were pressed together, the heat of his closeness lighting my skin on fire. The sensations were too powerful. Desire was starting to suffocate me. He broke the kiss and made eye contact with me. His eyes were filled with so much longing that I wanted to pull him into my arms again. But before I could, he teleported away, leaving me cold. I wanted to rage against Zamire, but it didn't matter. We were stuck in a corner, neither of us able to abandon our responsibilities. In his case, I very much doubted that he should. It wasn't like he could jilt the Princess of Janton. That could mean disaster for his planet. That meant that I'd have to find a way to let him go. Chapter 2. Lena. Stuck in a vision. I hovered over my body, hoping I could find a way to return to it. I had been drifting in visions of the past for who knew how long. Amy stood beside me, dabbing a cloth at my forehead. I was getting sick. My skin was coated in sweat, I had chapped lips, red hives covering my arms, and limp hair. It would be my luck to catch the chicken pox when I was most vulnerable. Amy's eyes filled with tears when she looked down at me. All I had to do was kill you without Molly and Leah knowing it, and I couldn't even do that right. I put 3 drops of poison in your soup, and it didn't work. How in the hell is that possible? I've seen 1 drop kill someone in seconds. Dad won't be happy with me. He'll blame me for this. Amy let out a groan. Now I'll have to do it the hard way. She got to her feet, knelt on the floor, and pulled a dagger from under my cot. She stood and glared down at the blade. Hopefully, when I blame it on Molly, Leah will believe me. Amy's betrayal was surprising. In most of my visions, she was an ally who would lay down her life for her family. The word most lingered in my mind like a pesky fly that insisted on buzzing around someone's head. That future had a 10% chance of taking place, but it was usually pushed by a catalyst of some sort. What happened? Did Lord Peirc discover Amy's weakness? Lex ran into the room and knocked Amy off her feet. She crashed to the floor, her dagger falling feet away. Molly entered the room, her eyes wide with anger. Lex, what in the hell are you doing? You've been here for 2 seconds and you're already trying to kill people, Molly complained. Run! Lex shouted as soon as Amy, who was dressed in one of Jade's magical jumpsuits, shot to her feet. She charged Lex, who deflected most of her blows. Amy, what the hell? Molly shrieked. The traitor must die,
Father's orders, Amy said, which confused me. I was under the impression that Amy couldn't stand Lord Peirc. Why in the hell would she take me out for him? Remember, Lena, she felt that way in most of your visions. There were a couple where she decided to take Lord Peirc's side. Stop thinking that Amy feels the way you do. Amy, what are you talking about? Molly yelled. In a swift move, Amy hit Lex in the temple, sending him sprawling. It took her no time to pick up the dagger and dive for Molly, who wasn't wearing a jumpsuit. She was in sweatpants and a t-shirt. She fell against the wall, trying to avoid the dagger. But my headstrong sister was no match for Amy, who plunged the dagger into Molly's chest, then pulled it out. Molly dropped to the ground and Lex let out an enraged roar. He tackled Amy, causing her forehead to strike the tile floor. But Amy wasn't down for long. She bucked, the strength of her movement sending Lex sprawling. She picked up the bloody knife and ran to the bed. Her target, obviously me. Lex was down for the count, and Molly's breathing was becoming ragged. Blood seeped from her mouth, the gurgling sounds she made making my heart twist. I was wrong. I led my sister to her death, and if Lex didn't get to his feet, I would be next. Who knew that I'd be counting on my least favorite brother to save me? Lex slowly got to his feet, his hand favoring his side. It was clear that he had either bruised or broken ribs, because he stumbled over to the bed and knocked Amy to the floor before she could slit my throat. Damn it, Lex! Father doesn't want you dead. He needs your body for something. But I'm not above stabbing you just so I can complete my mission and force David to get me the hell out of here. If my assumptions were correct, Lex would rather be dead than to be sacrificed to the clones. What's wrong with you, Amy? The man is evil. He sold his own flesh and blood to a scientist. If he did that to me, he'll do that to you. No, he won't. I'm valuable to him, Amy gloated as she made her way to her feet. I couldn't figure out how, since she didn't have any gifts. Amy let out a breath and lifted Lex with one hand and tossed him into the wall with such force that he went right through it. She grinned down at me, a smile sliding across her face. Now, where was I? The sound of bones snapping filled the room. Amy frowned and turned to face the racket. Molly was writhing on the ground, her body reshaping. The reshaping was so quick that I couldn't understand what happened until it was complete. Where Molly used to be was a wolf with red fur and green eyes. She let out a growl so ferocious that I wanted to pee my pants. Amy shivered at the sight, her mouth open in shock. I myself couldn't make sense of the scene. Leah burst into the room, and her eyes widened when she saw Lex lying halfway through the wall, a blood-stained floor, and a wolf with Molly's hair color. Trugosian. Oh crap, she's a Trugosian. I was glad that Leah recognized what was happening to Molly, because my reality was officially altered. Even having an alien for a father hadn't prepared me for the existence of shifters. Molly snarled in Amy's direction. Leah's eyes widened at the bloody knife in Molly's attacker's hand. You betrayed us, Leah rasped out, clearly in shock. Don't let her eat me, please, Amy begged. I won't do anything to save you, Leah hissed. No, protect me, Amy cried before her features changed in front of our eyes. It didn't take long until Amy was Vanessa, our sister who had the power over illusions. Where in the hell is Amy? Leah shouted. Tied up somewhere. It was so easy to sneak into this stupid place. All I had to do was pretend to be Anastasia, which wasn't hard. She's as dumb as a doornail. Anastasia and her husband left the planet as soon as Father began hunting them. As retaliation, Father burned down his house. I pretended to be unconscious when David came for her. He does have a hero complex. Amy's still alive, so we can negotiate. When Father storms this place, I'll tell him to spare you, Vanessa offered. Right, because I trust you. You have to. I have every reason not to lie.
David walked through the wall with an unconscious Amy in his arms. He eyed Vanessa and shook his head. "Who's the wolf?" David asked. He was unfazed by the presence of the animal.
Molly,
Leah replied. "Molly, you can't kill Vanessa. She's father's pawn, like the rest of us. After you calm down, you'll feel sorry for her. You know she isn't the real enemy," David reasoned. Molly let out a whine, but she trotted over to my cot and hopped up on the foot of it. Her green eyes watched Vanessa's every move. Amy groaned and began to struggle in David's arms. "Amy, relax. I've got you, sis," David softly told her. Leah gestured to the cot next to mine.
"Put her there. Charles and I need to take a look at her."
David complied and turned to Vanessa. "Make things right. How many of our siblings does father have?" David demanded.
Everyone with means scattered to the wind after Prince Zamire's abduction. No one wanted to be implicated in that scheme. I believe Nina and Karen are at the Rema Estate. You heard what happened to Gwen and Jade. I'm the only one he has left, which means I'm important to him. He'll listen when I tell him to spare you."
"You're that confident, huh?" Lex asked as he slid out of the wall. He got to his feet and breathed heavily.
"I am. Lex, you're nothing to him. You don't have abilities. I have 3 of them. I'm unstoppable," Vanessa boasted.
I eyed Lex, who should have been dead by that point, and doubted that he didn't have an ability. "Were," Lex corrected.
"No, I am unstoppable," Vanessa insisted.
"No, you were unstoppable. I have an idea. I say we remove Vanessa's Hyndroyl crystal. Let's see how useful she is then," Lex taunted, before letting out a cough.
"Good plan," Leah said. "I won't drink the crap you produced, Leah. I will never touch it. I will—"
Molly growled, making our traitorous sister blanch.
"That's right, Vanessa. If you don't drink the serum, Molly will bite you," Leah threatened. "You wouldn't dare let her bite me, Leah. You're too good for that. Be awful, sure, but cause physical harm to someone? No, that isn't you," Vanessa said.
Leah grinned.
"You just tried to kill one of my favorite sisters. Don't be so confident."
Molly growled again.
"Okay, I'll do it. After Father rescues me, he'll just give me another Hyndroyl crystal. He'll kill you all for not being loyal," Vanessa threatened.
I doubted that Father would gift Vanessa another crystal. After all, there were no guarantees that she would develop the same abilities. Besides, most of my futures of that backstabbing woman ended up with her either married to a lord or living on Earth. I would have to see which one played out. Suddenly, the lights flickered off and on. It looked like one of my security alarms was triggered.
"David,
You remember what Lena said. Go now." David obeyed Leah and ran through the wall. I wanted to run after David and warn him about the trap, but my gift held me hostage. Chapter 3. Jade. Neretha's Atmosphere. 2 hours later, our group was standing around the kitchen. Sheena stood close to me, her worried blue eyes locked on her soulmate. I couldn't blame my friend for being concerned. Neretha was poisonous to most Najorians, because all of the planet's infrastructure was coated with Blicktar, the Najorians' version of kryptonite. Angelo was the only Najorian alive who was immune to this mineral. Deric theorized that the reason why Zamire's teleporting ability hadn't appeared was because he spent most of his time on a planet designed to weaken Najorians.
"Mira, you're sure that anti-Blicktar is going to work?"
Amber asked from her spot beside Winston. She clutched his hand tightly, as if her touch could keep him safe. Mira groaned.
Amber, I'm going onto the surface as well. You also chose the pill I took. I'm not trying to screw anyone over. Says the girl that trapped us in the Gemini compound,
Sheena chimed in.
I'm not happy that you're on Jade's team. I'd like to be there to watch her 6.
We all agreed that it was best to split up. Zamire, Angelo, Princess Shala, and I were heading to the royal estate, while the rest of our crew would search the Rema Estate to rescue Nina. To Sheena's dismay, her group would also have to round up my other siblings, including Gwen, the person who kidnapped me. Now that I knew the truth, I wasn't sure how to feel about my impending reunion with Gwen. She had been there to see my foster parents die. She didn't let on that they were gone. Why? How many of my other siblings knew that Jane and Tim were murdered? Why not tell me? I supposed I'd be getting my answers soon enough. I tried calling my father, his head of security, and some of our friends. Our networks are still down, Zamire reported.
The clone's doing, I'm sure,
Amber bitterly replied. Fear and worry turned in my stomach. If the clones took down the Nerethian citizens' means of communicating with one another, Emperor Tolda's hijacked army could slaughter those defenseless people without resistance. Any sign of trouble? You teleport out of there, Angelo, Deric said. We can't risk Princess Shala or Prince Zamire.
I can defend myself, Najorian. Don't you worry about me,
the princess I couldn't stand huffed out. She stood close to Zamire, her hand on his shoulder. She was half a foot taller than him, but they still looked like a striking couple. It pissed me off that she was actually pretty. Did that factor in Zamire accepting his fate? Did we share more than an attraction? Why did my entire body cry out for him? It hurt to breathe when he was close, and I didn't have a right to touch him.
Bestie, where did your mind go?
Sheena softly asked me. Nowhere good, I replied, shooting her a soft smile.
You better not get yourself killed. I didn't come all this way to save you, only to lose you.
Same goes for you, Sheena. She pulled me into a hug, and I returned it, not wanting to let go. Sheena was the only thing left of home. After we broke apart, Deric, Sheena, Winston, and Amber teleported away. I hoped the clothing I charmed for them would keep them safe. I fiddled with the skirt of the blue day dress I wore, needing an outlet for my worry. Rose approached me, her eyes filling with determination. She clutched the glass of water she was holding as if it were a stress ball.
Come back, Queen Jade.
The casters need you, she said before leaving the room. Rose was pregnant, so was relegated to staying behind, with Cordell to protect her.
I'm glad she wants the rest of us to come back,
Princess Shala quipped.
Let's just get this over with. Zamire, picture where you would like us to teleport. I'll telepathically send the image to Angelo,
Mira said. Zamire nodded, and moments later, Angelo took my hand in his. Ready? He asked. I am, I replied. Angelo wrapped his other hand around Princess Shala's elbow. Then he teleported us off the ship. We landed in the middle of a battle. Janton of all ages were running down the corridor, blaster rods in their grips. 2 guards returned fire, but they were shooting sloppily, not expecting this wide-scale attack. Princess Shala hissed,
Where's Tolda?
This madness needs to stop! Angelo's cobalt blue sword suddenly appeared in his hands, and he teleported behind the nearest Janton and decapitated him. Mira and Zamire were nowhere to be seen, which was good. Hopefully, they were able to get to King Relex. The princess stood there in the line of fire, her eyes wide with horror. A Janton woman shot a blaster rod in her direction, and I raised my hand and charmed the air into erecting a barrier around the princess. Then I concentrated on the battle. There were 12 Jantons still standing. The majority of the hijacked soldiers focused on Angelo, who was teleporting in and out of the corridor. I eyed the woman, who roared and shot her blaster rod at the princess again. Thankfully, my barrier held. I raised my hand and tossed a ball of energy at her, and she turned to ashes. I hated to do it, but I used my power on the two Janton closest to me, and watched with heartbreak as they disintegrated. Moments later, Mira and Zamire teleported into the corridor, their hands holding blaster rods. A couple of shots took care of the remaining hostiles. Zamire eyed his betrothed and frowned. "Shala, why were you just standing there in the middle of a battle?"
"Because your lover put a barrier around me. She didn't let me fight my own people,"
Princess Shala huffed. The princess didn't want to admit that she didn't have what it took to defend herself. Part of me wanted to remind her of that fact, but I tamped it down. I'd try to be the bigger person. I walked over to the woman and destroyed the barrier.
"Don't you ever disgrace me again. I am Princess Shala, the strongest female warrior on Janton."
I dismissed my plan of taking the high road. Her lack of awareness could actually get someone killed. "You might as well go back to the ship. You froze in battle. I don't expect you to kill your own people, but you did absolutely nothing. You could get one of my friends killed next time," I said, not wanting her stage fright to hinder our chances of success.
"You dare insult me?"
Princess Shala screamed.
"We don't have time for this,"
Mira snapped.
"Zamire, where do your parents hide during an attack?"
Zamire eyed Mira, then vanished. Angelo took my arm, then Princess Shala's, and we teleported into a lavish panic room. The room had walls dusted with gold, plush couches, and a stunning marble floor. The only occupant of the room, aside from my group, was Emperor Tolda. Or what used to be Emperor Tolda. He was now Prince Ellerin, a mental clone who was part of the hive mind. We teleported straight into a trap. The man stood and clapped his hands. "Dear sister, you delivered the prince right into my hands like you promised." "Good job," he said in perfect English. Hearing the clones speak one of Earth's languages made me shudder, but I couldn't focus on that. I needed to concentrate on Princess Shala, the cowardly warrior. I eyed Shala, whose expression filled with triumph. Before I could process that knowledge, she cracked Angelo in his left temple so hard that he stumbled into me. He furiously shook his head and pulled away from the princess, his eyes barely focused. Shala went to strike him again, but I sent a ball of light into her and immediately felt like I was going to pass out. The energy ball was barely bigger than a quarter, and did little more than give the traitor a blister. Emperor Tolda broke into applause again. "Our new invention works. You can barely light up your hands." Fear nearly closed up my throat. "No. Oh, please, no." I shot another ball of light at Shala, and pain crashed into my head. I felt like I was going to throw up. Angelo straightened, his eyes focusing on the battle in front of him. But he clearly hadn't shaken off the first blow Princess Shala gave him, because he barely evaded the second one. She laughed, flipped me off, then knocked my friend out with a brutal punch to the jaw. "Mira?" I asked, horrified by our circumstances. Mira shook her head. "She duped me, too." Emperor Tolda smiled. "Princess, we were short-sighted in trying to kill you. You're the perfect pawn for the Janton throne. I shall name you Queen of Janton. Then I will conquer another planet."
"I'd be honored, brother. It's about time someone recognized me for the warrior I am,"
Princess Shala said. Did this stupid woman know that he wasn't her brother? My eyes drifted to Angelo, who was still knocked out. Mira could only teleport herself away. She should leave and warn the others. I sent her a pleading glance. She shook her head. She wasn't going to abandon us. "Now what?" Prince Zamire asked. "Now what?" Emperor Tolda replied in a mocking tone. "What do you want with me? You lured me here for a reason. I can't imagine it was because you wanted to throw a dinner in my honor."
Zamire's horrid attitude was about to destroy our chances of surviving this encounter.
Fair question. I lured you here to kill you, of course. I no longer have a need for you. I've decided that Neretha needs a new puppet king, Emperor Tolda explained. What did you do with my father? Zamire's anger was getting the better of him. I needed to try to negotiate for our survival. He's no more. Nerethians are predictable and greedy. All I had to do was bribe the right person, and they murdered the king and queen in their sleep. That left an opening for my puppet king. Once I kill you, Lord Peirc will be crowned king, since he's the most powerful lord of this pathetic nation. He's meeting with the House of Lords now, Emperor Tolda explained. No, they aren't dead. Zamire's denial nearly cracked my already bruised heart. Emperor Tolda chuckled. So, you're the sort that wants proof. The crazed man pulled a gold ring with a massive gold stone in its center out of his pocket and dropped it at Zamire's feet. The prince's eyes filled with rage at the sight of it. No, I'm the rightful heir, Zamire snarled. Once I'm crowned, I'll make those who dared to murder my parents pay. According to your own security team, you're still unaccounted for, the Emperor pointed out. I eyed Zamire, whose eyes filled with pain. I wanted to comfort him, but the pain in my head was getting worse. This new invention was draining me quickly. I could barely hold my head up. Zamire let out an anguished shout and charged Emperor Tolda, but the princess knocked him to the side, causing him to fall hard against one of the reinforced walls. She punched him in the jaw, making the prince wobble on his feet. She laughed as she began raining blows down on him. Zamire fell to the ground, unable to withstand her vicious attack.
Chapter 4. Sheena. Neretha. The Rema Estate. Heat slammed into me when I materialized on top of a wide platform with 3 massive flyers parked on it. They were all painted silver, which meant that they belonged to Lord Rema. Deric, Winston, and Amber arrived moments later. Surprise crossed Amber's face. It feels like I landed in the middle of a volcano. Jade did warn us about the heat, I told her. I was hoping she was exaggerating, Amber grumbled. Win, how are you feeling? Amber looked at her soulmate as if he were going to go into anaphylactic shock at any moment.
Sunbeam, don't you worry. Anti-Blickdar medication works,
Winston assured his soulmate. I eyed Deric, whose focus was on the deserted landscape in front of us.
Something's not adding up,
my soulmate said, which caused dread to twist my stomach. The last thing I needed was more complications. I was sort of hoping this would be a grab-and-go mission.
Where's the battle?
Winston wondered, his hand shielding his eyes from the bright sun. If we're lucky, Prince Ellerin's army moved on, I said, knowing in my soul that we would never be that fortunate. The theme of being a caster seemed to be trying to triumph against difficult odds. If you lost your head, you died with honor.
We have to keep moving. We're sitting ducks out in the open,
Deric said. He began walking down the steep set of stairs that led to the ground. Can't we teleport to the bottom? I asked.
No. You guys need to conserve energy,
Winston replied before running down the stairs at a jog. Why does Winston suddenly have a thirst for battle? I asked in an annoyed tone. I think he's determined to stop the clones. He has been training with Deric and Tormund. I was tempted to prolong the walk down by asking another question, but Amber shot me an impatient look and I forced my limbs to start making the long walk down the staircase. By the time my feet hit the bottom, sweat covered every inch of my skin. My legs ached from the effort and my throat was parched. The backpack on my back suddenly felt too heavy. I wanted to pull it off and drink from the water canteen, but I didn't bother. Deric was already jogging toward the path that led to the cottages. I caught up to him, and he thankfully slowed his pace to something more manageable for me. Winston and Amber followed behind us, neither of them saying a word. As soon as the smoldering cottages came into view, I halted and pulled one of my knives from my ankle sheath. My instincts were screaming danger. "Guys!" I hissed, right before a tall man with cropped hair and horribly sunburned skin charged us, a blaster rod poised at the ready. Amber suddenly jumped over my head and landed feet away from me, her hands glowing. The empty-eyed man growled and depressed the button. Amber's light slammed into the beam, which was sent right back at the man, turning both him and the weapon to ash. "Damn, girl. Next time don't fry the weapons," I cried. Amber shook her head. "I'll be careful not to incinerate the next soldier, even if he's about to kill you." We kept on moving down the path, our eyes bouncing around the area. I focused on finding Nina, Jade's kind-hearted little sister. After tapping into the instincts that led me to Rose while we were on the Kigor port, I began running past the remains of cottages, my instincts telling me that I didn't have much time. My friends followed me, trusting that I'd find Jade's siblings. I frowned at the last cottage in the row, which was in perfect shape. I eyed Amber, who stood beside me, her brows arched. "Did the soldiers miss that one?" Amber whispered. "Don't think so. Deric, what do you hear?" I asked my soulmate. Deric tilted his head. "There's another telepath in there. He projected a shield over everyone's minds. If I penetrate it, that will bring attention to us." "Great. What should we do?" I asked. Amber grinned. "It's probably a hostage situation. I vote we teleport in there and scare the hell out of the captors." "Yeah, and then we'll get shot. Next plan," Winston said. "We could knock on the door and kindly ask them to release the hostages. If they say no, we can offer them $1 million per person," I sarcastically replied, frustrated by the situation. Amber shook her head. "And you said my plan was bad." "Deric, what do you got?" "The soldier Amber killed was supposed to stand guard. Since there weren't more men with him, I think that they didn't expect us. This is a trap for someone else," Deric speculated. My instincts were telling me that he was right. "Do we wait for the person to spring the trap?" Winston wondered. "No, babe, that would be cruel. Casters are supposed to protect people," Amber said, her hands lighting up. "I have an idea. Stand back." Amber ran up to the cottage's front door and blasted it with a bolt of energy, incinerating the entire thing. She let out a war cry and leapt into the entrance. Having no choice, we ran after our crazy, battle-hungry friend. The scent of blood immediately hit me upon my arrival. Amber stepped to the side, giving me a view of the room. There were 3 people tied up in the corner. 5 soldiers stood in front of the bed, their blaster rods pointed at us. They were confused, which meant that Deric's assessment had been correct. "Lord Peirc, what do we do with them?" a voice asked. My heart nearly stopped when a familiar voice reached us via a hidden speaker system. "Kill them, obviously." "Really? I thought you wanted me to join your harem. That's what you told my father before you had him beheaded. You're such a coward, you couldn't even do it yourself," Amber taunted. "Was this chick for real?" "Why would you tell him that?" Winston snapped. "Amber Garcia, how did you know about my plan for you? Did one of Jade's traitorous siblings tell you?" Lord Peirc asked. "No, they didn't ruin the surprise," Amber snarled. "What are you, 18? That's old enough for you to join my harem. Thanks for coming to Neretha. It saves me the trouble of going back to Earth to collect you," Lord Peirc replied. "Since I can't kill you, I suppose that your stupid, inept soldiers will have to suffice." Amber leapt over the soldier's head, landing on the bed behind him. She sprang, her hands wrapping around the luckless guy's neck, her wrists violently twisted, the sharp crack letting me know that she killed him with her bare hands. She grabbed his laser rod and tossed it to me. I quickly depressed the rod, catching the soldier farthest away from Amber in the side.
Deric teleported behind him and hit him over the head. Winston used the same tactic, viciously knocking out his guard. Amber whipped her balls of magic and destroyed the rest of the soldiers, without mercy.
"Where are you, Lord Peirc?" "I want to meet you," Amber said, a smirk on her face.
"No,"
Jade's father rasped out. He was shocked by Amber's display. I liked to imagine the coward quivering in fear at the thought that Amber was coming for him.
"This was a miscalculation on my part. I will not make this mistake again."
Moments later, I sensed that Jade's evil father was no longer listening to us. "Now what?" I asked, wishing that Angelo were in our group. He would have teleported these people back to the ship. There was a middle-aged man, bound and gagged, sitting in between two women, who weren't gagged. I could tell that they were paralyzed by fear. I mean, who could blame them? Amber's display gave me the creeps. "Hi, guys. I'm Jade's best friend, Sheena. She sent me to rescue you," I said. The woman with kind eyes' face filled with hope. "Jade's safe?" she asked, earning her points in my book. "Relatively. She went on a mission with Prince Zamire," I replied, not wanting to elaborate in case Lord Peirc was eavesdropping. "Why should we believe you?" the plain-looking girl snapped. "Ugh, chick, shut up! We aren't here for you anyway."
"You don't have to believe us. You can stay behind. It isn't like Jade sent us to save you," Winston snapped. "Come on. We need to leave before Lord Peirc sends more people here."
I walked over to the middle-aged man and carefully cut off his bindings with my knife. He stretched his arms and slowly got to his feet. Grief filled his eyes when he eyed us. I knew bad news was coming before he spoke.
"Emperor Tulda paid someone to assassinate King Relex and Queen Menna last night. The Emperor filmed their execution for everyone to watch."
"Oh, crap." Jade was walking into the royal estate with who was probably Emperor Tulda's next target. "Deric?" I asked, a sinking feeling in my gut making me shiver.
"I can't get through to Mira,"
Deric said.
"It's like something is blocking me from her."
"No! Try harder! Jade and Angelo are with her! Oh, crap! I knew we shouldn't have separated! Why did I agree to this plan?" I was freaking out, worried that Deric couldn't get through to Mira because she was injured or dead. "We need to wait for David. The trap was for him," the kind woman said.
"I'm guessing by your personality that you're Nina?"
Winston guessed. "Yes," Nina replied. "Who are you guys?" "After we get out of this place, we'll make introductions," Amber assured, heading for the door. After I cut the bonds of the other captives, everyone followed the knight outside. I tried to accept what was happening, but I couldn't. King Relex and his wife were dead, which meant that Zamire was the uncrowned king of Neretha. "Now what?" Karen asked after a few seconds.
"Are those flyers on the platform operational?"
Deric asked.
"Yes. The only person who can open any flyer is the king himself," a handsome guy with long black hair and honey-brown skin said as he walked toward us. Nina's face lit up and she tossed herself into his arms. "That's David,"
Deric told us. I was relieved that we were reunited with him. He would be able to take Karen and the middle-aged man off our hands. Nina was coming with us. I knew Jade wouldn't have it any other way. When Nina and David pulled apart, David looked at us with worried brown eyes.
"Lena told us you guys would come. It's a good thing, too, because I really need your help."
"Oh, hell no. I wasn't going to jump into someone else's problems. I was determined to tell David that he could take his problems and hit the road. But then Amber, the hero in our group, replied. Chapter 5. Sheena. Neretha, the Rema Estate. "We'll help you." I glared at my fellow caster, starting to get annoyed by the fact that she was insistent on saving every being in the Milky Way galaxy. "Hold on. You don't even know what they need help with. Besides, Jade needs us right now, I protested. Sheena, Jade will be fine. She's the Queen of Casters, which means that she's 10 times stronger than us. These people need our help. Don't forget the Caster Creed. Like anyone has allowed me to forget that I was supposed to rescue the innocent. Fine. What do you need, David? I grudgingly asked, unhappy with the prospect of sticking my nose in something that didn't affect me.
A month before Lena lost consciousness, she had visions. She told me that the window to rescue my siblings would end once your group arrived. I am supposed to show you where the rebel base is. Then, I need 2 of you to convince the Najorians and Janton living in the settlements to come back to the base with you. We can't afford for the clones to kidnap them. Some of those Najorian could be really powerful. I think 2 Najorians should do it.
David eyed Winston and Deric. I wasn't going to be separated from my soulmate.
Sheena and I can both teleport. We should be the ones to visit the Najorian and Janton settlements. If the Najorian agree to come back with us, we need to give them some of our stash of anti-Blicktar. David, you'll need to provide me with a mental image of the 2 settlements,
Deric said. What about Jade? I knew I was sounding like a broken record, but I didn't want to abandon my best friend. Sheena, do you sense that she's in danger? Amber asked, her eyes boring into mine. Crap. Could I tell another trivial lie? No, I reluctantly replied. I hated my instincts for confirming the knight's assumptions. Don't you worry. Jade won't be abandoned. Wynn and I will go after her, Amber said, shooting me an eager expression. Hell, why didn't Amber open with that? And why did she want to be the one who rescued Jade? A theory that made me uncomfortable popped in my mind. She was probably hoping that Lord Peirc was hiding in the royal estate. I knew the moment Amber saw her father's murderer, she'd attack. Wait, David, will you be okay escorting the girls back to the rebel base? I asked, wanting to do what I could for the women we rescued. Nina eyed us. I'm coming. I want to help save Jade. Nina, it will be dangerous, Karen pleaded. I don't care. Jade sacrificed her happiness for me, and I'll never forget it, Nina said. I was about to tell Nina that she should keep her happy little butt at the rebel base, but Amber put her 2 cents in. Fine, but we need to go to the rebel base first, so we can get settled. I need to assure myself that it's a safe place for us to be. Plus, Deric and Sheena have to research the Najorian and Janton settlements. Great. This mission involved research? The extent of the research I was willing to do involved looking up a popular website, catching the gist of the topic, then citing articles that I never even read. Couldn't we just teleport to the Najorian and Janton settlements and say, "Come with us or get kidnapped by a mad scientist"? I wanted to complain, but knew that Amber would only get irritated with me. Fine. We need to hurry, David urged. Right. We were working against the clock. That wasn't pressure at all. Since the stragglers of the group couldn't teleport, we were forced to walk back to the flyer. That meant climbing all of the horrible steps to the platform. Lord Rema needed to get slapped upside the head for putting his platform so high. What did the Nerethian women do when they visited this estate to attend balls? Did they stuff their high heels in a handbag and descend the stairs wearing their running shoes? We should take this flyer, Lord Rema said when we reached the top. He gestured to a flyer that was as wide and long as a school bus. We might need it in case the Najorian and Janton agree to come with you. Some of them can't teleport. I know how to pilot flyers, David said. I just need you to enter my biometrics into the system. The Lord nodded and tapped the side of the silver flyer. It vanished and he hobbled in, followed by his new wife, Karen. The rest of us entered, the cold air hitting us as soon as the door closed. I was definitely in luxury. The flyer had 2 rows of reclining seats, a cooling unit that held cold food and drinks, and a table at the back of the flyer, for dining purposes. I shrugged out of my backpack and took the seat beside Deric, who had 2 bottled waters in his hands. He handed me one, and the material of the bottle felt like plexiglass.
It self-degrades when left out for a certain amount of time,
Deric explained.
I didn't care if the bottle knew how to twerk.
I was thirsty as hell. I popped the top and took a long drink of water. Deric followed suit, as if he could finally drink now that his soulmate was cared for. He was seriously one of the best guys I knew. Part of me wanted to kiss his lips for the thoughtfulness, but the memory of his wedding to Mira acted like restraints. I didn't think I could ever get past the fact that Deric hadn't chosen me. The thought caused sadness to fill me. Deric's green eyes searched my face.
"What's wrong, sweetheart?"
he gently asked. "Nothing that wasn't wrong before," I said, hoping that Deric didn't read my mind.
"You can talk to me, you know," he said.
Yes, right. Like I'd ever discuss my insecurities with him. I could barely voice them to Jade.
"I'm a good listener,"
he offered. "I know you are," I said, shooting my caring soulmate a weak smile. The flyer took to the air, and I let out a deep breath. "At least we're out of the sun," I said. "These sandwiches taste like cold cuts with an extra kick," Nina said, holding out a tray to me. I grabbed one of the wrapped sandwiches and handed it to Deric before taking my own. She shot us a smile. "Too bad you can't pack these on your trip to the Najorian settlement," Nina said. "I know. Why are you serving the food?" "Because I'm trying to keep busy. I have a lot on my mind." "Just making sure that no one pushed you into serving," I assured Jade's favorite sister. "I know you don't want me going with Amber and Winston to save Jade, but I can be useful. I owe her my life." Nina walked over to Winston and Amber and offered them sandwiches. Her willingness to sacrifice herself for Jade warmed my heart. We've got to stop her from going, I thought in Deric's direction. He nodded before taking a bite of his sandwich. I ate mine with gusto, hungry from the long walk and short battle with Lord Peirc's men. Not for the first time, I wished that I had a crystal ball so I would know the outcome of the war. But Jade was trapped, and without her, a magical artifact couldn't be made. 15 minutes later, David landed the flyer on another tall platform. It was the same height as the one at the Rema Estate. I stood and stretched, my entire body filled with tension. I stared at a squat black brick building, unimpressed by its construction. It would be tight for everyone, that was for sure.
"I have to take you guys in 2 at a time,"
David announced. "The door doesn't work?" Amber wondered.
"No. Lena enacted a security feature preventing us from opening the door. Unless you can teleport or walk through walls, you won't be getting into the building."
An axe would do the trick, so I wasn't too confident about the security measure. "Take Karen and Lord Rema first," Amber ordered. David nodded, and the Lord and Lady followed him out of the flyer. I reluctantly made my way to the door, followed by the rest of the group. It took little time to make it to the steel door. David took hold of Lord Rema and Karen's hands and walked straight through the brick wall. He returned seconds later and took Nina and Amber. His third trip collected Winston. David walked out of the wall and held out his arms. I grabbed one while Deric held onto the other. Then we started walking. I still flinched when we approached the wall. I waited for my face to slam against the brick, but it didn't. Instead, I passed through what felt like pressurized air, and then we were standing with the rest of the group.
"The entire floor is an elevator of sorts,"
David warned. Then he pressed a button on the wall and we began going down. The ride was no more than a minute. As soon as the floor stopped descending, we found ourselves in an empty hallway. I looked above me just in time to see a panel sliding over our heads, sealing us inside. The wall at the end of the corridor suddenly vanished, and a brown-haired teenager exited, holding a dog with red hair on a makeshift leash that looked to be made out of strips of blanket. "Oh, good. David, you're back." "Molly refuses to shift back," the girl holding the leash complained. Nina gasped. "Trugosian? Molly's a Trugosian?" Lord Rema's eyes lit up with interest.
Men are procreated with a Trugosian? I wonder why he didn't enlist her in his army.
"You haven't met Molly. She hates our father," the stranger said.
She doesn't trust Vanessa. She wants to rip her throat out,
Deric explained. At least he wasn't reading my mind. "How do you know that?" the girl, who I was sure was one of Jade's sisters, asked.
I'm a telepath. Molly's also unhappy that you're using a leash on her.
"Molly, if you promise not to kill Vanessa, I'll let you go," the woman holding the leash bargained. "Wait, let's do introductions. I'm Jade's best friend, Sheena, and this is my soulmate, Deric, and our friends Amber and Winston," I introduced. I introduced Deric as my soulmate because I noticed how the beauty holding Molly at bay was eyeing him. "I'm Amy. Nina, it's nice to see you again. Karen, is that Lord Rema?" Amy asked.
"Sure is. He's my husband,"
Karen bragged. "Why does Molly want to kill Vanessa?" I asked. "Because Vanessa almost killed Lena. She told Lord Peirc our location and is convinced that the pompous noble will save her. But she's useless because we're forcing her to drink the serum that breaks down her Hyndroyl crystal," Amy explained. "So Lord Peirc is going to storm this place? Why aren't we getting the hell out of here?" I demanded. Leah grinned. "Lena bought technology that the king of the Nerethian army doesn't even have access to. Lord Peirc will suffer great losses if he tries attacking us." I wasn't too worried, since I'd teleport away the moment Lord Peirc breached the base. I was down with protecting the innocent as long as I didn't get killed for it. "What's a Hyndroyl crystal?" I asked. "It's a crystal that gives a Nerethian abilities. The Hyndroyl crystal is the reason why David can walk through walls, and that Lena has visions." "Lena has visions because she's a caster," Amber corrected, her suspicious expression annoying me. "So this planet harvested crystals that gave their people abilities."
"That's impossible,"
Deric said, his expression pinched. Great. Now he needed to research another mystery. Life just kept getting more complicated.
Chapter 6. Jade. Neretha, the Royal Estate. I willed my magic to come to me, but it was barely a trickle. Pain surged in my forehead, nearly dropping me to the floor. I needed to stop the evil princess from killing Zamire. Mira was clutching her head, blood beginning to trickle down her nose. She was fighting her own battle. Angelo was still knocked out. I stumbled over to the princess, who was still clobbering Zamire. The sight of seeing her hands pounding the flesh of the man I cared deeply for filled me with rage. This woman was choosing to torture the man who tried to save her. And what for? The Emperor's mind had been taken over by a faceless prince. No amount of scheming with the mental clone would bring her brother back. That meant that I needed to do something to help Zamire. He needed me. And I couldn't stand seeing him being hurt. With desperation fueling me, I used the last of my energy to charm my skin. I yanked at her shoulder, Emperor Tolda grabbing my arm at the same time. The clone cried out before collapsing to the ground. I tossed my body onto Shala's back, my hands grabbing hold of her neck. She wobbled on her feet, trying to escape my assault. Eventually, she stumbled away from Zamire and fell backwards. I jumped off the woman just in time. She crashed to the floor, out cold. I breathed hard, trying not to fall unconscious from exerting so much energy. Before I could formulate a plan, the door to the panic room opened and Lord Peirc entered, followed by 2 guards I didn't recognize. He eyed the downed Janton clone and looked at me with an expression of disbelief. "What did you do to them?" he demanded. "Nothing. They passed out," I lied. I didn't usually make a habit of it, but I knew better than to tell the evil lord that I could charm just about anything. He would only kidnap me again and use me to do his bidding. I'd never kill for that evil monster. How dare he force his own children to murder for him? I couldn't stomach being in his presence, the rage slowly replacing the weakness I was feeling. "You killed my parents." "I did not kill your parents. Your mother died years ago, and I'm your father, and I'm still alive." "Jane and Tim, you killed them." I was shaking, struggling to call up more of my magic. This piece of crap needed to die. He didn't deserve to stand in front of me, breathing air, while two wonderful people didn't have the luxury. Mira clutched my arm. She clearly knew what was coming, judging by the fear on her face. "Jane and Tim? Do you mean your foster parents? They weren't your blood. Why do you care?" "Because they were wonderful, caring, nothing like you," I rasped out. Lord Peirc laughed. "I'm caring, Jade. I could have killed you when I found out you existed. Instead, I implanted you with a Hyndroyl crystal and gave you a chance to make something of yourself." "You could have left me on Earth to live my life." "And if I did that, you would have never found out about your precious twin sister, who's made my list. If you cooperate, I'll change my mind about killing her," Lord Peirc decided. "I don't trust you to keep your word. Look at what you did to Zamire's parents. They were your rulers and you had no problem killing them." Lord Peirc ignored my accusation and walked over to Princess Shala. He pulled a laser rod out of his pocket and smiled down at her. "Princess Shala, you have outlived your usefulness." Moments later, Lord Peirc shot the princess, turning her to ash. "Prince Ellerin, I need time to execute my plan." "No!" I cried, right before Lord Peirc scooped a square device out of Emperor Tolda's pocket and turned the clone into ash. "Since you did something useful, Jade, I'll reward you," Lord Peirc announced. "You... Janton doesn't have a ruler. What have you done?" "What Prince Relex had no guts to do. Now that I destroyed Prince Ellerin, you get to choose his next vessel, darling Jade. You have two choices, Prince Zamire or Angelo," Lord Peirc said. "I won't choose. This is madness. We should be fighting against the clones, not giving them what they want." "So righteous. But I can't nurture that virtue in you, Jade. The world is cruel, and there's no room for values. If you don't choose, I'll kill them both and ask you to choose between Deric or Winston. If you don't choose between Deric and Winston, I'll kill them both. Then where would Amber and Sheena be without their soulmates?" Crap. My friends had either been caught or spotted. I was hoping for the latter. "Lord Peirc, I can't choose the fate of two men. They need to decide for themselves." That was the best I could offer to hopefully buy time. It didn't look like Angelo would be waking up anytime soon. "You don't have a bargaining chip, Jade. In fact, this room is designed to suck you dry. If you stay any longer, it will kill you," Lord Peirc threatened. Angelo got to his feet and stumbled toward me. "I'll go. No!" I shouted. "Neither of you should go, Angelo. You shouldn't do this. You can't be a clone." Angelo rubbed his face. "Zamire can't be a clone either. It would kill you." "Kill me? I like him, but..." "You don't understand, Jade. Zamire's your soulmate, the one person made for you. I figured it out this morning, but hadn't gotten the chance to talk to you guys about it." His words sent worry and confusion into my chest. Zamire and I weren't soulmates. He was the uncrowned king of a kingdom, and my place was on Earth. There was no way in hell I'd be happy on this backwards planet, even if my magic thrived here. Angelo couldn't sacrifice his life for a theory. I needed to kill Lord Peirc and prevent this atrocity from taking place. "You can't kill me, Jade. You can't even hold your eyes open. Why not just accept your fate? Play the game and be smart. I could use you for what I really want," my father said. "What do you want?" I rasped out. Lord Peirc grinned. "What I want is for Zamire to take the throne, and for you to marry him. Once you're king and queen, your first act will be to make me the emperor of Janton. Tulda lost hold of his 5-planet empire the moment he became a clone. That means that his territory is there for the taking. I'll rebuild Janton, and we'll leave your pathetic country alone. Naretha is dying anyway. Then, after that, you can do what you please." "I thought the House of Lords was supposed to name you as the next king," I said. My father scowled. "They decided to crown Zamire instead. A spy spotted him in the palace," he grumbled. "And what if we decide to kill you anyway?" I challenged. Lord Peirc grinned. "The moment my heart stops, bombs in 5 highly populated cities on Earth will detonate. Just think, Jade. A Narethian explosive is much more destructive. If you don't believe me, ask the prince." "What would you have done if I chose Angelo to save?" I challenged. "I would have turned Zamire over to Prince Ellerin after you became with child," Lord Peirc replied. "Janton isn't mine to give," I argued. Lord Peirc waved a dismissive hand. "The moment you took down the princess and the emperor, Janton was yours to take. So, what will it be, Jade?" I made eye contact with Angelo. "I can't risk you. You're a friend," I told him. "You can't risk your compatible either. Jade, just trust me," Angelo pleaded. Angelo clearly had a plan. I just didn't understand what it was. My instincts were telling me to have faith in my friend. "What about Mira?" I demanded. "She can stay with you for now. She'll serve as one of your servants. One wrong move, and I'll kill her," Lord Peirc replied. That was the best I was going to get. "Okay, I agree to your terms," I said, vowing to kill him the first chance I got. "Just remember, Jade, upon my death, cities all over your precious planet will explode." I peered down at Zamire, who could barely keep his eyes open. The princess did a number on him. He was apparently going to be my new husband if I didn't find a way to stop our wedding. At that moment, I could have used a vision of the future to guide my way, but I had no idea how to will a vision. Besides, it was nearly impossible without a crystal ball. I needed to be on Earth to create that magical artifact with my powers, which sucked. Earth. I longed for my home planet, not liking the dangerous conflicts that plagued this planet. I wished I could speak to Sheena to ask her for her opinion on the matter. Knowing my best friend, she would have found a way to not decide at all. She probably would have escaped. Damn the consequences. "Angelo, follow my guards out of the room. If you try anything, I'll hurt your friends." Angelo pulled me into his arms, and I gave him a squeeze. "Will you be okay?" I whispered. He nodded, then pulled away. The guards led him out of the room, making my heart sink. I hoped that my friend would make it out of his predicament. I didn't want him to become part of Prince Ellerin's hive mind. Chapter 7. Jade. Naretha, the Royal Estate. "The rest of you, follow me."
Just remember, if I die, so do millions of Earthlings, Lord Peirc reminded us before walking out of the room. Mira stumbled over to a battered Zamire and helped him to his feet. I could barely breathe, so I couldn't lend anyone strength. I stumbled into the hallway and leaned up against the gold-studded wall. I took deep breaths, trying to prepare for the journey ahead. I had no idea what I was going to do. This mission went from warning King Relex about the clones to trying to prevent myself from becoming the queen of an alien nation. I hoped the others were tucked safely on the ship. I knew they wouldn't leave without me. Maybe they could find a way to rescue us. Zamire teleported beside me, his wounds vanishing from his skin. Mira joined us, her eyes searching Zamire's face. It worked, Zamire assured Mira. To my surprise and relief, he scooped me up into his arms. I tried to hold my eyes open, but I was too weak to accomplish it. I closed my eyes and leaned my head against Zamire's shoulder. His very presence made me feel safe and warm. I was able to drift off to sleep in seconds.
Jade, can you hear me?
Deric asked. I blinked my eyes open and was greeted by a dark room. Where was I? What happened?
I'm in your head.
I was unable to reach Mira. She's asleep. What's going on? Princess Shala betrayed us. Emperor Tolda was waiting for us when we teleported into the safe room. The room was designed to drain my powers. I couldn't fight against them. They knocked out Angelo before he could escape. The room did something to Mira because she kept getting a nosebleed. With the last of my strength, I charmed my skin to put whoever touched it asleep. After I knocked out Princess Shala and the clone, Lord Peirc came in. He killed them both and told them that I had to choose who would join the hive mind next, Zamire or Angelo. I refused to choose, and Angelo sacrificed himself. I tried to stop him, Deric. He said that Zamire and I are compatibles. Is that true?
Can he read your emotions?
Yes, I replied.
Then yes.
Where did they take Angelo? I don't know. I passed out after they took him away. The problem is that Lord Peirc is holding us hostage. He wants Zamire to marry me, and for us, as the first act of king and queen, to hand Janton over to him. He wants to rule it. If we don't do it, he'll bomb cities on Earth. If we kill him, several cities on Earth will be destroyed. I can't think of a way to get us out of it.
Why does he want Janton? Why not be Neretha's king?
Because Neretha is half dead to him already, I mentally replied. What about you? I can't say too much yet, in case Lord Peirc reads you. He's also a telepath. I can sense him. How in the hell was I going to plan an escape if my warden was a telepath? The plan had just become more challenging. Is Nina safe?
She's safe,
Deric revealed. At least that part of the plan had gone well. What should I do?
For now, go along with it. Lord Peirc isn't a clone, so at least he's a better ruler for Janton. He wants the planet's resources.
I wonder if something grows on Janton that doesn't grow anywhere else. I'll try to do research if I get my hands on a tablet. Deric, someone needs to go back to Earth to take care of the explosives.
I'll see what I can do.
I have to go. The door suddenly opened, the light immediately turning on. Sally, one of the members of Lord Rema's harem, entered, carrying a tray of food. She shot me an uncertain expression. Sally, what are you doing here? After the Janton attacked the Rema Estate, Lord Peirc's soldiers defended the estate and claimed Lord Rema's harem for himself. Sally's eyes refused to hold mine. Jade, a lot of men died. I'm not sure what's going on. Your father's holding an auction for us, to recoup some of his losses for bailing Lord Rema out.
I see. Why did it sound like Sally was blaming me for the war with the Janton?
If I had the power to stop the clones, I would.
Your father is truly evil, and you're just going along with him?
Selly, I don't have a choice, same as you. What would you like me to do?
Selly blushed and handed me the tray. I'm to be one of your maids until I'm sold off.
I'm sorry, Selly. I wished that I could tell the woman that I was searching for a way to end Lord Peirc, but I couldn't with bombs placed in strategic areas. I needed someone to hunt them down and disable them. Then Lord Peirc would be destroyed, once and for all.
Even the brave ones like you crumble under the weight of powerful lords. I should have known better.
Selly stormed out of the room, leaving me to eat my meal alone. I pulled the cover off the dish and spotted a cup holding 2 pills. I touched the cup and was sent into a vision. She's asleep, Zamire said, laying me on a king-sized bed. Lord Peirc and Mira were standing behind the prince. He turned to face them, an annoyed expression on his face. Zamire, I have quarters for Jade. I would prefer something more. She isn't going to disobey you. You've put the fate of her world over her head. What more assurance do you want? The 3 of you separated. I can't trust that you won't plan an escape. I could see Jade teleporting to Earth with the idea of disarming the bombs. Jade can't teleport, Zamire reminded Lord Peirc. Fine. But if either of you try anything, LA will be the first city to go, Lord Peirc said before storming out of the room. I'm unfamiliar with Najorian courtships. How does Angelo know that Jade is my soulmate?
The same way I know. You can feel her emotions as if they were your own, correct? Mira asked.
I'm an empath.
No, you aren't. I can read your mind, Zamire. I know that Jade is the only person you can sense. Besides, it isn't about that. You'll crave her with everything you have, hunger to be near her. Until the bond is complete, you'll have random power flare-ups, like teleporting in spurts. Zamire rubbed his face. She needs to go back to Earth. She does. She'll be stronger there. I'm all Naretha has. My parents are gone. Grief filled his eyes, and he swallowed hard. I'm sorry for your loss, Zamire. What Lord Peirc did was terrible. But are you all Naretha has? Mira asked. What kind of question is that? I'm just trying to get you to think outside of the box. To answer your question, I'm the crowned prince, and despite my wants, I will have to do the right thing. Mira shook her head. Look, stay with Jade. I'll ask a servant for my quarters. I'll blend in and help the 2 of you in any way I can. Mira left the room, leaving Zamire alone with me. Zamire kissed my forehead. Then he glanced down at my blood-stained clothes. His eyes grew unfocused, then he teleported away. Moments later, Selly entered the room, a determined expression on her face. She walked over to my bed and pulled 2 black pills out of the handkerchief she carried. She frowned down at me, and her lips thinned. Come on, wake up, Jade. My eyes flew open, and I sleepily sat up. I blinked in surprise and eyed Selly. Selly, what are you doing here? You saved my life once, so I'll save yours. Lord Peirc intended on you staying weak. He was never going to give you the treatment that can help you heal from your loss of energy. You're the only one that can fight Lord Peirc. Selly handed the pills to me and quickly poured me a glass of water from a decanter. I took the pills and fell back asleep. Sorry, Jade. You can't remember this. King Rayon would have my head if he found out that I got involved in this. Selly touched my forehead and I stiffened. I'm done, Julian. Let go of the illusion, Selly said. Moments later, the image in front of me transformed into a short woman with dark brown hair and pale skin. A tall man with honey brown skin, shoulder-length black hair, and muscular arms suddenly appeared. Mandy, get the hell out of here. I think that you've done enough, Julian snapped. I needed to give your sister a bit of motivation. I find that Selly's delightful pep talk will do the trick, Mandy said.
Who in the hell is Selly, anyway?
Some woman Lord Peirc sold to a knight. I read her mind while I was doing recon on this place. You sure you want to hang around? Mandy asked.
I've got to. You know I have to rescue my sisters, Julian said.
Mandy shrugged. I agree with you. If King Rayon asks me where you went, I will tell him the truth.
Of course. You're his good little spy, Julian muttered.
I got you in here, Jules. Just call me if you need help getting out of here, Mandy said before vanishing.
Julian rubbed his face, then walked over to the bed and peered down at me. After brushing a fingertip down my cheek, Julian vanished. I took the pills with a mixture of dread and excitement. I had a brother who was looking to rescue me. From the sounds of things, he was involved with the Najorians. Was he a soulmate to one of them? No, that couldn't be. He was able to teleport. Who was this mysterious Julian? Damn, whatever Mandy did worked well. I only vaguely recalled a conversation with Selly. The more I tried to drag the memory out of the recesses of my brain, I only remembered one phrase. You're the only one that can fight Lord Peirc. Then, Deric's warning about Lord Peirc being a telepath filled my mind. Crap. I had to stop thinking about Julian and Mandy. I needed to find a way to protect my mind from him. Wait, if I actually tampered with my thoughts, would he become suspicious? I was about to brainstorm ideas when Zamire teleported into the room. Chapter 8. Jade. Naretha. The Royal Estate. I took deep breaths when Zamire approached me. His dark eyes were radiating heat that could catch me on fire. According to Angelo and Deric, the man currently standing in front of me was my soulmate. We were destined for one another. The pull that I tried to fight nearly tore my soul from my body. I stood and walked toward the prince and took him in. He was in a lightweight silk suit. His silky black hair was brushed into place. He had a bit of stubble on his handsome face, enough to scrape against my skin. Jade, we need to meet with your father soon. His words were cold and empty, and just like that, pain nearly made my heart crack. Zamire was living in his parents' home with the man that had a hand in their murders. He was grieving and needed someone to talk to. Sam, I'm so sorry for what happened to your parents. I know you're hurting. I'm here if you need to talk. Zamire shuddered. What's there to talk about? My parents were murdered by the psycho that's holding us hostage. That psycho has control over an army that's nothing more than automatons. And I have to be in a room with him without trying to kill him. Princess, He stopped speaking and pressed his hands to his face. His rigid stature told me that he didn't want my comfort, but I couldn't bear to see him like that. Sam, maybe you should take time to process what happened to your parents. You need time to— My feelings don't matter, he said in a flat tone. I can handle Lord Peirc on my own. No. His words were sharp enough to show that he wasn't going to see reason. I took his hand in mine. Zamire, you're hurting. I don't blame you for wanting to kill Lord Peirc. Hell, I want to kill him for what he ordered Lex to do to Jane and Tim, but you think my loss was greater because I lost my birth parents. I nodded. I didn't know Jane and Tim long. I will avenge their deaths when the opportunity presents itself. But Zamire squeezed my hand. If he were to kill you, I wouldn't survive it. Since you're so keen on getting into trouble, I'd rather come along. It's more like trouble finds me, I defended. We can agree to disagree. Zamire, He pulled his hand from mine and wrapped his arms around me. His lips were suddenly on mine, our tongues craving one another's taste. We were consumed by the kiss, so much that our hands began exploring each other's bodies. We continued kissing, the heat driving me mad. I couldn't hold myself back from Zamire anymore. I was in paradise until Mira spoke.
Jade, I need to help you get dressed.
Zamire pulled away from me and brushed a kiss to my forehead. The move was so unlike him that I stood there, stunned. I'll come back for you in an hour, the prince said. Then he teleported away. Mira whistled.
I'm sorry for interrupting that, but your father has planned a televised royal breakfast for you two. He will announce your betrothal during the event.
While I was kissing Zamire, the problems that were plaguing my life had briefly vanished. When they rushed back, I tried to tamp down the anxiety.
Something isn't right about this, Mira.
Why won't father just kill Zamire and appeal to the House of Lords again?
Because he's suspected of ordering the prior kings and queens' deaths. It's against Nerethian law to take the crown after assassinating the king and queen. Once you're crowned, he'll order you to clear him of all wrongdoing. Great. I'd be his puppet for the foreseeable future. And there wasn't much I could do about it, unless I wanted LA to be blown to bits. I needed to figure out how Lord Peirc was controlling the bombs. Once I discovered the truth, maybe I could find a way to track down the bombs.
Mira smirked.
Touch triggered some of Sheena's visions. Why don't you try touching Lord Peirc?
I nearly gagged. If it comes down to touching that murderer, I will.
It might be your only choice. Now, let's get you ready. I have to draw you a bath.
I can do it myself, I protested.
Mira laughed. Just go with it. Who knows how many spies your father placed around the estate?
I nodded and followed Mira into a bathroom with a sink and a square-shaped tub, which looked more like a miniature swimming pool. There was a toilet with a bidet and a drying mat. Mira pressed the keyboard on the wall, and the tub began filling with water. I thought the ship was high-tech, I commented.
The wealthy live like this all over the planet. From what I understand, Lord Rema didn't want to install such accommodations for his harem. What's the point when the women will only be sold off anyway? Can you believe that men all over Neretha had an actual debate about this? There are some lords who believed that women deserved luxurious accommodations, the best food, and should choose their husbands.
Why couldn't I end up with one of those nobles? I grumbled.
It wouldn't have mattered, Jade. Zamire is it for you. I'll leave you alone so you can use the bathroom. I'll return in a couple of minutes with the soaps your father ordered for me to give you.
After Mira left, I relieved myself and washed my hands. After that feat was done, I stripped out of the silk robe. I brushed the scar that covered half of my stomach. Where in the hell was Sheena, the best friend that I was lucky to have? Was she safe? Was she coming after me? I sure hoped not, since there wasn't much she could do.
You okay, Jade?
Mira asked, startling me. I turned to face her and eyed the bottles in her arms.
I'm fine. Just thinking of Sheena.
It took a few seconds for me to recognize my faux pas. I was talking about Sheena to her soulmate's ex-wife. Sorry.
Get into the bath. I'm going to tell you a story.
I hopped into the tub and sank into the deliciously warm water. When I was 21, I lost my Uncle Dennis. It took a while for me to recognize the signs. First, his memory became patchy. He'd ask me to visit him, then was surprised when I showed up. Then he would fall asleep only to teleport to random places. We should have turned him in to the detention center officials. The soul sick are locked up in a detention center to protect other people from them. But my parents and I believed that he would find his compatible. One day, Deric, Winston, our friend Elias, and I went over to Uncle Dennis's apartment to visit him. He always enjoyed hanging out with us. The moment I opened the door, he charged me. You should have seen his eyes. They were unfocused, and there were cuts on his face. He came at me with a butcher's knife and stabbed me in the throat.
Deric pulled me out of the way, and Elias teleported behind the uncle I loved and knocked him out with a chop to the throat. I was bleeding so badly that one of the doctors needed to tend to me. It was on that day that I realized that life was short. My uncle spent his entire life alone, rejecting a chance of companionship, desperately waiting for his soulmate to appear. I didn't want to live like that. The next day, I told Deric exactly how I felt, and we stayed together. We married, and he spent most of his time on assignments. He treated me like an afterthought. I was so lonely that I called Winston over. He was all I had since Elias ran off and Angelo had to help out his family. His uncle was tortured and needed his support. I knew it was wrong, but I kissed Winston, and Deric walked in on it. He was pissed for a while. I thought we could make it through. Hell, we even went to marriage counseling. But then he came home one day and told me that it was over. He'd found his compatible, and despite the fact he promised that he'd never leave me, he couldn't stay away from her. She captured his heart completely. So we got a divorce, and got stuck going on a mission together. I don't hate Sheena. In fact, I feel terrible for claiming what wasn't mine to begin with. And she's right about one thing. I'll have to explain to my compatible that I nearly chose another man over him. So you can talk about Sheena all you want. I don't hate her. I just hate the fact that I bothered marrying Deric in the first place. I can't believe I was dumb enough to let my guard down. I shoved Mira's anecdote out of my mind, deciding to dissect the story later. Thanks for sharing with me, I said. Just had to get things out there. When Sheena's ready to hear it, you should tell her. Mira shot me a hell no expression, and I let the topic go. By the time Mira finished pouring her guts out, I was done with my bath. I got out of the tub and stood on the drying mat that immediately caused all the water on my body to evaporate. I longed for the feel of a towel around my body. I'll be right back, Mira said before teleporting away. She returned seconds later with underthings and a green silk slip. I wanted to groan at wearing my sperm donor's colors, but it wasn't like I had a choice. Mira helped me into the silk slip and robe, being careful to tie the gold sash close in my waist area. She grinned when she saw the finished product. You look nice. Let me work on your hair. How would you like it? No orders from the tyrant? No, but he did warn me that if you weren't presentable, I'd be punished. Do you have any idea what his punishment would be? I wondered. Mira shuddered. That man is truly evil, Jade. Greed corrupted his soul. Then do your best. I don't have a preference. Chapter 9. Jade. Naretha. The Royal Estate. Mira walked me into what would be called a lanai on Earth, minus the pool. Cushioned seating low to the ground was placed in a semicircle around the dais that held a table with 2 place settings. There was little protection from the aggressive Narethian heat. Everyone aside from Mira and I were already seated. The subdued conversations that were happening quieted when everyone took sight of me. The looks of pity sent in my direction didn't dissipate the cloud of anxiety that hovered over me. All I wanted to do was escape this madness, but innocent lives were at stake. I forced myself to banish the urge to blast the evil murderer into nothingness. Lord Peirc climbed down from the dais and approached me. I swallowed, hoping that he didn't do something crazy like kiss my cheek. I didn't want this monster anywhere near me. But then the plan Mira suggested popped into my mind. Oh goodness, I needed to play nice with the man who murdered my foster parents. Thinking of them nearly caused a tear to trickle from my eye. Jade, you look acceptable enough. May the presentation commence. Presentation? I eyed Mira, who was equally as stunned as I was. The monster hadn't seen fit to provide an agenda for this gathering, which was mostly filled with men. Aside from 3 females, Mira and I were the only women in attendance. I was confused when a service bot rolled in beside me, a pillow in its mechanical arms. As soon as the machine stopped, Lord Peirc gestured to the crowned prince of Neretha, who was sitting on the platform. He stiffly walked down the steps and approached me, his jaw hard. He reached out and pulled a hideous-looking signet ring from the pillow. It was a vomit green with an egg-shaped black stone in its center. Zamire frowned down at the ring. "Lord Peirc, I have something for my bride. This isn't necessary." Lord Peirc glared in my direction and mouthed, "L.A." Crap. What was I supposed to do? Go along with a monster or my soulmate? Damn, I had a terrible feeling about wearing the ring. In fact, my instincts were yelling at me to stay far away from it. I glanced at Mira, who stood in front of me, and she frowned. "Trust me, Zamire. You'll want your bride to wear this." Zamire approached me and picked up my hand. My heart raced from his skin touching mine. Our earlier kiss flew through my mind, and passion blossomed in my stomach. I wanted Zamire to kiss me. Instead, he took the ring and gently placed it on my finger. Pain slammed into my forehead so violently that I teetered. Zamire quickly wrapped an arm around my waist, his closeness dulling the pain. I breathed in and out, trying not to dry heave in front of the strangers. The looks of pity slowly turned to acceptance. These people clearly knew that they couldn't outmaneuver Lord Peirc. But I needed to figure a way to. Mandy's words suddenly blasted through my head. "You're the only one that can fight Lord Peirc." She was right, since the beaten-down people didn't know of any other way to live. "Jade, that ring is to dull the effects of your power. I can't have you touching me and learning my secrets," Lord Peirc telepathically told me. Crap, what in the hell was I going to do? "My daughter is obviously excited about marrying the love of her life. In fact, our loving couple will be married in 3 days. 3 freaking days to produce a plan? Life couldn't have gotten any worse. No one cheered, and I couldn't blame them. All Lord Peirc's announcement received was nods from the men and forced smiles from the women. I eyed Prince Zamire, whose blank expression gave me the chills. What was he thinking? "Let's commence with the food." Zamire supported my weight as we slowly made our way to the dais. Climbing the stairs was a feat that left me gasping as soon as I sat on my plush chair. Zamire poured water from a gold decanter and handed me the glass. I took a sip and was given a slight reprieve from the horrid heat by the city water. A bot approached our dais and served the first course, Nerethian fruit. I popped something pink in my mouth and was relieved when it tasted like a pineapple. Zamire frowned and hesitantly picked up a pink fruit and took a tiny bite, as if it were risky. His expression screwed up, and I wanted to laugh. "You hate that particular fruit?" "I hate all fruit on its own. Why not bake it in a pastry?" "So you have a sweet tooth," I said. We spoke English, which would probably offend Lord Peirc, but that didn't matter to me. "I love fruit. Earth has some fruit called a pineapple. This fruit reminds me of it," I said, gesturing to the pink square of fruit. Zamire sighed. "What other Earth foods do you like?" "I love pizza. It's dough that's flat, with toppings like cheese and meat. You can also put vegetables on it." "Why? The meat and cheese sound pleasant enough." "I take it that you aren't the green and leafy type. Fine. I also love hot chocolate. Picture a warm, sweet drink that's luscious," I said, longing for a cup of hot chocolate with marshmallows and whipped cream. "Now that sounds delectable," Zamire agreed. After my third piece of pink fruit, my eyes traveled the room. Mira and Lord Peirc were sitting in plush cushions closest to the dais. Mira ate the fruit with gusto, clearly unbothered by Lord Peirc. I wish I had her calmness. "How are you feeling?" Zamire whispered to me. "I have a slight headache." I'm mostly just sad that I can't bring on any visions to help us.
Zamire scowled. Help us? Jade, what kind of trouble are you planning to get into?
Nothing. We'll talk later about that. So, where are your quarters?
Zamire smirked. Interested in joining me for a tryst?
I blushed and tossed a piece of fruit at him. Zamire wrinkled his nose when he caught it. It was a blue piece of fruit that he promptly held to my lips. I opened my mouth and allowed him to feed it to me. I nearly gagged when it hit my tongue. The sour fruit nearly overloaded my taste buds. I downed half a glass of water to chase that taste away. Nasty. I agree with your decision not to eat the blue fruit.
Zamire shook his head. No throwing fruit. Your father will probably gift you with another torturous piece of jewelry.
Something is bothering me, I said, deciding that I seriously needed to set Zamire straight. He stiffened, his eyes holding wariness that I wasn't happy with. Why did you try to buy me from Lord Rema? Zamire surprised me by wrapping his arm around my shoulders.
Because I was going to free you. I had a ship prepared to take you back to your planet. But Lady Anelli ruined my plans. I was so close to getting you out of here.
Shock caused my mouth to hang open.
No. Zamire was a womanizing, chauvinistic, stuck-up entitled prince. He wasn't going to free me. He was lying. He had to be.
He isn't lying, Mira telepathically told me. From day one, all Zamire wanted to do was get you out of Neretha.
The books? I hoped that you would learn something from the stories. Instead, you kept on focusing on women issues. I thought that if I couldn't buy you, you could figure a way out of the harems yourself.
I horribly misjudged you. I'm sorry.
Zamire shrugged. It's in the past.
Zamire, you didn't deserve...
It's fine, Jade. Just promise me that you'll take the first chance to go back to Earth. Neretha's much too dangerous for you.
How in the hell was I supposed to leave my soulmate behind? Thankfully, the bot assigned to our table removed the platter of barely touched fruit, only to return with a variety of mini sandwiches. Zamire picked one up and opened the sandwich up, yanked out a brown leafy thing, and pressed the bread together and took a bite. I selected a thick mini sandwich and devoured it. It tasted like a cheeseburger, which was a delight. I loved burgers.
Eating veggies is good for you.
Zamire sighed.
I bear eating them once a week.
I chuckled at his dramatics. He made it seem like eating vegetables was like suffering through a dentist appointment. I would have teased him, but my annoying sperm donor got to his feet and let out a grin.
I have business to attend to. My guards will see you out.
I glanced at the platter, which was barely touched, and frowned. How wasteful. Was that fool really going to have the food thrown out? Mira approached me, and Zamire helped me get to my feet. I was still a bit unsteady from the ring. I carefully gathered up the platter of food and nearly dropped it. Zamire let out a chuckle and took it from me. We left the room, followed by Mira, and I was grateful to escape back into the air-conditioned estate.
Chapter 10. Jade, Neretha, the Royal Estate.
Something's off about Lord Peirc,
Mira said as soon as we returned to my luxurious prison cell. I plopped down on the couch, my body begging for rest. This stupid ring was depleting the energy that usually lived in me in spades. Zamire sat beside me, his arm immediately going around my shoulder. His closeness eased some of the discomfort. No kidding. 1 minute he was forcing everyone to attend an engagement brunch. The next, he dismissed guests before they could finish eating, Zamire said. I wonder why, I asked through a yawn. It doesn't matter now, Jade. Why don't you take a nap? Zamire gently replied. I can't move from this spot, I complained. So tired. I was lifted into strong arms. I snuggled into Zamire's chest, reveling in our proximity to one another. Stay. I have to. I need to keep you out of trouble, Zamire said. He placed me on the bed and began undressing me. I allowed him to, since he'd already seen me without my clothes while we were on the ship. After changing me into a nightgown, he tucked me in.
Nap with me, I begged.
I'm not tired, princess. Sleep. I'll watch over you, Zamire gently told me.
You always do, I muttered,
my eyes sliding closed. I wanted to talk to my soulmate more, but then I fell into a dreamless sleep. I slowly sat up and rubbed my eyes. Despite sleeping, I was still encumbered by exhaustion. I blinked my aching eyes a few times so my blurry vision could clear. Zamire sat on a chair beside my bed, flipping through a book. He was wearing the same silk robe from the stiff engagement celebration. Mira was nowhere to be seen. Zamire, I rasped out. He shut his book and tossed it to the floor and got to his feet. That's no way to treat a book. He let out a sigh. Always offering a criticism for me. I am not. I just point out things I disagree with, I rebutted through a jaw-cracking yawn. Why don't we try to remove the ring? My father's smart. Something terrible will happen if I try to remove the ring. I can feel it in my bones. Zamire nodded. We need to go to my quarters if we want to talk. Why? Can you just do what I want without questioning me at every turn? Can you communicate with me? If you had let me in on your plan, I would have gotten yourself into trouble, Zamire said, his dark eyes flaring with intensity. I didn't think I was the type to dive into dangerous situations. Zamire was definitely being dramatic. So you say, I replied, not wanting to continue bickering with the prince. I'm glad you've acknowledged that I'm right. So, like I said, we need to spend time in my quarters. And why would that be, Zamire? Lord Peirc asked as he smugly strolled into the room. He was still dressed in his silk suit, his face filled with interest. I concentrated on the memory of Zamire's kiss, the hot one he gave me right before my bath. I remembered his hunger, passion, and the way he held me. I longed for his arms to wrap around me. Lord Peirc, what can we do for you? Zamire asked through clenched teeth. I eyed my soulmate, whose knuckles had gone white. Nobody would blame him if he clocked the evil monster. His parents' murderer was standing right in front of him. It must have been difficult for Zamire to restrain himself. Gratitude filled me at the thought that he was willing to shove any hopes of vengeance aside to protect people on a planet he never visited. Zamire Larshak was a wonderful man, and it was a shame that it took me so long to realize that. For starters, I need the both of you to stay on the estate tomorrow night. No wandering to the streets. So close to the wedding, people may harm you. And if that happens, LA will be no more. Let me get this straight. If one of us dies, you'll bomb one of Earth's cities? That doesn't seem reasonable. How in the hell am I supposed to prevent getting poisoned, murdered, or dying from a disease? I demanded. Lord Peirc smirked. I don't care, Jade. I just need you to stay alive for 3 more days. Then you can do whatever you want with your life. Hell, you can even abdicate the throne and have one of Zamire's concubines rule. All I want is Janton. That's it. I knew I needed to be focused on figuring out why Lord Peirc needed to rule Janton so badly. But damn, the thought that Zamire had concubines was pissing me off. Those women were most likely more experienced than me. They knew all the ways to please Zamire. The prince scooped me into his arms and sat on the bed with me in his lap. His arms held me, which caused the wild anger to recede. I blinked up at the man made for me and took in a deep breath. Sorry, when he mentioned a concubine, I got jealous and... Zamire gently kissed the top of my head, causing my breath to catch. His lips were so... Don't even finish that thought, Lord Peirc shouted, which caused me to jerk in surprise. Right, the sperm donor was still here. Sorry. I had to reassure my fiancée that she is the only woman for me, since you upset her with talks of concubines," Zamire coldly explained. "You won't bed another woman to get a spare? You'll make the same mistake your father made? Well, stupidity is definitely hereditary." Lord Peirc's insult sent fury through me. How dare he encourage my future husband to cheat on me with other women? I wasn't the only one affected by the evil nobleman's words. Zamire's eyes were nearly black, and his lips were thin. I clung to Zamire and buried my face in his chest. I rubbed his back, trying to soothe him. The last thing I needed was Zamire killing Lord Peirc out of anger. "What was your purpose for coming here?" Zamire asked through gritted teeth. "I came to tell you both to stay inside the estate," Lord Peirc replied. Then I heard him storm from the room and slam the door. As soon as he was gone, I peered up into Zamire's devastated face. "I'm so sorry, Zam. I wish I could go back in time and save your parents. He shook his head, a tear trickling down his cheek. "They're both gone," he rasped out. I held him close, wanting to absorb some of the grief for him. "Do people do services for the dead on Neretha?" I softly wondered. "Most don't. Grief is usually private. Some will mourn for a while and won't attend parties for a time, while others will go about their day." "On Earth, we have funerals," I explained. "I know. Once I met you, I studied a lot about Earth. You're from America, correct?" "Yes, but we aren't talking about me. I want to talk about you." "What is there to tell? I had a father who lied to me and made my country believe we won the war against the Jantons. Then I was kidnapped and told that I had a fiancé I was to breed with. Before I could confront him, an ambitious lord murdered him and my mother." "You're angry with your parents," I realized. "Jade, you have no idea how our broken planet rejoiced that we were finally free of the Janton soldiers. Many feasts were thrown in his honor, and he smiled at everyone. I was proud too. After all, my father ended a war that had gone on for 40 years. But now I have to face these people and tell them what my father did." "Why? It isn't like Emperor Tolda and Princess Shala are alive to enforce the treaty." "Jade, do you believe your father, the man that has control of an army that has been drugged into compliance, will stop at owning one planet?" "No. He'll probably oust me from my throne and place one of his allies on it. And even if your father doesn't come after us, what about Prince Ellerin? Killing his clone didn't solve our problems. That prince wants something. I just don't know what it is." "Zamire, The door flew open and an awkward-looking maid wheeled in a cart piled with food. My stomach growled, and I smiled at the blushing woman. She shot me a thumbs up before leaving the room. I hadn't seen that gesture since leaving Earth. Something was up. I tried to force down the memory of the vision I had, but it came flooding back. My brother Julian and some woman named Mandy were trying to help me. While Mandy returned to King Rayon's side, Julian was hiding in the shadows, trying to give me advantages. I jumped off Zamire's lap and ran to the cart. I removed the dome lid from the first dish and saw a plate of what looked like green rice, smothered in a thick brown sauce. The second lid revealed a plate overflowing with pastries. I didn't find what I was looking for until I removed the third lid, which was a few of the sandwiches from lunch, followed by a small container that held pills. I snatched up the pills and quickly tossed them in my mouth, and grabbed the glass of water Zamire handed me. As soon as I swallowed the pills, I made eye contact with him. His confused look told me that he was only being helpful because he trusted my judgment. After swallowing the pills, the effects were immediate. The fatigue slipped away, and I was able to feel my magic coursing through me. I smiled and wondered how I was going to explain everything to him. "Let's have dinner in your room. I'm tired of the view here." I said. Chapter 11. Jade. Neretha. The Royal Estate. Zamire fetched the robe and sash I wore for the horrid engagement brunch and helped me into them. I slipped my feet into gold sandals. I recovered the food and he opened a door that was by the closet. I followed him, pushing the cart behind him. He entered a short hallway that was painted gold. There were paintings of past royals hanging on the walls. I paused in front of a man who looked similar to Zamire. He was tall, thin, with a thick beard. His eyes were a shade lighter than Zamire's, but he had the same coloring. My soulmate's eyes filled with pain when he saw where I was looking. "That's my father," he said, his tone flat. He gestured to the painting beside him, which had an olive-skinned woman with long, caramel hair. "That's my mother." I searched her face, trying to find a piece of my soulmate, but couldn't find it. "I'm sorry for your loss," I said. Zamire's breath caught. "No need to dwell on it. They're gone." He headed for a single door that rested in front of us. The prince brushed his palm against the gold doorknob and it swung open. My heart raced when I entered Zamire's room, which was identical to mine. The only difference was that there was what looked like a guitar with keys on the face of it, resting by his bed. "What's that?" I asked, curious. "A Manortronic guitar. Lord Peirc brought an earth instrument to Neretha, and his scientists modified it. That's how your father made most of his fortune, before investing his money in terrible investments." He would steal earth inventions and make them appropriate for your society, I realized. Despite its origins, I still love my instrument. "I'm glad," I rasped out. I eyed the bed, desire flowing through me. Being in Zamire's space only made me hunger to be consumed by him. He slowly approached me, his hungry gaze giving me butterflies. He moved the cart out of his way and cupped my face. "I don't deserve you, Jade. I know that. But you captured my heart the moment I found you trying to rescue your sister from her fate." I captured his heart? Emotions that I tried to ignore flooded my heart. Admiration, longing, joy, love, desire, and acceptance. I loved this stubborn, enthusiastic man. He stole my heart the moment he gave me a book, even when we spent our conversation being at odds with each other. "Zamire, I can feel your emotions, Jade. You don't have to explain anything to me." He wrapped his arms around me, and his lips were on mine. The kiss was deep, and ramped up my need to want to be close to him. I pressed my body against his and raised the intensity of my kiss. Our kisses only grew in heat level. He lifted me into his arms and carried me to the bed. I lost first my robe, then the thin silk nightgown. Zamire traced my skin, his fingertips gently caressing the scar that covered half my stomach. "I donated my kidney to Sheena," I softly told him. He gently kissed the scar. "You are always giving all you have for others. I love that about you, my princess." My fingers helped him loosen his clothing, and I admired the skin it revealed. Soon, we were lost in one another, our bodies doing a sensual dance that brought lovers together since the beginning of time. An hour later, Zamire gently pressed a kiss to my forehead. I felt a wave of love slam into my gut. I frowned up into his beautiful face. He kissed the tip of my nose. "You should eat something," Zamire reminded me. "I should," I said, my fingertips caressing his bare shoulder. Suddenly, I was hit with a spike of pleasure. What in the hell was happening? "Zamire, I feel weird," I admitted. "I think you're experiencing my emotions. Our bond has been completed." I smiled. "So you're stuck with me, then?" "Stuck? I'd like to think that I've chosen to be by your side until the end of time. My stomach rumbled, so Zamire quickly rolled out of bed. I got to my feet and changed back into my clothes, minus the robe. Why are you getting dressed? Zamire asked. I have a feeling that someone's coming, I said. After pushing the cart to the table, Zamire followed my lead. We had just taken our seats when Mira teleported into the room. Her eyes lit up upon spotting us. Congratulations, Zamire. Jade. You should have a traditional Najorian wedding ceremony when we return to Earth. I was ready for Zamire to argue that we needed to stay in Naretha, but I only felt acceptance coming from him. I can't stay here, Jade. You know that. Right. He couldn't live on a planet that had taken everything from him. I totally understood, since I couldn't wait to get the hell out of Naretha. Thanks, Mira. Where have you been? Mira plopped down at the table and smiled. Trying to figure out a way for us to get out of here. Eat. The three of us loaded our plates with food and dug in. We were halfway through our meal when Zamire spoke. Mira, were you the one to give Jade those pills to help with the effects of the ring? Mira frowned. No. I figured that Jade felt better because of the bond. No, Zamire, I think my brother is hiding somewhere on the estate. I went into detail of what I saw in the vision. Zamire sighed. We should find Julian. Maybe he knows something about the bombs and how to disable them. It figures that Mandy would stick her nose in something that she shouldn't. She probably helped Jules to spite me, Mira complained. You know him? I asked, hope filling my heart. Mira sighed. There was a reason why I offered to help Sheena. I saw you in her memories. You look just like your grandmother, Katrina. But I wasn't sure I was right. So I went looking for you. I'm guessing that Mandy told Jules before I could say a word. Wait, my grandma Katrina? My birth mother was a caster, right? I asked. Mira sighed. Your birth mother's name was Penelope, but she was called Nellie for short. She was a human who fell for a Najorian named Jack Clark. Since Nellie couldn't teleport, they were forced to live in the human world. They were married 5 years before Nellie fell for your father. I'm not sure what happened. There was persuasion involved. 1 minute, she was happy with Jack and their son. The next moment, she was pregnant with Lord Peirc's twins. It wasn't until weeks before she gave birth to you and your sister that she snapped out of it. She begged Jack for forgiveness and explained that the man she knew as Manor put her under some sort of spell. One day, she disappeared, and Jack passed away. Jules was only 6, and he was sent to live with Amy and Gary, your grandparents on your mother's side. They live somewhere in California. Jules always knew about Najorians. In fact, a physician visited him every year. He didn't teleport for the first time until his 18th birthday. My heart went out to Julian, the half-brother who lost both of his parents thanks to my evil sperm donor. How many people was he going to take from their loved ones? When was he going to have enough? Can you find Julian? I asked. Mira shook her head. He can create illusions. He's very powerful. If he doesn't want to be found, he won't be. Do you think that Julian will be taking Lord Peirc? Maybe he's interested in killing his parents' murderer, Zamire figured. Before I could respond, it happened. I let out a cry, then images filled my head. Pain tore through my brain and I winced. I could feel something tugging on my head. First, I saw a view of the landing platform of the Rema Estate. Next came Lord Rema, standing there with a man with cropped black hair and honey brown skin. The next snapshot was of a third man wearing aviators approaching. He was short, with dark brown hair and tan skin. Lord Peirc's face looked horrified. Then the images stopped and the pain receded.
What you saw makes no sense, Mira blurted out.
She eyed Zamire and concentrated on his forehead. He wrapped an arm around my shoulder, and I let out a sigh. His relief and concern were bubbling inside me.
Lord Qual is going to become a clone? Zamire asked. He's the head of Treasury, though I understand why Prince Ellerin would want to recruit him.
Recruit? You make it sound like these people want to become a part of the hive mind, I protested.
Maybe they do. You would be surprised what people would agree to for power,
Zamire figured. Either way, we need to track Lord Qual down. Is he a close family friend? Someone you can involve in our wedding preparations? It felt odd to say wedding preparations, but unless the universe provided me a way out, we'd be hitched in 2 days. Did I love Zamire? Of course. I wouldn't have given him my body without feeling strong emotions for him. Did I think we should get married on an alien planet? No.
He was my father's best friend. It wouldn't be suspicious for me to meet with him.
Zamire, we're meeting with Lord Qual. We need to stay together, I insisted.
I can do it alone, Jade. Besides, if he's a clone, what can you do to stop him from taking me? If the pills your brother gave you run out, you won't have the energy to fight.
I'm not being separated from you, I insisted. Mira grinned. You shouldn't be separated. Compatibles are always stronger together. Besides, I think it will look suspicious if the prince travels alone. Everyone knows that the two of you are really into each other.
Mira winked, making me conclude that she deliberately spread the rumor.
Besides, if we find a way off this crappy planet, then we're taking it. My senses were tingling again, warning me that this conversation needed to shift fast. Do Nerethians have a wedding ceremony that's typically performed? I wondered. My father stormed into Zamire's room, a satisfied expression on his face. A downcast servant followed him, with a cart piled with supplies ranging from clothing to bars of some sort and canteens of water.
No, Jade. Nerethians don't have frivolous weddings like Earthlings. We merely gather together, and the bride and groom declare their intentions of being married. That's it. There are no bridesmaids, wedding dresses, and a father giving his property away.
What's going on? I asked, being careful not to show my father that the ring's effects were dulled.
I will lock the 3 of you in until I see fit.
He and the servant left after that, leaving me with a sense of doom. My father was definitely up to something. A kiss to the forehead caused my eyes to pop open. My eyes were greeted by darkness. Ugh, it was the dead of night. I stifled a yawn and sat up. Damn, I whispered.
You're going to be mad at me.
He was only feeling determination, with a hint of regret. What did you do? I asked, taking off sleep.
I teleported to see Lord Qual and warned him of the danger. I gave him access to a ship and he's on his way to Earth, he confessed.
Why Earth? I asked.
I was seriously pissed that he went somewhere without me. But part of me could understand that he only wanted to protect me. He got a free pass just this once. Because I told him that I'm going to Earth to be with you, he confessed.
Hope sparked in my chest. I had no clue how we were going to untangle ourselves from Neretha and its many problems. But my soulmate truly believed we could find our way back to Earth, and that was enough for me. I forgive you, Zam. But don't do that again. We discuss important decisions together, I said.
Whatever you say, princess, Zamire replied.
I was going to start arguing with him, but sleep dragged me under. Chapter 12. Gwen. Neretha. Destination unknown.
I slowly sat up, my back aching from sleeping under Christian's cage. I felt safe staying close to him. It took everything Christian had to teleport Anna and me out of danger. And now he was trying to recharge. We barely spoke, since he was so exhausted. Ignoring the nearly debilitating hunger and horrid thirst, I slowly slipped from under the box. Anna was already standing, her hand resting on her abdomen. She thought she was pregnant, which meant that her body needed sustenance more than mine did. I had to try to find food. Maybe, if I found the opening to this hellhole, I could explore the city. I glanced down at my dirt-covered hospital gown and winced. I would seriously stick out, which would make it easier for the mad scientist to find me. I leaned against Christian's box and peered down at him. His eyes were closed, and the movement of his chest told me that he was breathing. I needed to get him out of that stupid box, but there were no knobs or buttons. I couldn't break the box with brute strength because it was blast-resistant. I let out a groan. "Your friend hasn't woken up yet?" Anna whispered. I had no clue why she bothered. No one entered this room. According to Christian, someone would come once a month to collect genetic samples. A scientist made his rounds a week prior from when he teleported me here. "No, not yet," I unhappily replied. Anna groaned. "I'm not sure what we can do." The hopeless situation was causing desperation to bubble within me. I was debating attacking one of the boxes with my gift to set off some kind of alarm. But that plan would only work if I attacked a box that held a person. If it came down to it, I'd try it. I only needed to build up enough courage to do it. "I have a plan, but you won't like it," I warned. Anna shrugged. "Hopefully you won't have to kill anyone to get us out of here. We need something to happen soon, Gwen, or we'll starve to death." As if the universe was hearing Anna's call, the ceiling vanished, and a man was lowered into the middle of the room. The ceiling immediately sealed after his feet touched the floor. I stared at the stranger, who was tall, muscular, and had a bulging backpack. "Do you have food?" Anna asked as she rushed to him. She was desperate, but I didn't want to hope that he would actually share his food with us. We were complete strangers. "Gwen, what are you doing here?" he asked, an astonished expression on his face. I blinked, trying to place his familiar face, but couldn't. He pulled his backpack off his back and rested it on his foot. The stranger squatted down and unzipped his bag and pulled out a water canteen and handed it to Anna. "Drink away. I can always get more." "How?" "We need to get the hell out of here," I desperately said, before something came to mind. "You aren't a scientist, are you? Wait a minute. You sound American." He pulled a handful of wrapped bars from his bag and got to his feet. "I'm Angelo Diger. Yes, I'm from America. I'm part of the Najorian settlement that moved to Earth. Gwen, your mother asked us to rescue you." "Mom's on Janton," I protested. "No, she's on our ship." "You're lying." I knew what I saw. Mom was put on a leash and taken away by an evil Janton.
"No, she pretended to cooperate. As soon as you left, she used her powers to disable them,"
Angelo explained. "Powers? My mom doesn't have powers." This stranger wasn't fooling me. Rose Peirc was helpless, weak, and could barely stand on her own 2 feet.
"She does. She can shoot balls of white energy from her hands,"
the stranger replied. I couldn't believe a word coming out of Angelo's mouth. If Mom had such a gift, Father would have known about it. She would have avenged Max's death. Surely she would have had the sense to escape Lord Peirc.
She could have hidden us on Earth.
You doubt me?
Yes, I know my mother, and she's not the woman you're describing.
Fine. Do you believe that I know Amber?
Amber? My stepsister wasn't known to many. This guy had to be working with my father. You're working with my father, aren't you? I accused.
I'm your father's prisoner. He signed me up to join the hive mind.
Hive mind? Now what is this delusional stranger talking about?
How long have you been stuck down here?
I don't know. Why? I demanded.
Long story short, Prince Ellerin found a way to clone his consciousness and shove it into unwilling victims. He created this hive mind kind of thing, infecting rulers and influential people with his madness. Emperor Tolda was turned into a mental clone and was killed by your father. Your father currently has the device that controls the hijacked Janton army. They aren't clones. From what Jade said, they drank a pink serum, was injected with nanos, and then became under the control of their master.
I swallowed, recalling the horror of Prince Ellerin forcing my magic to murder an innocent man. I shuddered. Prince Ellerin did that to me, but Christian helped me break free of his control. I killed Prince Ellerin.
No, you killed a mental clone. None of us even know who the real Prince Ellerin is, Angelo said.
So the person that tried to experiment on me was being influenced by a hive mind? How does that work?
We don't know. That's the problem. We don't have all the pieces yet, the guy admitted.
My father's working with Prince Ellerin. He sold me to him, he sold my brother Lex and me to one of them. I stammered out.
Is Lex here?
Angelo's harsh question gave me the chills. No.
Good. The last thing I need is to run into him. Half of my friends want him dead.
For what? I asked.
He beheaded Amber's father and killed Jade's foster parents.
Crap. Lena warned me to be the one to tell Jade about her parents, but I hadn't followed her advice.
I assumed that she would be better off believing that her foster parents were safe. After all, there was no way for her to ever find out. Boy, had that been a miscalculation. Who knew what version of the truth my sister had? You seem calm for someone that's joining a hive mind.
The last time someone attempted to add a Najorian to their hive mind, it didn't work. If I can find the next Prince Ellerin and take him out, that would move things along,
Angelo explained.
Tell Angelo to get into an empty box and pretend to sleep. The same for you and Anna. Someone's coming,
Christian mentally told me. His mental voice was barely a whisper. I needed to help him. Angelo, my friend Christian is telling us to hide in one of the boxes.
Angelo grabbed my arm and teleported me beside an empty box halfway down the row. I frowned at the glass, wondering how Angelo was going to open it. He sighed and tapped the side of it. Moments later, the glass slid upwards. After I climbed in, Angelo slid the glass closed. I shifted, trying not to hyperventilate from the confined space. My heart rate increased when the ceiling slid open for a second time and 2 men were lowered. When the ceiling closed, the first man spoke.
Are you sure it's safe to talk here, Manor? A male voice asked.
I couldn't see a thing, nor did I want to. I didn't want to see the man who claimed to be my father.
Stay on. It's safe here. None of the prisoners are awake.
Prisoners? Did the outside world think that we were in a dungeon? Did the Nerethians truly believe that the Hyndroyl crystals didn't need to be charged by someone's abilities? I assumed that the Najorian captives were more of a badly kept secret. But that other visitor's confusion told me that maybe my assumption was wrong. How would the Nerethian people react once they found out the truth?
What's the plan? Your problem is your incompetent brother, correct? It is. He handed someone over to Emperor Tolda without thinking. He allowed so many of our people to go missing without a thought. His only goal is keeping his head down. We deserve more. A friend of mine can solve the problem for you. He's a prince who has a lot of power and contacts. Assassins, persuasion, banishment. They can get it all done for you. What would be the price? He loves science. You would probably have to collect a few Earth women for him. With your abilities, I imagine you can snatch up a few. Women? Why? He's fascinated with the anatomy of humans. Don't ask me why. The prince loves science. How many are we talking? Just take a couple. He would also like a few of your soul-sick. Maybe he can fix them. Doubt it. I can snag a few humans, no problem. Where do I bring them? Back here by tomorrow night. We'll conduct this business at the Rema Estate. There's no need to let the future Nerethian queen know that I'm handing Prince Ellerin one of her precious humans. She'd try to kill me. If you die, the bombs are rigged to detonate. Jade's aware of that fact. You don't know her. She'd find a way to save the humans without killing me. She's sneaky like that. Will do. I'll meet you guys tomorrow night. I better move fast. I'll be having to travel at warp speed to make it on time. So expensive. I'm sure a prince like you can handle it,
Lord Peirc said.
Indeed. I have a generous salary. Lord Peirc! The attack is going to start on Lena's hiding spot in 10 minutes. Do you want to watch?
A third man shouted from above.
Sure will, Hunts. Lift me up.
After a minute, I heard the sound that announced that the ceiling was sealing up.
They're gone,
Christian mentally told me, and I sighed in relief. Chapter 13. Gwen. Location unknown. Can you free all of these people? I asked as I leaned up against Christian's prison. Angelo nodded.
It used to be the method that was used to contain the Najorian warriors whose powers were too out of control,
he explained. I moved away from Christian's box and watched as Angelo began tapping on the side of Christian's prison. A light flashed, and a keypad slid out of the side of the box. Angelo pressed a series of buttons, then the lid slowly lifted and Christian let out a groan. Angelo pulled a pill bottle out of his backpack and fished a horse pill out. He placed the pill into Christian's mouth and then held the canteen to his lips. Christian took the pill, then slowly sat up.
Najorians are weakened by Blicktar. These pills counteract the effects of the mineral.
Christian hopped out of his box and slowly approached me, a wide grin on his face.
My Gwen, you are beautiful.
After his words were spoken, he pulled me into his arms and planted a soft kiss to my lips. I held him close as emotions flooded me. He was the constant presence in my mind, the man who had tried his best to save me. He was the one who teleported Anna and me out of the destroyed lab. He could have left Anna behind, but he strained himself to rescue another person. He was nothing but sunshine and goodness, too good for someone like me. I knew that he wouldn't have considered making the decisions that I have. In fact, if he truly knew my heart, he would probably run away. So I cherished the moment, enjoying the feel of his arms around mine.
You're good, Gwen,
Christian whispered to me.
If you weren't, you never would have tried to save me.
Christian, I whispered. I couldn't speak through the horrid lump in my throat. Instead, I began to cry. He rubbed my back, his touch soothing the broken pieces of my soul.
Lovebirds, we need to get the hell out of here,
a male snapped. I pulled away from Christian and found a tall man with long black hair and green eyes standing a foot from Angelo.
As we had our moment, 9 people were freed from their prisons. Anna was standing beside an average-height man with light brown hair and olive skin. He spoke softly to her, and tears began flowing down her face.
"She's relieved she isn't pregnant,"
Christian mentally told me.
"Ryan's gift is healing."
I was relieved for Anna, since it meant that she wouldn't be used as an incubator. If the procedure had been successful, the clones would have hunted David's mother down for the rest of her life. It took minutes for Angelo to free the last of the people. As soon as everyone was out of their prisons, Angelo eyed Christian with hope in his eyes.
"We need to get everyone back to the ship. If I show you the image that's in my mind, could you give it to everyone?" "What about you?"
Christian asked.
"I wanted to wait to see if I could kill clones before escaping, but your plight convinced me that I need backup. I could always teleport back in here to trap the clone and dispose of it,"
Angelo said. Hold on. Clones? What are you guys talking about? No, wait. Who are you? A short, thin woman asked.
"I'm Angelo Diger, and I'm from the Earth settlement. I originally came to this solar system to help rescue someone Lord Peirc kidnapped, but then my group and I encountered mental clones."
Angelo described the process of creating a hive mind, and I still couldn't believe it. The expressions on the faces of the people standing with us were either horror, dread, or disbelief.
"I thought that clones were eradicated centuries ago,"
Ryan the healer said.
"We thought that as well. Lord Peirc was going to offer me up as a replacement, since he killed Emperor Tolda,"
Angelo explained.
"Forget killing clones. We need to get out of here,"
Ryan insisted.
"How are you getting the 2 Nerethians out of here?"
a tall, middle-aged man asked.
"I have the ability to teleport 2 people at a time,"
Angelo said. Christian's eyes lit up.
"Then you can teleport my Gwen. I'm too weak to transmit my power to her."
The ceiling suddenly opened up and 5 people were lowered down. Christian paled.
"I didn't hear them coming." "Because we blocked ourselves,"
a tall man wearing aviators announced.
"So many specimens to use." "Clone!"
Angelo shouted. We all dove away from the men, not wanting to be close to the monstrosity, who laughed.
"I won't hurt any of you. On the contrary, I just need a couple of donations, and you can teleport away. No sense in keeping specimen who are weak."
"Donations?" I asked, my legs aching from being crouched in front of Christian's former prison.
"Gwen, not from you. Thanks to your father, we were never able to test out the technology used to subdue your kind. We aren't interested in dealing with another destroyed lab. We'll recapture you later, when we have the means."
I eyed the other guards, who were blank-faced. Great. These people were being controlled, just like I was when I was forced to murder a Janton. My mind went back to that man, horrified but resigned.
"Don't think of it, Gwen. It wasn't your fault,"
Christian mentally told me. But his warm support only twisted me up inside, because I didn't deserve it.
"If we say no, will you kill us?"
the man with the green eyes demanded.
"I'll kill you and keep your bodies in a preservative, so I can experiment on your cells. I'm only asking for blood samples from 5 of you. That's it."
Prince Ellerin's words brought me back to the tanks of body parts he held in that horrid lab. It's true. He does break disobedient people down for parts, I warned.
"Jay, don't bother. We should just give the man the samples,"
Christian said, glaring at the man with the bad attitude. "I won't try to kill the clone, Christian. I'm looking to negotiate."
"What about Angelo? Is he free to go?"
Jay asked.
"Yes. We don't accept Lord Peirc's terms. We choose who's genetically appropriate to join our hive mind, not him,"
Prince Ellerin replied. I was relieved for Angelo, but felt terrible for the fact that his plans were being stomped on. He wanted to learn more about the clones. Getting captured would have provided him with great intel.
We'll all be able to go home? And won't be hunted down again?
Jay demanded.
I have no quarrel with any of you. I just want samples,
Prince Ellerin assured.
Not limbs, right?
Jay was being cautious, and I couldn't blame him.
No, just blood samples,
Prince Ellerin declared.
Fine,
Jay grumbled. He walked over to Prince Ellerin and held out his arm. The prince grinned and produced a needle that was attached to a glass tube. He jabbed Jay, and it took seconds for the blood to fill the tube.
You can go,
Prince Ellerin declared. Jay grinned and teleported away.
I wonder if he went back to Earth?
Angelo asked.
If he did, he'll be hunted down by Prince Daon's guards and killed. That prince can't afford for his uncle to know what he's been doing with the half-breed Najorians,
Prince Ellerin said, gesturing to the next person. It would have been nice for him to mention that tidbit. 4 other Najorian volunteered. Then the clones and his minions were floated out of the room and the roof slid into place.
Let's head back to the ship, Angelo said.
He walked over to me and held out a hand. I took it, and Anna took the other. And then a wave of heat wrapped around me. One moment, my vision was blurry. The next, I was standing in a wide hallway of a spaceship. My mother exited one of the rooms, and her eyes widened when she saw me. "Angelo, you brought Gwen back to me," she cried. Angelo released my hand and I ran to her. Mom wrapped her arms around me and I hugged her, relieved that we were reunited again. "Angelo was telling the truth," I softly said. "He was. Where are the others, Angelo?" Determination flashed in my mother's eyes, an emotion I wasn't used to seeing.
Jade, Mira, and Prince Zamire have been captured by Lord Peirc. I'm not sure about the others,
Angelo replied. "We need to rescue Jade. She's the hope of our entire race," my mother said, her eyes wide with horror. There was a part of the equation missing. I didn't fully trust my mother. She was clearly up to something, and I was going to figure out what it was. I was deceived by my mother, who played the weeping coward. There was more to her. That meant that she could have escaped with me, if she truly wanted to. That fact made my mother a dangerous person.
Chapter 14. Sheena. Naratha. The Rebel Base. I turned off the shower in the communal bathroom. Boys and girls shared, which was a bit odd, but I went with it. I walked out of the stall and saw Amber leaning against the wall, with her arms crossed. Her dark hair was damp, and she was wearing a spaghetti strap knee-length dress and a pair of gold-studded sandals. The waterproof backpack that she left the ship with sat on the tiled floor beside her. "You look unhappy," I said, wanting to dash to my room to change. I made a lucky mistake and forgot my spare change of clothes.
"We have a problem."
"Another one?" If Amber decided to play hero for someone else, I'd slap her.
"Molly shifted back and is demanding to come with Winston and me to rescue Jade. She thinks she can be helpful."
"He is a wolf. What's the problem?" I loved Amber, but she was seriously holding me up.
"Nina also wants to come along, remember? Wouldn't it be easier if Winston and I could teleport to the royal estate, snatch our friends, and be on our way?"
"No. Thanks to your display, Lord Peirc is probably expecting that. I doubt he'll be ready for a wolf. Imagine what he'll do if Molly shifted in front of him," I said. Amber's hands lit up.
"Oh, good. I can't wait to kill the bastard."
Deric teleported into the bathroom, his eyes wide with shock.
"Change of plans. One of us needs to go to Earth and speak to the casters."
"One of us? Amber's the only one who knows anything about the casters. It obviously has to be her. Why does someone need to speak to the casters? If Deric found another problem to pile on our plate, I'd shake him.
Lord Peirc is holding Jade hostage. He wants Jade to marry Zamire. Then, when they are coronated, they have to make him the ruler of Janton. If they don't obey or they kill him, he'll detonate a bomb that was placed in LA. If anyone kills Lord Peirc, bombs will detonate in several populated cities on Earth.
Deric's words caused a headache to bloom right between my eyes. Amber cursed. Why do I have a feeling that your intel is going to get worse?
Lord Peirc is going to give Prince Ellerin Angelo to add to the hive.
And Mira? I reluctantly asked.
She's still alive. Lord Peirc has decided that she could be Jade's lady's maid. Amber, I know you want to save Jade, but you need to go to Earth first,
my soulmate said.
To disarm the bombs. Because in order to save Jade, I have to make sure that Lord Peirc's death won't kill millions. I need help tracking down the explosives. Since King Rayon is useless, I suppose I'll have to grovel to the guild.
Are they as horrible as King Rayon? I wondered.
No. Celeste will believe me. Winston and I will leave tomorrow.
Can Angelo escape Prince Ellerin?
Deric sighed.
He has a chance of escaping. I don't want to say too much, in case of listening ears.
I sure hoped so. I didn't go through all that trouble to try to save Angelo, only to lose him again. He was quickly becoming one of my best friends. If we're lucky, Jade and Angelo are being kept in the same place, I said. My hopes were dashed when Deric shook his head.
I was about to ask him another question when a redhead entered the bathroom,
followed by a short, curvy brunette.
Pee, and don't talk to anyone,
the redhead ordered. Molly, you will pay for this treatment. When Dad comes for me, he'll be dead, since almost everyone on this base wants him dead. Molly's words made me shudder. If Amber didn't enlist the help of the casters, no one would be killing Lord Peirc anytime soon. You will pay for this, Molly, Vanessa said, before hobbling into a bathroom stall and slamming it shut.
Why can't we just kill the broad? It would make everything easier,
Molly said, to no one in particular. Because she's your misguided sister. Everyone deserves a chance at redemption, I said, unconvinced of Leah's logic. It would have been better if we killed the traitor or stashed her in a place where she could no longer conspire with her precious daddy. Even Lex understands that Lord Peirc is nothing but a self-serving creep. Why in the world can't Vanessa get that? Molly complained. The image of Max's head being lopped off filled my head. I let out a shudder, not wanting to voice my thoughts out loud. Lex saw his father's true colors too late. I figured once you murdered people, there was no turning back. Because she's scared. She thinks that Lord Peirc is the only person that can protect her. She doesn't believe that any of us stand a chance in defeating him, I instinctively replied. Deric nodded.
She doesn't like Lord Peirc, but is clinging to him anyway. Her mother is still in the harem.
It doesn't make me sympathize with her, Molly grumbled. Vanessa stormed out of the bathroom stall and washed her hands. After flipping us off, the traitor bolted from the room, an annoyed Molly following behind her.
We need to grab some food, then should start researching the Najorian settlement.
I wanted to groan, since research wasn't exactly my favorite thing to do, but Deric was right. I'm going to find Winston so I can tell him about the change of plans, Amber said. She teleported away, leaving Deric and I alone. The tension began to make the air chisel. My skin was craving Deric's touch so badly that I was tempted to pull him into me. I swallowed, trying to control my impulses. Damn it. Deric wasn't over Mira yet. He needed time to get over her so that we could have a healthy relationship. I needed to get the hell out of the bathroom before I did something stupid. Come on, Sheena. Think of something. I teleported out of the room, somehow reappearing in my assigned room without my towel. Yikes. I eyed the room, my eyes scanning the king-sized bed. No dice. It wasn't here. The hardwood floors were also bare. I let out a screech when Deric teleported into the room. He tossed the towel at me, and I caught it and bolted into the closet, where there were clothes on hangers and a row of shelves with undergarments. Lena seriously stocked my room well. I changed into a pair of silk shorts and a tank top and pressed my hands to my face. Deric was still out there, waiting for me to emerge from the closet. If I went out there, something would happen. I knew it with everything I was. The question was, did I want to take the next step with Deric? Was I ready to complete the bond with him? I wanted Deric. I craved a relationship with him. I just didn't want to be the second best. I bit my lip and exited the room, Deric's hurt-filled eyes landing on me.
You truly believe that you're second best?
You promised not to read my mind, I bit back.
Unless I thought you were in danger. You were gone for 15 minutes.
Deric, I see Mira and how sophisticated she is and just think, that's not me. I'm petty, selfish, hate being told what to do, and...
You're loyal, a good listener, love deeply, and love to have fun. Sweetheart, you're everything I ever wanted. If we had the bond, you would feel that.
Right. I'd be privy to feeling his emotions every day for the rest of my life. I'm not ready for that yet, Deric. Deric pulled me into his arms, and I held him close. He rubbed my back, his touch soothing something in me. I wanted to own this man's heart. I craved to be his everything. I just wasn't sure he could give me all of him until his marriage was truly behind him. A knock on the door pulled us apart. After I yelled, "Come in," Nina opened the door and wheeled in a cart with a platter of food and 2 tablets. Don't eat in the cafeteria. You'll be terribly annoyed by Molly and Vanessa. Winston and Amber made a run for it too, Nina informed us before rushing off. I closed the door behind her and shot Deric a grin. We'll eat, then research, I said. He nodded, and we dug into the salad and meat that Nina brought us. That night, I snuggled with Deric, glad that he offered to stay in my room. I had no desire to sleep in an unfamiliar space by myself. I rested my head on his chest and sighed when he ran his fingers through my hair. You think that our mission will be an in-and-out kind of deal? I asked.
With our luck? Probably not. But we've got to try to get them on our side.
You trust Lena?
Do we have a reason not to?
I didn't know the girl, but my instincts were telling me that she was on our side. We had very little time to woo the inhabitants of the Najorian and Janton settlements. Then, we needed to bring them all back to the base before aliens could capture them for experiments. My gut is telling me that something terrible is going to happen in 4 days. I hope we're successful, Deric.
We'll do our best to sway as many people as we can. That's all we can do, sweetheart.
Chapter 15. Naretha, the Najorian settlement. Blast of heat nearly knocked me off my feet when I arrived via teleportation at the entrance of the Najorian settlement. I furiously blinked, trying to orient myself. Damn the horrid heat. After I got back to Silversmith, I would no longer complain about the cold Massachusetts winters. I could use a bit of snow right about now. Hell, I'd even do snow angels while wearing a hideous pair of earmuffs.
You okay?
Deric asked. My senses were still fried from the journey. I hadn't even noticed that he was beside me.
Here, drink some water.
I eagerly took the canteen Deric handed to me. I took a sip of ice-cold water. After the blunder that happened yesterday, me teleporting without the towel, we didn't want to take any chances. Deric traveled with both backpacks. Let me carry the bag, I said, after closing the canteen. Deric picked up one of the waterproof backpacks that were sitting in the sand, and I dumped the canteen into it and zipped it back up before taking it from him. After the weight of the bag was on my back, I studied our surroundings. There was a 15-foot-high gate blocking our entrance. From what the research told us, the fence was electrified to keep Nerethian trespassers out. Apparently, it was the gracious king's duty to protect the Najorians, a nearly extinct species. Ugh, it sounded like these people were stuck in a nature preserve. Deric grabbed my hand and tilted his head. I could feel magical sparks traveling from my heart to my shoulders and down my arm. As soon as the sparks entered Deric's body, his skin began to glow. I was about to rip my hand away when Deric shook his head.
It's a quirk of our connection. You make me stronger, Sheena. This will only increase after we complete the bond.
Why did I suddenly feel like crap for not giving myself to Deric? Not completing the bond put us at a severe disadvantage.
Don't feel bad, sweetheart. I want you to love me when we complete the bond,
Deric softly told me. This wasn't the time to talk about our feelings. In fact, I would prefer not thinking of what I felt for Deric. What do you hear?
Nothing. I'm not getting anything from these people. Their minds aren't reachable to me.
Is there a telepath blocking you? I asked.
No. I'd feel it if it were another telepath. I just don't understand what's going on.
If I touch the gate, you think I can get a vision?
It's electrified. Do you really want to risk it?
Not really, but it beats standing out in the open. My instincts were telling me that we didn't have long to convince the Najorians and the Jantons to leave their homes. We couldn't spend half a day standing there. Let's try teleporting through?
Sheena, we don't have a picture of what's beyond the fence.
Then we're back to me having a vision. It was stupid, but I ran to the gate and touched it.
This is some crap,
a tall guy with dark, curly hair and chocolate skin complained. He stood under an overhang of a building. He wore a blue hospital gown, a black cuff wrapped around each wrist. The door opened and a short, thin woman with strawberry blonde hair exited. She peered up at the guy with pity. Devin, you aren't going home. You can't teleport. You will never see your family again.
You may accept that, Astrid, but I won't. I'm going home. My parents will tell King Rayon to look for me.
And King Rayon won't bother. You aren't one of the elite that attends one of his fancy academies. Prince Dayon never kidnaps those people. He targets Najorian that live in the human world. Now get back inside and start working out. The person in last place gets sent away to give donations.
Good. While I'm being transported out of here, I can attack our captors and escape.
And how will you get away, Devin? This entire country is filled with Blicktar. You're trapped. Now come and...
Astrid, I'm not giving up just yet, and neither should you. That's what these people want, you know that?
Astrid smiled. They are all like you in the beginning. One day, you'll see.
What kind of donation does Prince Dayon want me to give these people?
I don't know. Whoever leaves never comes back. Then, in 5 years or so, they request for us to send somebody else, Listen, Devin, I sat up and frowned down at my hands. They weren't burned. Was the whole electrocution thing a lie? I stared at Deric, who was sitting in the sand beside me, horror on his face. See, babe? I survived.
No, I knocked you over before you got to the fence and you had a vision. Prince Daon is kidnapping people and is holding them here. Why? Where is the Najorian settlement?
Either Daon wanted to add to the Najorian population, or everyone who originally came here is dead. Grief filled Deric's face.
2,000 Najorians came here during the mass exodus. That can't be.
Why do the Nerethians need genetic material? I asked.
I don't know. I have theories, and none of them are good. Are you ready to try to teleport?
Yes, I said. I concentrated on the brick building with the overhang and felt my body move to it. Moments later, I was standing in the very spot where Devin had been standing. I was drained of energy. My legs begged me to sit on the concrete and take a nap. Instead, I leaned against the glass doors and was relieved when Deric appeared, a look of concern on his face.
The gate is made out of blicktar. That's why I couldn't hear anyone. I can hardly hear anyone now.
Do we go in? I asked.
We have nowhere else to go.
I took a deep breath and pulled the door open. I was relieved when Arctic air blasted me in the face. We entered a reception area where a short, thin brunette with waist-length locks was slumped behind a reception desk. She abruptly sat up and let out a yawn. Her blue eyes widened when she spotted us. She eyed our bare wrists and paled. Did Prince Daon send you? I'm so sorry. Let me get your quarters prepared. We thought we had a few more hours. No, we aren't with Prince Daon. I'm Sheena, and this is my compatible Deric. We came to rescue you. The brunette sighed. Unless you aren't allergic to blicktar, I don't see how that's possible. Are you lying to me? On instinct, I reached out and grasped the brunette's wrist, my fingers resting on the black cuff. I relaxed when nothing happened to me. See? I'm human. I can touch the cuffs. If you're human, how did you teleport? The Najorian asked. Damn, that's a long story. But, humans have their own powers. I'm a caster. I think that's why I absorbed Deric's ability to teleport. Another friend of mine, a fellow caster, has a Najorian soulmate, and she can do the same thing. The brunette got to her feet and looked around the area. You need to hide before Astrid sees you. She's Prince Daon's lover. She spies for him. Go to room 22. If you can get these cuffs off, I'll come with you. You just have to hide until I'm done with my shift. I'm Toby, by the way. I've been here a year, and I'm ready to go home. Deric mentally showed me an image of our destination. I focused and teleported into a closet-sized room with a twin bed and a dresser. There was no closet, no desk, or anything to do for entertainment. I sat on the floor, not wanting to dirty Toby's bed with my sand-covered butt. Deric teleported a minute later, waving my backpack at me.
You forgot this again,
he teased. I didn't even notice that I teleported without it, I said through a yawn.
At least you kept your clothes this time,
Deric quipped. Oh, shut up, you, I laughed. Deric sat beside me and grinned.
It was quite the show. When I saw your towel on the bathroom floor, I knew exactly what happened. I teleported to catch a glimpse of you. And I wasn't disappointed.
His admission made me blush and light my insides on fire at the same time. I tried to find words, but couldn't think of any to say. This man was something else. Well, I'll be sure to, return the favor once you make the mistake. Really, Sheena? That's the best you can produce? I needed to work on my game.
I will most definitely return the favor, sweetheart. I can strip for you right now, if you would like, my soulmate offered.
I swallowed. Not now. The door opened, and Astrid strolled in, a vial in her grip. She stared down at us with a confused expression. I eyed the vial with suspicion. Who were you two? I wasn't told about new recruits, Astrid said, a calculating expression on her face. Recruits? This lady was seriously brainwashed if she didn't refer to her people as prisoners. Prince Daon must have fed her a lot of crap. I bit my lip, hoping that she wouldn't notice that our wrists lacked cuffs. The universe didn't grant my hopeless wish. Astrid stared down at our bare wrists and paled. Chapter 16. Sheena. Naretha, the Najorian settlement. She lifted the vial and tossed it at us. I screeched, and suddenly I was flying into the air, landing in the furthest corner away from the door. I heard the vial break, glass shattering onto the hardwood. An overwhelming pine scent flooded the room, making my stomach queasy. It was obviously some kind of poison. Seriously, could things go smoothly for us? Just once? I covered my nose with the bottom of my shirt and peered around the small room. Deric was on the other side of the bed, shaking his head back and forth, as if he was trying to dislodge something from his ear. The liquid in that vial was obviously something that was potent to Najorians. Astrid was out in the hallway, a smirk on her face. There was no sympathy, regret, or hesitation. The more I looked at this traitor, the angrier I became. My soulmate was struggling with whatever she unleashed, and I could do nothing to help him. On instinct, I launched myself over the bed and straight at Astrid, sending us both slamming into the floor. She broke my fall, the back of her head slamming against the ground. I glared at her. "What was in that vial?" I shouted. Astrid attempted to move, but it was obvious that I was stronger than she was. We voted! Move, She obviously broke a rib, if her shallow breathing was any indication. But I couldn't muster up any pity for her. The poison was meant for Toby. I just needed to know why.
Sweetheart, you can stop attacking Astrid. I'm fine,
Deric softly said. No, I hissed. I felt my hands burn and peered down at them. The wispy red smoke was back again. I could destroy this threat and we could...
Sheena, look at me,
Deric begged. I stood and faced my soulmate, who had a relieved expression on his face. You okay?
Liquid Blicktar is a nasty thing. One drop can poison a Najorian for days. I had to take one of my tablets to stop my reaction.
I eyed Astrid, recalling the information that Toby provided us. Prince Daon gave you the liquid Blicktar?
Yes. They have some sort of competition to decide who has to provide the Narethians a donation. Whoever loses will be forced to wait by the gate for transport to arrive. Her goal was to weaken Toby so she would lose the competition.
Why Toby? I asked Deric, whose eyes hardened.
Prince Daon expressed an interest in her. Astrid enjoys being his mistress because it gets her extra privileges.
Disgust at the thought that a grown man would desire someone who was barely 15 filled my gut. Footsteps ran toward the room, which didn't bode well for us. I prepared to fight, but relaxed when Devon rounded the corner dressed in the customary hospital gown.
What's going on here?
Astrid was trying to rig the competition by poisoning Toby. Apparently, Prince Daon expressed an interest in her, I reported.
Devin shook his head.
Astrid, it's what I said. Don't let this place turn you into a monster. Who are you guys?
I'm Sheena, and this is my compatible Deric. We're here to rescue you.
Astrid got to her feet and glared at me.
You mean try to rescue us. There's no way out. In case you haven't noticed, the gate is made out of blicktar. None of us can move it.
That's not our only problem. How are you going to get the cuffs off us?
Devin asked. Damn. Amber would have an answer for this sort of thing. She was brilliant, resourceful, and full of daring. What in the hell would she do in this situation? I imagined my friend storming into this hellhole and pictured her hands lighting up. Nope, I couldn't destroy the cuffs with night magic. What was the second option? An image of me lifting weights with Rawson came into mind. Great. I would seriously have to consider pulling the cuffs apart. I frowned and walked over to Astrid. I'd experiment on her, since I didn't care for her too much. I gripped the cuffs between my fingers on either side of her wrists and took deep breaths. I concentrated on the energy that ran through my veins. I counted to 3 and pulled with all my might. The cuffs snapped, both pieces dangling in my fingertips. Immediately, Astrid fell to her knees and gripped her head. I eyed Deric, who quickly explained.
Her abilities are rushing back to her. My guess is that she has been a captive for years.
I eyed Devin, whose eyes widened.
Okay, try me next.
I removed his cuffs with little effort and tossed the poisonous contraption to the floor. He flexed and stretched, trying to get used to his freedom.
There are 15 of us in this hellhole. Do you think you can free us all?
Devin asked.
15?
Deric couldn't believe the number.
Over the years, they have taken people away to donate genetic material. No one comes back after that. I have been the first prisoner to come here in 3 years.
Horror and grief slammed into me, the emotions nearly causing me to faceplant. 2,000 people escaped to this settlement, and only 15 people were left? Deric's green eyes filled with tears.
No,
Deric croaked.
There are only 15 people here, man. The settlement started out with 2,000. And from what you're saying, most of you were kidnapped from Earth? Is there anyone from the original group of settlers here?
Deric demanded. Astrid shook her head. No, Dayon told me that they all passed away.
Why do Nerethians need genetic material from us?
Devin asked, interrupting the sputtering Astrid.
I told you, I don't know,
We don't have time for this. Where is everyone else? I asked, a sense of urgency coming over me. Astrid nodded. Follow me. We followed Astrid down the hallway and into the elevator. I stood close to Deric, who looked lost. I couldn't blame him for his mood. The crown prince of his people was a traitor who wiped out an entire settlement of a nearly extinct race. It was hard to process why someone would have a hand in something so sinister. The elevator doors dinged and flew open, revealing a spacious area with mats covering the floor of half of the room. People were sitting on mats, as if they were waiting for an event to start.
Toby gasped and got to her feet and ran toward us.
What are you two doing here? I told you to stay in the room. I wonder who was going to tell the girl that Astrid discovered us because she was intending on rigging the competition by poisoning her. We were busted, I explained.
I'd tell Toby how shady Astrid was later.
Now we needed to move.
I grasped Toby's cuff and yanked.
Hurry up, guys! We are getting out of here! I shouted. Everyone stood and swarmed me. Thank goodness there would be no convincing to do. Good, as I wasn't what someone called a persuasive speaker. It didn't take me long to undo the cuffs.
but something felt off, like something was coming. I eyed Deric, whose eyes were bouncing around the room, taking everything in. I wished that I could comfort him. After I destroyed the last of the cuffs, I eyed the prisoners. Our goal is to escape over the gate. It's made out of Blicktar, so Deric will have to give you some of his stash. I thanked our lucky stars that Rayon allowed Mira to take 2 crates full of anti-Blicktar medication. It was Jade who suggested that everyone should carry bottles of pills in their backpacks.
Mine was currently back in Toby's room, so I teleported to it.
I snatched up both backpacks and took deep breaths. Okay, Sheena. You need to take everything back with you this time. You can do it. Deric can't come back to this stupid room. After my mental pep talk, I teleported back to the prisoners. I opened my backpack and tossed Devon a bottle of pills. Take 1 pill. The dose lasts 24 hours. Protect the bottle with your life. Naretha is loaded with Blicktar, I warned.
What the hell is Blicktar?
Devon asked. The mineral you're allergic to. It makes you weak. Devon nodded and popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed. Deric followed suit, quickly passing out bottles. I had 10 in my bag that I promptly handed off to the prisoners. It made sense for me to deplete my stash first, since I didn't need the medication. Deric took 5 bottles from his 20-bottle stash and reluctantly handed them to the rest of the group. Everyone took the pills dry, which told me that they were desperate to keep moving.
Astrid, know a secret way out?
Deric asked. I think so, Astrid replied, right before the lights went out. Oh, crap. We were really screwed now.
Guys, we have to fight our way out. A flyer just uncloaked on top of the building. The men are armed and have come here to take all of us. I'm not sure what for, as some of their thoughts are being cloaked, Deric reported. We've got to fight with everything we have.
Considering that Deric and I were the only ones with weapons, I couldn't figure out how these beaten-down prisoners would put up a fight against trained soldiers. That meant that this was all up to us. Great! Did I mention that I hated being a caster?
Chapter 17. Sheena. Naretha. The Najorian village. I focused on the entrance to the cursed settlement, and I was there, standing under the overhang. It wasn't surprising that I was the last to arrive. I was freaking out and tried my best not to leave the backpack, which rested on my back. Sighing, I eyed Deric, whose face was pointed to the sky. A warning hit my gut, and I yelled, "Away from the building!" I ran into the heat, desperate to get as far away from the building as possible. Deric was at my side, his concerned gaze periodically meeting mine. We barely made it 50 feet when something rocked the ground under our feet. I went airborne and landed 20 feet away, right on top of Deric, whose arms immediately wrapped around my back. He peered up at me, his glazed green eyes searching my face. I heard grunts of pain, screams and sniffles, along with a horrid beeping sound. I brushed Deric's hair back, concern burning my heart. His eyes were closing. "Deric, keep your eyes open," I pleaded. "Focus." Deric's eyes opened, and he winced.
What happened?
"I don't know, but you saved me." I kissed his forehead and slowly rolled off Deric and sat up. Everyone was trying to get to their feet. Devon was the first to stand, his wrist twisted at the wrong angle. He winced and shook his head.
Half of the building is gone. The flyer was destroyed.
"Accidental bombing?" Astrid asked as she got to her feet. "No clue," I replied. Deric was still in the sand, barely moving. It looked like I was running the show. "Can everyone get to their feet?" I shouted. I think so, Toby grumbled. She let out a pained cry, but thankfully was able to stand. Devin and Astrid worked on getting everyone up. I walked over to Deric and rubbed his shoulder. Let me help you, babe. He looked up at me and his face turned green. I thought my compatible was about to toss his last meal on my shoes. What kind of injuries did he have? I wanted to inspect every inch of his body to figure out what was wrong, but we didn't have time to soothe my worries. Whoever blew up the flyer was lurking in the area, and our group wouldn't stand a chance against them. I tossed one of Deric's arms over my shoulder and helped him to his feet. By the time Deric was standing, sweat was pouring down my back. I wrapped my arm around his waist, determined to give him as much support as possible. Astrid gestured to the gate, and to my astonishment, it shattered into fine pieces. I blinked, surprised by the feat. Did Astrid possess telekinesis? But her gasp told me that my assumption was horribly off mark. I was horrified when the pieces of the gate flew into the air and promptly vanished. Deric's arm wrapped around my waist, his eyes finally clearing. We watched as a black flyer uncloaked where the gate used to be, and blinked when a staircase suddenly slid all the way down to the sand. We watched as a janton that was nearly 8 feet tall descended, his eyes covered with shades. It was obviously a clone. I could tell by the way Deric stiffened. Send them the image of the rebel base, I mentally told Deric. He winced and closed his eyes, as if it hurt to breathe. The janton slowly approached, a grin on his face.
Greetings, specimens. I'm glad everyone made it out of the building. It's unfortunate that the Nerethian guards perished. We hate wasting viable genetic material.
Clones, I whispered under my breath. Deric could barely move, and we were supposed to defend ourselves against madmen? Who are you? Astrid demanded.
I'm Prince Ellerin, and I've come to offer you a bargain. Come with us willingly, or die.
Right, because that was seriously a choice. If my soulmate wasn't so banged up, I would have ordered the group to charge. But some of them were injured pretty badly. Could they teleport in that condition?
Not now. We need to stall the clone.
Right. What was I supposed to do? Break into song? I could only imagine what they would think if I began singing a ballad. Would that be seen as resisting? What kingdom are you the prince of? Astrid asked. The janton and his brainwashed friends were getting antsy. I could see that by the way the clone was caressing his blaster rod. Damn it, Sheena, think of something. We can't go with someone that would most likely shove the Najorian into a Blicktar-encrusted building. They were only recovering from the horrors they faced in prison. I would have to be a one-woman show, I supposed.
I do not have to answer to you, specimen. I just need to know if you agree to come to my lab. If you don't, the pilot has been instructed to dump liquid Blicktar all over your group.
Well, wasn't that a piece of crap? How in the hell was I supposed to kill the clone and prevent the pilot from dumping liquid Blicktar on us? Fine, we'll go, Astrid decided. What? I hadn't thought of a brilliant plan, but anything had to be better than obeying a clone. Prince Ellerin clapped, and a flyer above us uncloaked. I panicked, not wanting to be caught dead being dissected in a lab. I yanked at the power that was bubbling up in me and tossed it at the flyer, which did nothing. The black mist barely shook the stupid transport. Before I could try something else, the clone let out an ear-piercing scream. Prince Ellerin and his hijacked buddies suddenly fell to the ground like bowling pins. Deric shook, as if the power were taking a toll out of him.
Teleport! Now!
Deric shouted. I pulled away from Deric and glared in his direction. You first, I insisted. I'll look out for the others. My instincts told me that Deric's attack wouldn't keep our enemies down for long. That meant that if I left Deric, he might be stuck fighting for his freedom. Astrid was the first to teleport away, followed by Devon. A few of the Najorians struggled before vanishing. I eyed Deric, who collapsed onto the ground, knocked out cold. I was truly screwed unless I came up with something brilliant. Toby rushed over to me, her eyes wide with fear. I can't teleport. It isn't working. We were the last of the group still standing, and the clone's hand was twitching. I eyed the flyer in the sky and pondered something. It looks like we have to steal a ride, I realized unhappily. Toby gulped. Do you know how to fly that thing? I can learn. I'm sure it isn't too hard. All we have to do is teleport into the flyer, toss out the occupants, and carry Deric up the stairs. Okay. You'll, go in there? Right. Now that Deric was out, it would appear that I was the muscle. Oh, joy! Rawson was about to be really proud. After grabbing the blaster, I sprinted for the clone's flyer and ran up the stairs, my heart rate pumping at the thought of committing grand theft. I entered the flyer and saw a pilot slumped in his seat, and crates covering every inch of the seating area. Even if I did steal this stupid flyer, it would be one uncomfortable ride. Shoving the gun in my pocket, I shimmied through a stack of boxes and reached the pilot's chair and peered at the Janton in it. He was blinking rapidly, his eyes wide and confused, until he spotted me. At first, I was naive enough to believe that the power Deric and I used must have cured him of being brainwashed. Then he snarled, "Stupid Nerethian," and swung for my head. I fell on top of a box and desperately fired my laser rod, a blast turning him to ash. I cursed when the laser fire also split the pilot's seat in half. I hoped that I didn't destroy anything important. I eyed the screen and thankfully could read the words "discharge cannon" and saw a box with a yes and a no. I hobbled into the half seat and ignored the ashes of the dead man and tapped at the touchscreen, whose interface resembled a tablet. I tapped the "no" box and climbed over boxes to make it to the stairs. Toby, can you carry Deric up here? I was being sarcastic, but was relieved when Toby jogged over, gripping Deric in a fireman's carry. I'm sure she had super strength. Damn. I owed that girl my life. She seriously came through for us. I scooted back into the half chair and sat. I'd need to take off as soon as Deric was belted in, but I'd be sure to leave the evil clone a nasty surprise. Deric groaned when Toby shoved him between the boxes and the ceiling and pushed. That woke him up enough to grab onto the co-pilot's chair and maneuver himself in a seat. Toby joined me next and sighed before sitting between our chairs. I eyed the menus and allowed my instincts to guide me. I rolled up the stairs, closed the flyer, then got higher into the air. Then, I tapped the explosive icon and fired it at the other flyer. Then the area where the clone was still lying. I was thankfully high enough that the controlled explosion didn't affect the flyer. Then I set a course to the Janton settlement, since it was actually on the map. Chapter 18. Lena. Stuck in a vision. Lex is healing faster than I expected, Leah announced as she approached David. He was sitting at one of the cafeteria tables, eating a bowl of cornflakes. He peered up at Leah and nodded. I know. Lena said that he would get what's coming to him, but I still can't stand being around the guy. Leah pulled out a chair and sat. He isn't ours to kill. You know that. Besides, he actually did something brave. He did something self-serving, Leah. Think about it. If Lena dies, then we are all screwed. Leah nodded. Right. I almost forgot myself.
Sirens began blaring, causing David to let out a curse.
It's the first attack,
Leah cried. David got to his feet and raced for the door, his eyes filled with determination. He raced down the hall and into the elevator, Leah following close behind him. The elevator doors opened, revealing Molly pinning Vanessa to the wall.
Let me go!
Vanessa shrieked.
Dad is here to save me!
Molly let out a growl and her teeth elongated. She was tempted to bite Vanessa, which was a horrible idea. David pressed a button and the elevator went downward, all the way to the 30 below ground level floor.
If you don't stop moving, I'll rip your throat out,
Molly threatened. I was relieved when the elevator doors opened and a hallway with no doors was revealed. David and Leah sped into the hallway, David frantically tapping at the wall that faced the elevator. The wall slid apart, revealing a control room. If anyone were to raid the rebel base, they would only see a bare room with desks with stacks of folders on top of them. David sat behind the desk closest to the door and tapped on the edge of the desk. The desktop slid forward, revealing a tablet. He frantically tapped, causing a big screen to come down from the ceiling. 10 military flyers appeared on the screen, one of them directly above the brick building that concealed the opening of the underground base. Leah stood behind David's desk and watched as he tapped on the menu that listed the various assault cannons. Molly shoved Vanessa into the room and eyed the screen.
Oh, look, Vanessa!
Your saviors are about to get crispy. You only have yourself to blame for that.
No!
Vanessa screamed.
Father sent those men to save me!
Sorry, Vanessa. It's kill or be killed. I don't want to do this, but Molly's right. You gave us no choice. Regret filled David's face when he selected a cannon and fired. One of the flyers was obliterated by a blast, a warning sign to the others. 8 of the flyers zipped away, only leaving 1 military flyer to do battle with the rebels. It sent an explosive at the base, but the shield repelled the blast, sending it flying back to the flyer. The flyer barely moved out of the way in time, and the explosive detonated, destroying the landing platform. Damn, that's gonna be hard to replace, David grumbled before shooting the cannon at the flyer. It maneuvered out of the way, blast destroying more of the earth.
Dad isn't giving up on me. I'm important to him,
Vanessa bragged. David whooped when the flyer fled into the sunset.
Now, you accept your fate?
Leah asked Vanessa. Vanessa smirked.
You shouldn't be smug. Dad's got Jade right where he wants her. He's also really close to capturing Sheena and Deric.
Vanessa collapsed to the floor and began convulsing. Leah got to her feet and rushed to Vanessa, who was flopping on the floor like a fish out of water. Molly, hold down her legs. Molly sat on Vanessa's flaying legs while Leah peered into Vanessa's eyes and let out a curse.
It's Father. His telepathy is overwhelming her system. She can't handle it,
Leah cried. Molly released Vanessa's legs and quickly punched her in the temple, which stopped our sister's flailing. Why did she react that way? Molly asked. Because Lord Peirc was probably trying to see through her eyes. It's a tricky thing to master and isn't recommended performing if someone is too far away from you. Lord Peirc doesn't care. He just wants to use her as a pawn. I think Lord Peirc's soldiers are really gone, David said before tapping on the desk, which caused the desk to slide on top of it and for the screen to retract. For now, Dad was only trying to figure out how strong we are. He'll be prepared next time, David. We need more fighters. Hopefully Vanessa's lying and Deric and Sheena were successful. David got to his feet and lifted Vanessa into his arms and left the room, Molly and Leah following behind him. The elevator door opened, revealing a shell-shocked Amy and a concerned-looking Nina. David let out a groan upon seeing our sisters. Leah only gestured to Amy and said, "Speak." "Random people teleported into our cafeteria. From what this woman named Astrid told us, the Najorian settlement was attacked and I tried to fight it, but I was tossed into another vision. Now I had a view of a sprawling compound, complete with a 10-foot wall that was only separated by a wrought iron gate. I watched as a black Chevy SUV drove into the gate and up the mile-high driveway. The car continued until it reached the colonial mansion, which was bathed in sunlight less intense than the light on Neretha. The car parked and Amber hurried out, followed by Winston. They were both wearing jeans and t-shirts and running shoes. A blonde-haired guy rushed out of the house and took the granite steps 2 at a time. When he reached the couple, he frowned.
Amber, who's he?
The blonde didn't look too happy to see Winston. "My soulmate, Winston. Apparently, I have an alien soulmate too. Ben, where's Celeste? We have a giant problem."
She's in a meeting with the guild. Why?
"Perfect. I need to speak to the entire guild.
Amber, you can't bring an alien into our stronghold. That's against Coven rules."
"I don't give a crap, Ben. This is an emergency," Amber snapped. Ben's hands lit up.
"You can go, but you're leaving the alien behind."
"No, I'm not," Amber said. He nodded at Winston and they teleported away, taking me with them. We ended up in a spacious office with an antique desk that was complete with a leather chair. There was a towering bookcase that was stuffed with books, a fireplace, and a kitchenette. A tall, thin woman with a bob sat behind the desk, staring at her laptop. She let out a startled gasp when Amber and Winston appeared in front of her desk. "Warning 4, Celeste, we have not been compromised. I couldn't wait for an audience. We have an emergency. Lord Peirc, a Nerethian lord, has captured Jade, the Queen of Casters. She can't escape because if she does, he'll destroy LA with explosives that he planted there. We need help disarming the bombs." After Amber spoke, Celeste got to her feet. "Amber Marie Garcia, how can you teleport?" "I don't know. Winston's my compatible. You guys heard of Najorians, right?" Celeste shook her head. "So much promise. You tossed it away for a boy?" "It's biology. We belong to each other. You can't fault me for that. Besides, a war is coming. You need all the casters you can get." "War? Clones are infecting our galaxy. What do you think will happen once they are done with Neretha and Janton?" "Amber, you dare come in here, interrupt a meeting with the guild, and want to be taken seriously? There are rules you have to follow. We don't have time, Celeste. We've got to rescue Jade and what? You think that I'll let some random girl rule us all? She isn't a caster. She doesn't belong to a guild. She's nothing more than a fairy tale until she presents herself to us. If she's irresponsible enough to get herself kidnapped, she doesn't deserve her crown." Amber's hands lit up. "You would dare to keep Jade from her birthright?" Celeste's hands also began to glow. "Yes, I would. And there's nothing an excommunicated knight can do about it. Years of training, respect, and your family will all be gone if you decide to stay with that boy." Chapter 19. Lena, stuck in a vision.
"Sunbeam, I'll leave,"
Winston told Amber, his hand resting on her shoulder. Celeste smirked. "See, the alien knows what's best for you. You'll excommunicate me if I stay with Winston?" "It's the rules, Amber. You're a powerful knight. You should do your duty and marry someone as powerful as you are." Amber sighed. "Let's temporarily forget about the Winston problem. We need to disarm bombs, before one of Lord Peirc's henchmen sets one off.
Celeste, let the girl tell the story from the beginning, a male voice from the laptop urged.
Fine. Amber, hold the truth talisman and tell me everything, and I'll decide what I'm willing to do.
Celeste and Amber extinguished their magic, and Celeste went to the bookshelf and grabbed a small black pouch the size of a candy bar that was hidden between two books. She opened it, and Amber put her palm out, and the coven leader shook a pebble onto it.
Let's see.
Jade Bane was kidnapped by Lord Peirc, who happens to be her birth father. Her birth mother's name was Nellie. I believe Rose Garcia told me that Nellie was a caster.
What does Rose Garcia have to do with anything?
Celeste demanded. Well, there's no easy way to say this. Rose had a daughter with Lord Peirc. Her name is Gwen, and she's a knight. I haven't seen her power for myself, but Jade and a couple of her siblings told me that they witnessed her use it to kill her stepmother. Anyway, Lord Peirc is greedy and selfish, so, he wasn't happy when Rose married my father. She offered Dad a deal. Allow me to go to the harem, or allow Lord Peirc to kill him. He chose to give his life so I wouldn't end up in a harem. Lord Peirc's son was ordered to behead my father. Sheena saw this in a vision. I myself haven't had the chance to confront Lex. I honestly don't want to, if I'm being honest. Anyway, the story gets more complicated from there. But mental clones are terrorizing our galaxy. A mental clone isn't like a physical clone. Prince Ellerin kidnaps a ruler, does some sort of procedure that implants his consciousness into the poor soul, and then he binds them to a hive mind sort of thing. All of the clones believe that they are Prince Ellerin. The problem with these clones are that they like experimenting on people of different species, especially humans. We failed. Humans are being abducted from Earth and are being sold to Prince Ellerin and his clones. Do you know if the mental clones will come to Earth? Celeste asked. I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if a clone was already here. Celeste shook her head in disbelief. Explain again where the bombs come in? Amber spoke of the clones and how they toppled Janton's government, and Lord Peirc's desire to rule the planet. Then she explained how he intended on accomplishing his goals. And Jade sent you here to disable the bombs so that she can kill her own father? Celeste asked, disbelief on her face. Not exactly. She asked Deric for help, and Deric passed along the message to me. It was decided that I should come back. Celeste bit her lip. Amber, I don't feel comfortable sending you back to Neretha. It's too dangerous, and you're one of the strongest knights of our race. Winston, can your king send people to rescue Jade? Winston frowned. Only if it's of interest to him. I'm guessing Jade as queen will work for him. Right. Can't Zamire marry another one of Jade's sisters? A woman with a British accent asked. No. Most of her siblings are married already, and the ones that are single wouldn't make a good queen. Molly is too strong-willed, Nina's too shy, and Amy's too... I'm not sure what's wrong with her. She's... the librarian type, Winston filled in. Hey, babe, the librarian of our school was one cool chick. She went to Woodstock and loves driving motorcycles, Amber defended. I get the point, Celeste said. What now? Amber asked. You stay in one of the guest cottages with your boyfriend until the guild can come up with a solution. Pain slammed into my head and my entire body ached. It felt like I had road rash on every inch of my skin. I tried to open my mouth, probably to ask for painkillers, when I heard an annoying voice. I can't believe you killed Dad's men. He will make you pay for that, Vanessa hissed. Shut up,
I want some peace. I swear. Why did our siblings leave me in charge of you?
Molly asked.
Because you're a dog. Everyone else is afraid of me. Of course I'm a dog. But what are you? A pathetic weakling without powers. Dad said he'll give me another crystal. I'll have an ability again, and you'll be stuck in a lab. Lord Peirc couldn't care less about you. He nearly killed you with his stunt. Not true. That stupid serum nearly killed me. Look at Lena. She's still comatose.
My eyes slid open, and I let out a groan.
Lena, please tell me you're awake,
Molly begged. I'm awake, I forced out through a bone-dry throat.
Great. Now that you're conscious, what do you want to do with Vanessa? She tried to kill you.
She poisoned me with some kind of cream first. When that didn't work, she poisoned me, I replied. My second attempt at opening my eyes was less painful. I carefully sat up and looked around the room. Vanessa was sitting on a chair by my bedside, Molly hovering behind her. Vanessa looked tired, and bruises covered her arms and legs. Nina walked into the infirmary, pushing a cart of food.
Lena, you're up! Let me get you a glass of water.
She poured water into a glass and held it to my lips. I drank, ignoring the shards that felt like they were scratching my throat every time I swallowed. The water was so good.
Leah's taking care of the Najorian escapees. They all had trackers implanted in them,
Nina explained. You need to send them home when they are well enough, I rasped out. Some of them want to stay and fight. They're pissed about what happened to them, Molly explained. I didn't feel right about prisoners risking their lives for a cause that meant nothing to them. In fact, they should be wanting the downfall of Neretha to happen. After all, these people spent years draining them of magic to fuel their crystals. You know, right?
Know what?
Nina asked. The Hyndroyl crystals. Neretha is a dry species. I coughed so badly that I shook. When the fit was over with, I continued speaking. The Najorian were being drained of magic to power the Hyndroyl crystals. Send them home.
You hear that, Vanessa? Dad is going to drain a Najorian dry to give you another precious crystal,
Molly mocked. If you send them home, no more Najorians will be drained, I blurted out.
Considering that their own prince betrayed them, they have no home,
Molly pointed out. A tall man with chocolate-brown skin entered the infirmary, his dark eyes bouncing from place to place. He wore basketball shorts and a white tank top. I heard what you said. I shouldn't have been listening. But when I heard you insisting that we needed to go home, I couldn't help but eavesdrop. You're telling me that every last Najorian that migrated to Neretha were drained dry? Yes. I wanted to cry and shut out the visions of the past that used to plague me. I tried my best, but don't take responsibility for something that's been going on for hundreds of years. Let me put my 2 cents in. I want to get the hell off Neretha. But then what? I can't go home. Dayon knows where I live. What will happen to my parents if I show up and the Crown Prince shows up with soldiers loyal to him? My dad isn't a fighter. His only gift is teleportation. I can't do that to them.
The only way to be free is to kill your prince. I don't see how that can happen if you're stuck down here,
Vanessa bitterly said. Devin smirked. I can teleport. I'm not stuck anywhere. Why don't you tell the king what the prince did? Molly asked. He can't do anything. Prince Dayon is the crown prince of the Najorian people. He's the only one who can control another Najorian's teleportation power.
That's how he kidnapped us.
So, if you had that power, you could rule? Molly asked, shocked.
Yes,
Devon replied.
What if you were a moron? I shook my head at Molly's question. Then our people would have to suffer through it. It wouldn't be the first time an idiot has ruled.
I was about to add something useful to the conversation when I was knocked into another vision. Chapter 20. Lena. Stuck in a vision. I found myself in a room with off-white walls and 2 large sectionals, one on both sides of the room. The walls were covered with framed photos of men and women, each of them wearing different styles of clothing. A gold medallion hung from the neck of each stone-faced individual in the photo. Amber and Winston entered the room hand in hand. Amber walked over to the table in the center of the room that had a variety of packaged snacks stuffed in wicker baskets. She snatched up a pack of cookies and knelt and grabbed a water from the mini-fridge. "Win, don't be shy. Grab one," Amber insisted.
Winston shook his head. "I'm all set."
Amber pouted. "You expect me to eat all by myself?"
"Sure do, Sunbeam. I'm not touching a thing in this house, especially since I know I'm not welcome."
The door opened and 2 women rushed into the room. One of them was a tall woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, while the other was shorter, with brown hair and warm brown eyes. Amber handed Winston her snack and drink and ran to the blonde, wrapping her arms around her. The woman patted Amber's back, but clearly wasn't thrilled with her. Amber pulled away and waved at the brown-eyed woman. "Mom, didn't you miss me?" The blonde woman let out a sigh. "All Celeste told me was that you were in danger of being excommunicated, and that I needed to talk you out of whatever mistake you're about to make." Amber's mom glanced at Winston and smirked. "He's hot, but is he really worth your career as a caster?" "Mom, did Celeste tell you that he's my soulmate?" Amber's words made her mother stiffen. "Why do I have a feeling that you aren't being melodramatic?" "Because I'm not. I'm Winston's compatible. We belong together, and I'm not giving him up to marry a caster just to procreate." Amber's mother flinched. "Despite it all, I loved your father. He loved you too, Amber. I'm not sure what's going on, but your father loves you. You have to believe it." Grief clouded Amber's face, and she began to sob. Winston dropped Amber's snack on the carpet and ran to her. His arms surrounded the knight as she wept her grief into his shirt. After a minute, Amber pulled away and looked straight at her mother. "I know he loved me, Mom. Sheena had a vision. He was murdered by Lord Peirc, the same man that took Jade. Lord Peirc told him that he could either die or allow me to be taken into his harem. Dad, he chose to give his life for me instead. Lord Peirc sent all of those cards. Dad's been gone a long time." "No," Amber's mother whispered.
"He still thinks that he can force Amber to join his harem,"
Winston cut in, fury on his face. Before anyone could say a word, Ben and a tall, bulky guy entered the room. Ben rushed over to Amber.
"What's going on? Is it Sheena?"
he demanded. "No, Ben. It's Max," Sheena's mother said before repeating Amber's story.
Tucker shook his head. "All that time, Max has been dead and none of us knew?" "What will we do to get vengeance?" Ben asked.
Amber faced Ben. "I will kill him myself. He has Jade captive in the royal estate. Jade is our queen. I saw the mark myself." "Julia, please tell me that my daughter didn't just say that the caster's ruler is stuck on another planet." Amber's mother begged.
Sally, it would seem that she is telling us that,
Julia replied, shock in her eyes.
I don't understand. The Castor Royal always has a twin.
Jade does have a twin. Her name is Lena, Winston chimed in. And who's he?
The stranger who entered the room with Ben asked, his blue eyes hard.
Amber grinned.
Tucker, this is my soulmate Winston. He's an alien. His race only can be with the compatible, the one person made for them.
Tucker whistled. I bet Celeste isn't happy about that.
She isn't. But we're together, so there's nothing anyone can do,
Amber replied. Where's Sheena? Ben wanted to know.
On Neretha. It's a long story, but all of us had to split up to prevent a mental clone from taking over that planet,
Amber explained.
Mental clone?
Julia asked. Celeste strolled into the room with a duffel bag in her grip. She eyed Amber and let out a sigh.
For now, the guild will tolerate you and your alien being together. We also agree that you need to find the bombs that were placed at the locations and should destroy them. All of you will go on the mission. We think a small group will be more efficient. Besides, if Lord Peirc planted those bombs, he probably has the area under surveillance.
How are we supposed to find the bombs? Winston asked. Celeste grinned.
We have a way to locate foreign devices under certain conditions. We'll begin here.
Celeste opened the duffel bag, took out a world map, and stretched it out on the snack table. She next pulled out a marble.
Very powerful magic was infused in this device. That's why you can't take it with you.
Celeste dropped the marble, and it rolled until it stopped at a point on the map. Celeste pulled a notebook and pen from her duffel bag and pulled it open. She scribbled something down, then pulled the marble from the location.
St. Paul, Minnesota.
Celeste rolled the marble again and took notes.
Orlando, Florida.
She rolled the marble 3 more times and came up with LA, Denver, and Silversmith.
Seriously? There's a bomb in our territory?
Amber shrieked, her hands lighting up.
I'll let the other coven leaders know. Hopefully, they will pick up some of the slack,
Celeste said before leaving the room. Why wouldn't the other covens want to disarm the bombs? Winston asked. Tucker rolled his eyes. Casters aren't as strong as they used to be. A coven would be lucky if they had 20 knights at their disposal. Some of the covens care more about their oracles predicting good investments. Chances are, the Lakewood Coven, which is in Minnesota, and the Denver Covens will be the only ones to help us out. New York's and LA's covens care more about luxury, and Florida's coven only has 3 ascended knights, so you can't really blame them for that. Why don't you guys move to other covens to even things out? Winston wondered. That's where matches come in. I'm supposed to go to Denver Coven next year to get married, Ben explained. Why next year? Winston wondered. Ben frowned. My bride is only 17. Her parents want us to marry next year, even though I told them that she can go off to college and live a life. They don't see things my way. Couldn't you reject the match? Winston asked. Ben shook his head. I wouldn't embarrass G like that. She's nice. Celeste returned moments later with a grin on her face.
Only New York and LA don't want to investigate. The private jet will leave in an hour. I'll have one group go to LA, while another will go to Florida. I want you guys to tackle the one in Silversmith. I have a feeling it will be the most secure place. And you want us to deal with the difficult location, Amber guessed. I do. Amber, you are the strongest knight that we have.
Once we find our location,
I want to invite some friends to help us,
Winston piped up.
Aliens?
Celeste hesitantly inquired.
Yes. You don't have a choice in the matter. I won't risk Amber,
Winston declared.
We want to strike all 5 locations at once. We'll start pinpointing the location once the others arrive at their location.
Fine, Amber agreed. In the meantime, let's get something to eat. I'm starving.
Chapter 21. Gwen. Neretha's atmosphere. Distrust and uncertainty filled me when my mother led me into her room and sealed it behind us. She rubbed her face, her eyes welling up. The tears she sported weren't genuine. I was certain of that. Mom, stop it. If anyone should cry, it should be me. While you were safe with friendly aliens, horrible aliens forced me to murder with my power. She blanched. You killed an innocent? Not by choice. Prince Ellerin forced me to drink a serum, and he took control of my mind. I didn't have a choice. My mother rubbed at her eyes. There's a lot I haven't told you, Gwen. I was afraid that Manor would discover that Nellie and I were knights. I needed to prevent him from finding out. The moment she discovered the truth of Manor's identity, she was going to report back to her coven. Everything would have fallen apart. A sinking feeling told me that I was about to hear a confession. What did you do? My question made my mother's hands shake. I told you that Nellie and I were best friends. We were like sisters. When I caught her with Manor, I was so angry. Nellie already had a husband who loved her. Hell, she had even gotten excommunicated from the LA Coven for him. When I caught them in bed, my heart filled with vengeance. I just knew that she would pay. I refused to speak to her for the first couple of months. After all, she was a traitor. It wasn't until after she gave birth to her twins that she discovered that Manor was an alien.
She approached me, explained how his sister Patricia used some kind of mind control to get her into bed with Manor.
Apparently, Manor was lazy and didn't want to look hard for his next target, so he tricked me. He had me invite a few of my friends to a party, and one by one, Patricia worked on them. I'm not sure how Nellie figured it out, but she did. But I didn't believe her. I was in love with Manor. I thought that Nellie betrayed me. She insisted that it wasn't the case and that she loved her husband. Then she told me that she was going to the Silversmith Coven with the information. She didn't trust the LA Coven to do much more than gasp and pass the problem on to someone else. I didn't want her to ruin my romance. Manor was all I had left, so It happened so fast. I hit her over the head with a vase and tossed her body in the alley beside my apartment. Then I realized what I did and was horrified. She had brought Jade with her for the meeting, and I took her and stashed her at a department store, hopeful that someone would find her. I couldn't tell her husband what happened. Lena was already in Lord Peirc's possession. I think he tricked one of Nellie's nannies into kidnapping her. That's why Nellie was interested in selling Manor out. He was all I had. You have to understand why I did what I did. That story about Nellie dying because she tried to attack Lord Peirc? I was about to throw up on the floor. All this time, I'd been trying to protect my mother from being used by this evil man, just to find out that she killed to stay with him.
Nellie could have turned Lord Peirc into the casters, and I would have grown up on Earth.
One of your father's guards also had mind control power. I slept with him so he would do me the favor. The memory Manor has is an implanted one. Are you still pregnant? I demanded. Rose glanced down at her feet. I didn't want to think of her as my mother by this point.
Gwen, I have been having an affair with one of your father's physicians. The baby is his. Great, I said. Anything else you want to tell me? There's so much I need to tell you, Gwen. You ascended. That means you need to be trained. Until we go back to Earth, I'm the only one who can teach you what you need to know. Why would you bother? We can just drop you off to Lord Peirc's harem, where you wanted to be. I didn't know about your father's harem until it was too late, Gwen. I was thrown out because I loved him. Why can't you understand that? How many of my siblings are just like me? I demanded, wanting to know what to expect. Jade, Lena, Nina, and David. Anna never ascended, so I don't know if she will. Anna's aunt is in the caster life. I'm not sure how much she knows. Liz, Nina's mother, hated caster society. After she didn't ascend, she left it all behind. Great. Were any of those women willing? No, I don't think so. Before I could ask another question, Christian teleported in the room, followed by Angelo, who traveled with Anna. Angelo frowned.
Sheena was right not to trust you.
She's an oracle. She has good instincts, Rose said, her hands beginning to glow. I raised my own hands and brought on my power. Are you threatening them, Rose? I demanded. No. Judging by the way they teleported in here, I thought that it was the other way around.
Gwen's hurt. I don't think she can take any more,
Christian announced, his arm wrapping around me.
She needs a shower, fresh clothes, and food.
The creed of casters is never leave an innocent behind. You're a knight, expendable to them all. If you join a coven, you'll do all the fighting. Carvers are useful. They are the enchanters of the group. It's the oracles that are revered, since they can tell the future. That's all you need to know for now. If any of you kill me, Gwen loses her trainer. You killed Nellie, Anna gasped out, her eyes watering. I shouldn't have. I'm...
Rose began sobbing, her tears dripping down her face. No one moved to comfort her. She didn't deserve it. Had my mother allowed Nellie to contact the Silversmith Coven, no one would have suffered the way we were forced to.
Let's go, Christian telepathically told me. But I stayed, wanting to ensure that my mother didn't harm anyone in this room. We need to send her away, Christian. She can't be trusted. Christian nodded and looked at Angelo. The Najorian moved so quickly that I couldn't believe my eyes. He knocked Rose out, grabbed her arm, and teleported away.
She's going to be stashed in the detention center. I'm sure the casters will know what to do with her when you return to Earth.
Anna rubbed her face.
I have no idea how to help you, Gwen. My aunt is in the LA Coven, but she never ascended. The casters that don't ascend are treated like servants in the LA stronghold. That's why Liz and I left.
I don't care. I can't trust that she won't kill anyone else. I may be a hypocrite for killing Lady Valera, but... Anna pulled me into a strong hug.
You killed her because you thought she killed Nina. Your mother killed her closest friend to protect her lifestyle. You are two different people,
Anna softly told me. My mother pretended to be weak. She could have killed father at any point, I said after pulling away from Anna. Anna nodded. He told me she didn't do it because she worried about what the Nerethian royals would do to all of us. And there was worry that the Nerethians would find out about knights. Rose's instincts were correct, even if they were self-serving. Even after Lord Peirc had Max killed, she didn't kill him. I can't understand her, I admitted.
She was afraid for you, Gwen. She didn't lie to you about that,
Christian assured. What did she lie about? I asked warily.
Nothing. For the first time, she was completely honest with you.
I supposed it made sense, since she confessed to murdering her best friend just so she could keep her pampered lifestyle. What in the hell was I supposed to do now? My only goal had been to rescue my mother from Janton. But it turned out that I ended up unearthing horrid truths about her past. Christian, now what?
Now, we destroy Lord Peirc so no other Earthwoman is preyed upon. We find a way to prevent clones from taking over Neretha's government. Gwen, you can do so much.
For a second, I wanted to give up and plop to the floor. I was tired, smelly, and didn't think I could go through another battle. But then I reminded myself of the Caster's Creed. Casters don't leave innocents behind. And I knew that I'd try to live up to it to make up for the fact that my mother never did.
Chapter 22. Lena. Stuck in a vision. Amber glared at the bus that was parked in front of the Silversmith Coven's stronghold. Winston chuckled. Expecting something different? At least a limo, helicopter, or a private jet, Amber listed. The couple was dressed in blue long-sleeved shirts and black cargo pants, paired with steel-toed boots. Why did you want me to get out here so early? Winston wondered. Amber grinned and cupped his face. Win, don't die. I'd like a wedding someday. A big one with flowers, a puffy dress, a decent DJ, and great food. In 10 years, I'd like a Winston Jr. to be born. You better not leave me before we can accomplish these plans. Winston grinned. I'll try to stay alive. Amber wrapped her arms around Winston and he held her close. She went up on tiptoe and kissed him. Their kiss was slow and sweet. Amber pulled back and brushed her fingertips against his face. You better not do something stupid, Sunbeam. Don't be reckless. Just destroy the explosives and we're out. I can't make any promises, Amber said, right before 2 men and a woman appeared. Amber took them in and scowled. Mandy, what in the hell are you doing here? It's nice seeing you, too, the woman with the brown hair huffed. Mandy's here to be King Rayon's eyes and ears, the tall man who resembled Angelo said. Tormund, you mean she's here to be a snitch? Amber asked, annoyance making her hands ball up into fists. Pretty much, the other man agreed. He was tall, broad, with olive skin and cropped raven hair. The scar on his chin marred what Anastasia would have called a drop-dead gorgeous man. I felt a connection to the stranger. It wasn't a sexual attraction, just familiar? I had no idea how to explain it. But he seemed safe, inviting, like someone I'd enjoy talking to. Thanks for blowing my cover, Rawson, Mandy snapped. How's Angelo? Tormund asked. Winston frowned. He's been kidnapped by Lord Peirc, but he'll get out of it. Tormund scowled. After he's home, I'll make sure he stays out of trouble. As long as he's hanging with his friends, that will be impossible, Mandy said. Amber's hands lit up. What's that supposed to mean? It means that the lot of you are trouble, Mandy replied without fear. Whatever, twin killer. At least I don't have that kind of nickname. Amber's words hit a mark. Mandy glared at her. You have no idea what you're talking about. Amber's mother Sally, Julia, Ben, and Tucker all walked out of the house carrying duffel bags. Tucker ruffled Amber's hair. She squealed and knocked his hand away. What kind of trouble are you getting into, Em? Tucker teased. Oh, shut up, Tuck, Amber huffed. Julia eyed the group. Thanks for coming. We can use all the help we can get. Our coven leader Celeste figured out a precise location. It looks like an empty warehouse, but we can't be sure. This is a trap that was set for Jade. We're sure of it. Fun, Mandy muttered. Let's get the show on the road then, Amber said, quickly rushing to the bus.
Amber rushed inside the vehicle, waved at the middle-aged male driver, and rushed to the back, Winston following behind her. The drive took 10 minutes. Then the bus was turning into a dilapidated plot of land. It was a couple of acres covered with dead leaves, water bottles, fast food wrappers, and several liquor bottles. The bus stopped, and Mandy stood and tilted her head.
50 people are inside the property. But they aren't quite right. Their minds are all... I'm not sure. It's like they aren't focused, thinking stray thoughts. No one is watching the building.
It's probably more of Prince Ellerin's hijacked army, Winston chimed in. Mandy paled.
Capture or kill?
Capture. Unless you have a cure for these people? Amber said, with hope lighting her eyes.
None that I know of. Their minds are gone, like only echoes of the people are left. I don't see how this kind of damage could be fixed.
Great. Cordell is really gone then, Amber said, a tear running down her cheek. Winston rubbed his beard. He is. When are we going in? Tormund asked.
When the other knights reach their locations,
Julia replied. Now! Ben screamed, rushing toward the open door. Everyone hurried after him, their movements swift. The knights with the duffel bags hung back and crouched down in the grass. The door to the squat building flew open, and a Janton man exited, followed by 6 others of his size and build. A 5'3" raven-haired woman exited behind the Janton, dragging a terrified-looking Najorian queen behind her. Mandy gasped.
Queen Nicole!
The horrified-looking woman eyed Mandy with a sad expression. Her arms and face were covered with tiny pinpricks. Her ankle appeared as if it was twisted at the wrong angle, and she had a crooked nose. The strange woman grinned. I know everyone's thinking, who in the hell am I? I'm Patricia Peirc, Manor Peirc's right hand. When he told me that the Najorian scum were interfering in his business, I thought to make a move. It was very easy to bribe Prince Daon to kidnap her and bring her to me. Because of all the Blicktar packed into the building, her precious husband hasn't been able to find her. Monologuing and bragging, are you? Amber snapped, her hands lighting up. Winston shot her a warning expression, but she ignored it. If you take a step, one of my men will shoot Nicole, Patricia announced. Why do I care what happens to this woman? She isn't my queen, Amber said.
Because if she dies, so does King Rayon,
Mandy slowly said, as if Amber was an idiot. He is a weak king anyway, Amber said. Sunbeam, then we'd be stuck with Prince Daon, the man who was sleazy enough to kidnap his own aunt and give her to Lord Peirc's sister, Winston chimed in. I glanced behind Winston and saw Julia, Ben, Tucker, and Sally putting together a contraption. It looked like a vacuum cleaner, except for the fact that the hose was where the handle to grip the vacuum was, and instead of wheels, there were prongs that sliced into the ground. Ben gripped the hose and scowled at the building. Then he shrugged and made a run for it. Patricia was too busy concentrating on Amber to care about Ben.
I think Mandy would care. Nicole swore that she'd come save her,
Patricia gushed. What do you want? Rawson asked. I want for all of you to turn around and go home. I'll keep Nicole here as an insurance policy. If you step foot onto the property, you'll die. After she dies, we'll just kill you, Amber pointed out. One of Patricia Peirc's guards pointed a blaster rod at Queen Nicole and fired. The blast of light was blocked by a screaming Amber, who managed to fire a blast into the guard's energy blast, sending it right back at him. The guard didn't have a chance to move. His entire body was incinerated.
Was that supposed to scare me?
Amber taunted. Tort was always a bad shot, Patricia huffed. Now, Nicole, let's go back inside. Amber blasted the other Jantons, who began returning fire. Rawson teleported behind Patricia and delivered a devastating blow to her head. She collapsed to the ground, and Rawson quickly snapped the chain connecting Nicole and the monster in half. He lifted Nicole into his arms and ran toward the bus. Winston darted into the building, Tormund at his heels. I couldn't move any further. I watched as Amber ran around the yard, tossing energy balls at the weapons of the Janton. Once she had destroyed the final weapon, she cracked her knuckles, jumped into the air, and kicked one man on the chest, sending him flying. The other Janton tried to catch Amber, but she was just too fast. She kicked the other Janton on the chin while tossing an energy ball at another opponent. When the dust settled, Amber was down to one opponent, a man missing half his arm. She breathed out a sigh and destroyed him with an energy ball. Amber strode over to Patricia, who was still lying unconscious on the grass. Mandy, who had been overseeing the progress with the device that looked like a vacuum cleaner, ran over to Amber.
You going to kill her?
"This is for my dad!" Amber yelled. Then she blasted the woman into nothing. Moments later, Winston ran out of the building with Ben over his shoulder. Tormund teleported in front of Julia and gestured to the house. Julia flipped a switch on the side of the device and it began to rumble. Then she rushed over to her son, who wasn't moving. "Winston, what happened to him?" I wanted to stay and see if Ben was all right, but then something yanked me toward consciousness, the excruciating pain nearly causing my vision to fade out. The current yanked me back into my body, and then I opened my eyes.
Chapter 23. Jade. Neretha. The Royal Estate. Mira wasn't relegated to hanging out in the room, though she teleported away, leaving Zamire and I alone. I got to my feet and paced the suite, trying to figure out what Lord Peirc's plans were. What was he hiding from the rest of us? What was going to come of Lord Qual? Did he take Zamire's warning seriously? Was the Nerethian going to create a life on Earth? Were people aware that they were trapped in the hive mind? I shuddered at the thought of being trapped in your own head, unable to control your body. Could the process of having someone in the hive mind be undone? How could someone prevent a clone from infiltrating Neretha? There were so many questions and very little answers. I couldn't use my gift while the stupid ring was on. I had the sinking feeling that a bomb would detonate if I removed the ring. I glared at the hideous green stone and wanted to wring my sperm donor's neck for everything he put innocent people through. Suddenly, the sound of an electric guitar filled the air, followed by a drum beat. I turned to see that Zamire was playing his strange-looking instrument. He smiled at me, then began to sing a love ballad in Nirth. His voice was like chocolate ice cream. It touched my senses and warmed my heart. Despite everything, I was able to relax and enjoy the music. His eyes met mine, and I could feel the passion he felt, tangling with our emotions. He wanted to sing this song to me. I took in the words of commitment and basked in them. When the song ended, I brushed my lips against his. His guitar was gently discarded on the floor, and our clothes disappeared. Then we were lost in one another all over again. Mira appeared to us the next day, a determined expression on her face. The effects of the ring hadn't returned yet, which was a relief. Zamire and I were eating breakfast at the dining room table. We each dined on pastries stuffed with a fruit that tasted like apples. "We need to work on your powers, Jade," Mira announced. I frowned. "The ring blocks my powers," I reminded her. "No, your Najorian powers. Sheena and Amber can both teleport. As far as I know, they are fully human. I think something about the bond is different because you're casters." Hope floated into my stomach at the thought that I could escape without Lord Peirc knowing. Zamire was worried about the prospect of me teleporting. "Are you sure it's safe, Mira? I think Jade should stay behind." Mira rolled her eyes. "I think you both shouldn't be separated. We're stronger together." "Jade, are you up to trying?" "I am." Zamire scowled. "Jade,
You might get yourself hurt if you go to the Rema Estate at half strength. I don't think it's a good idea.
You're outvoted, Sam. Mira, what do we need to do? I quickly swallowed down the last bite of my pastry and got to my feet. This shouldn't be as hard as you think. Zamire, I need you.
I thought that my soulmate would refuse to participate in this training session, but he got to his feet and stood beside me.
Kiss. Drown in the passion you feel for him and fill yourself up with it. When you're full of it, pull away and think of the bathroom and teleport,
Mira directed. This won't be strange at all, Zamire muttered. I laughed and cupped his cheeks, his warmth filling my body with pleasure. Our lips met, and I enjoyed the pleasure that slammed into me. I wrapped him in my arms and enjoyed the kiss.
Pull the warm and fuzzy emotions into yourself, Jade, Mira shouted.
I held on to Zamire and pulled at the emotions we felt and could feel them clearly. I pulled them inside me until I was full. Then I stepped back and eyed Mira.
Think of the bathroom,
Mira coached. I closed my eyes and thought of the bathroom in Zamire's room. I pictured me traveling there. A tingling sensation filled my neck, and I felt energy rush into my body. Suddenly, the air changed and I ended up in Zamire's bathroom. Moments later, Zamire joined me, a determined expression across his face. What do I have to do to convince you to stay behind? He asked as he slowly walked toward me. I smiled up into his face.
Sam, I'm coming.
It doesn't matter what you say or do. I have a bad feeling about us separating, and my instincts are always right. Zamire pressed a scorching kiss to my lips, his arms holding me close. I returned the embrace, giving him the closeness he desperately needed. I pulled back moments later and caressed his cheek with my fingertips. We have to continue the lesson, I said, before gathering out our emotions and teleporting back to Mira. After teleporting first to my bedroom, then to the bathroom, then back into Zamire's suite, I felt like I would pass out. I collapsed onto Zamire's bed and greedily drank the glass of water he handed me.
Unfortunately, we can't practice by leaving the estate. I don't want Lord Peirc to discover that you can teleport,
Mira said as she sat on the couch. Zamire paced, his worry and fear making me feel guilty. I almost wanted to give in to him, but I wasn't willing to risk it. Something told me that in order for us to stay alive, we needed to go to the Rema Estate together.
Let's try again, Jade,
Mira said.
This time, don't kiss Zamire. Try doing it on your own.
I got to my feet and eyed my pacing soulmate. I wanted to reassure him, but I didn't have a helpful snapshot of the future that would assure him. If only my sister were here. She also had visions. From what I was told, she was a competent seer.
The bathroom again,
Mira ordered. I pulled at the tangle of emotions in my body and tried to focus. My mind flitted from the bathroom to my twin. A blast of electricity hit me, and I was somewhere else. A gasp told me that I didn't end up in Zamire's bathroom. The second clue was the panic that speared through my heart. Zamire was frantic, his emotions nearly making me collapse. I thought of a peaceful meadow, sun on my face, Zamire and I wrapped up together on a blanket. His fear slowly morphed into determination. I opened my eyes and saw myself in an unfamiliar room. It looked like a nurse's office, with beds all lined up in a row, divided by curtains. The gasp came from Nina, who was sitting beside one of the beds. I eyed my twin lying there, her face filled with stress lines. I reached out and touched her forehead, and a zap went through my body and slammed into hers. She opened her eyes and sat up, her eyes open wide with surprise.
Jade? How did you get here?
Lena sleepily asked. No clue. I was practicing my teleportation skills with Zamire and ended up here, I explained.
It's so good to see you!
Nina cried, her arms wrapping around me. I held Nina close, relieved that Sheena was able to rescue her.
I'm going to get Molly. She'll be so happy to see you,
Nina said before running out of the room. I eyed my twin and felt nothing but confusion. Why didn't you speak to me on the Peirc's triumph? Daddy Dearest thought that I was too much of a troublemaker to speak to you. He told me he would kill you if I tried to make contact. The look in Lena's eyes told me that she didn't doubt our sperm donor's intentions. Did you know about Jane and Tim? Lena nodded.
I told Gwen to tell you.
I'm so sorry, Jade. Had I been there, I would have killed Lex to stop him from hurting them. That monster doesn't take me on missions. He finds me too problematic. Why? I asked. Well, I built a rebel base so your friends would have some place to stay while they tried to rescue you. I saw you being taken years ago. Rebel base? Yes, Jade. That's where you are, Lena explained. Hope filled my chest. Where are Sheena and Amber? Sheena and Deric haven't returned from rescuing the Najorian people from their horrid prison. Amber went back to Earth to disable the bombs holding you hostage to that animal. Lord Peirc is up to something, Lena. He locked Zamire and I in our rooms to prevent us from stopping it. I don't know what it is. I was learning how to teleport so I could go to the Rema Estate and... Molly ran into the room and plowed into me, her arms holding me tight.
Jade! You're alive and well! Thank goodness! Nina and Karen told me you were kidnapped. Did you kill the bastards that took you?
Molly demanded. Technically, Lord Peirc did, I grumbled when Molly released me. I felt a tugging sensation, telling me that I was about to leave. The Rema Estate! Tonight! See if you guys can come! I shouted before teleporting back to Zamire. Where did you go? Zamire asked, his relief slamming into my heart. I went to Lena.
Makes sense. You have a connection to her,
Mira said.
It was an accident. I didn't recognize the room I teleported into. How did that work? Mira frowned.
Lena must have acquired an anchor stone. It's a stone that called to each other's power. It's how we can keep the location of our compounds secret. We can teleport there without ever seeing a picture of one of them. We can teleport there without even seeing a picture of one of them. Now try again. This time, don't think of Lena. Chapter 24. Hina. Naretha. The Janton Settlement. This place doesn't look inviting, I said, eyeing the horror taking place on the ground. We were cloaked, though who knew how long that would last. Janton soldiers were chasing emaciated people who were desperate to escape. I witnessed one woman run toward the perimeter fence, a wrapped bundle in her arms. A broad-shouldered man chased her, his blaster rod at the ready. At the last possible moment, a thin man with silver hair tackled the man with the weapon, giving the woman a greater lead. Before my eyes, men were being dragged out of the skyscraper that took up most of the land, and were obliterated by weapons. It looks like the Janton are being evicted, I muttered from my spot beside Toby. My partner in crime took in the scene, wiped away a tear, and nodded.
What should we do? She asked, eyeing the horror in front of us. Despite her year of captivity, I doubted that the girl had seen much action. It was frightening that a sight like this wasn't causing me to roll up in a ball and scream until my vocal cords were shredded. Use our weapons to shoot at some of the soldiers. That wouldn't be difficult, since the soldiers were all in brown. I moved the flyer toward the group of soldiers that were standing in place like mannequins. This particular flyer had a feature that could enhance the view of the ground so much that it was like I was standing in front of the soldiers. I clicked the feature, and our view screen was filled with glassy-eyed men and women.
What's wrong with them?
Toby asked.
They were forced to drink a potion that allows the clones to control them. As far as we know, there isn't a cure. They are under the control of someone,
I thought that Lord Peirc had the device that controlled the Janton. Didn't he promise peace if Jade obeyed his every wish? That man couldn't be trusted. I selected the laser rod fire option and aimed and shot.
A wave of destructive laser fire swarmed the soldiers, turning them to ash. Turn it on the lowest setting, Toby instructed.
I tapped level 1 and aimed for a soldier who was running toward the area where I fired. I pointed and shot, the laser fire slicing off his head. His body fell in 2 pieces, which meant that there was going to be a corpse left behind. I moved the flyer to the left and fired at a man attempting to chase down another mother and child.
"The fence!"
Deric rasped out. Excitement filled me at the thought that he was awake. I wanted to turn my face away from the view screen and check on him, but I did what he asked. I flew toward the fence and saw what Deric was talking about. Men were bashing at the fence, trying to destroy it, only to be knocked on their butts by the electrical current. I hovered over the fence and used a level 2 blaster and aimed for the top of the fence. I fired, and the top of the fence was blown to bits. It was only a warning shot to get the people to back up. Thankfully, the crowd by the fence heeded my warning. I turned the blaster rod fire level to 10 and shot at the fence and watched as it turned to ash. As soon as it was destroyed, people began running away. I watched as soldiers, who must have been startled by the blast, began running toward the people fleeing. I quickly turned the level back to 1 and began firing, dropping as many soldiers as I could.
"Sheena, fly away. We've been discovered."
Deric was using his telepathy, which was worrisome. I didn't want him to strain himself, but what choice did we have? I put the speed on the cloaked flyer, knowing that I wasn't the only one in the air. I flew over the displaced victims, wondering where they would go. There was flat land covered by brown grass wherever I looked. Neretha's tall, spindly trees were nowhere in sight. An alert suddenly flashed across the screen. "Incoming blaster attack!" In panic, I dropped lower to avoid the attack. A flash of white energy passed us and tumbled to the ground below. I shot the speed up to level 20, its highest, and we shot through the air. "Alert! Incoming blaster attack!" the screen said again. Damn it all to hell! I went a bit lower and barely avoided the second blast. It nicked our shield, causing a warning beep to fill the air. I wished that the speed could go to more than 20.
"Cluster of flyers up ahead!"
Deric cried.
"They're cloaked."
"We need to teleport out of here!"
Toby shouted, her panicked voice reaching me through the annoying alarms.
I had no idea how to teleport while sitting in a moving target. Deric sent an image of our ship to me. It felt wrong to abandon everyone at the rebel base. Damn it! We needed to regroup and figure out what to do about Prince Daon.
"Sheena, set the ship to incendiary,"
Deric ordered. How many seconds to explosion? I asked as I selected the correct menu.
30 seconds. We're close to the flyers,
Deric announced. I don't think I can teleport at all,
Toby cried.
We don't have a choice. We're screwed,
Deric snapped. I set it for 30 seconds, unbelted, and concentrated on the image Deric gave me. I focused hard on Deric, my love for him, my determination to see him again. I felt the familiar tingle flow through my body, and suddenly, I was standing in Deric's room on Winston's ship. I frantically looked around the room, trying to lay eyes on my soulmate. Please, did he make it? Was I going to lose him? What was I going to do? Deric appeared first, sweat making his hair stick to his forehead.
A second later, a terrified-looking Toby appeared, her eyes wide with panic.
Angelo burst into the room moments later, followed by a kind-looking man with brown hair. Angelo! I cried. You aren't part of the hive! I dove for him, and he caught me up in a bear hug. He pulled away and eyed Deric.
I rescued what was left of the Najorians left in the lab. This is Ryan. He's a healer.
Ryan stepped forward and gently touched Deric's forehead. Moments later, Deric relaxed and collapsed onto his bed. Toby tossed herself at Ryan, tears falling down her face. They clearly knew one another.
Dr. Reynolds, I thought I would never see you again,
she cried.
I've got you,
Ryan whispered to her. When they pulled apart, Toby ran over to me and gave me a hug.
Dr. Reynolds was trying to stop Prince Dayon from kidnapping me, but he just took us both. Your people are impressive.
I smiled at Toby.
I'm glad I could help. Has everyone made it back?
Zamire, Jade, and Mira are still at the royal estate. Christian's been trying to reach out to them, but he's gotten nothing.
Angelo shot a hopeful expression at a newly healed Deric. My soulmate's eyes grew unfocused for a moment, but then he shook his head.
I've got nothing. Has anyone checked in on Molly and the others from the base? No,
Angelo replied. Deric focused for a moment, and a smile stretched his face. He eyed me with relief.
Jade knows how to teleport now. According to Molly, she visited Lena. He needs us to wait for her at the Rema Estate. Something's about to go down.
We also need people to give the stranded Janton a ride to the base, I said, worried about those desperate people. Angelo sighed.
I know where I'm going to be.
Hate missing out on the action at the Rema Estate? I teased.
Angelo nodded. I like keeping an eye on everyone. And besides, without Amber here, you guys will be vulnerable.
I won't even argue with you, because you're right.
I love hearing that I'm right. If you don't mind, I'd like to accompany Angelo to help the Janton. There may be injured people there,
Ryan said. He was a doctor when we lived on Earth. I'll come too, Toby said.
Stay here, Toby. It will be dangerous,
Ryan insisted. Toby shot the doctor an annoyed expression before nodding her agreement.
Sheena, love, you should go with them. Neither of them speak Janton,
Deric gently suggested.
No, I want to be there for the action, and I really want to make sure Jade's okay and...
Deric wrapped his arms around me.
Watch out from my best friend for me,
he mentally pleaded. Angelo is a beast on the battlefield, I thought at him.
I want you as far from Lord Peirc as you can get,
Deric telepathically countered. I want you to come with me, Deric. I don't want Lord Peirc to lay an eye on you. Deric kissed the top of my head.
Sheena, we both know that I need to meet the others at the Rema Estate in case Mira's power is still blocked.
He made sense. I just didn't want to part with him. Chapter 25. Sheena. Naratha's Atmosphere. I don't want you to go, Deric, I said, tears filling my eyes. When you were knocked out, it scared the living daylights out of me. What if one of the clones gets the better of you? Deric held me tightly, his lips brushing the top of my head.
I'll be fine, sweetheart.
We're only spying, and we'll help Jade if she needs it.
I still don't like us being separated. We're a good team.
Angelo can't speak Janton. He needs you there.
Deric was right. But something about this didn't feel right. My instincts were telling me to keep him close. I don't think this is a good idea, I whispered, my hands digging into his back, wanting to get as close to him as I could.
It will be all right, sweetheart.
It's a part of the bond. You don't want to be without me.
I wanted to shake him, to tell this fool that my oracle abilities were singing to me. But those same instincts told me that he wasn't going to change his mind. I took in his scent, allowing it to soothe me.
You okay, Sheena?
Fine, I said, pulling away from Deric. After brushing a kiss to his lips, I went into the bedroom I shared with Amber to grab a shower. Hey guys, where is everyone? I asked, after entering the nearly deserted kitchen.
Angelo, Ryan, Gwen, Christian, and I were the only ones standing in the space. I eyed Gwen, who looked like she'd gone through hell. She was sitting at the kitchen table, drinking a cup of tea. Christian stood behind her chair, his expression filled with concern.
At the rebel base. We'll be headed there after we rescue the Janton,
Angelo explained. Deric left without saying goodbye? I was about to hunt that moron down and throat punch him, Amber style.
He didn't want you to worry about him. He figured that it would be an in-and-out mission. Then he would meet you at the base,
Christian explained. Thanks for telling me. At least someone did, I said.
Sit. I made your favorite,
Angelo said, gesturing to a plate overflowing with fajitas.
I sat and took a sip of the glass of water that Angelo left for me.
Then I eyed Christian. I was curious about him.
His accent was American, but I didn't want to assume he was from the US.
What country are you from? No, wait. What planet? I corrected. Christian grinned.
Earth. I can't wait to go back.
The wistfulness on his face made my heart ache.
Are you from the original Najorian settlement? I asked, hoping that a descendant of the original settlers was still alive.
Christian shook his head.
Prince Daon was attempting to kidnap one of my friends. I got in the way, and he ended up taking the both of us. To be cruel, he killed him right in front of me.
Gwen's eyes watered. That's horrible. That evil prince needs to be stopped. Angelo shrugged.
King Rayon is the only one who can take him on, and I doubt he actually could. Rayon is more of a lover, not a fighter.
You mean he's a spineless coward? I asked. Christian nodded.
My mother grew up with King Rayon. She told me that he never wanted to be king. Most of the royal family were killed by the asteroid that hit our planet.
Which was the fault of the Janton, I muttered, causing Christian's eyes to bulge. Deciding that I let the cat out of the bag already, I let Gwen and Christian know about the Emperor that destroyed nearly an entire race of people. And I thought Lord Peirc was evil,
Gwen said.
He isn't evil, just greedy. He wouldn't destroy an entire planet. Even your father has his limits,
Christian explained.
Gwen shuddered. I can't believe he's my father. I still didn't trust the broad, though I wasn't in the mood to commiserate with her. What's the plan, Angelo? I asked, unhappy that I was most likely going to work with the woman who kidnapped my best friend.
We'll all go to the Janton settlement,
Angelo announced. I eyed Gwen, who didn't look excited to do battle. Remember the creed of the casters. Casters never leave an innocent behind, I said. I said that more to grate on her nerves. I knew that my words had their desired effect when her eyes filled with regret. You're angry that I kidnapped Jade. I understand that. I could have found a way around obeying father. I used to have the power to control minds. I could have convinced everyone that she was dead, or went on vacation. But I was a coward. I'm sorry for that. When I see Jade again, I will apologize. Well, wasn't this something? The broad used to be able to control minds, and she didn't ask her father to slit his own wrists?
Gwen has watched other people be beheaded for her mistakes. Once you've suffered such an atrocity, you tend to obey without question,
Christian said, defending the evil broad. Did Christian have a point? Hell yeah. Was I ready to forgive Gwen and become her best friend? No. I wasn't the bigger person, and I sometimes had tunnel vision when it came to protecting the people I loved.
I get it, I chose to say, and Christian nodded. Ugh, stupid mind readers. I needed to get away from the lot of them.
Everyone ready to go?
Angelo asked. Gwen shuddered. I'm not sure what kind of help I'm going to be.
I'm not letting you out of my sight, my Gwen,
Christian declared. Oh, I understood this situation. Gwen and Christian were most likely soulmates. Judging by the confused expression on Gwen's face, I could tell that she had no clue what was going on. "Christian, do you have a wife?" I blurted out. I wanted to clear the air, make sure Gwen wasn't going to find out that her soulmate was recently divorced. Christian glanced at me with understanding.
"No," he replied. Despite the fact I was angry with Jade's sister, relief coursed through me. She would have an easier time giving into the bond.
"Why do you want to know if Christian's married?"
Gwen asked.
"Just curious." "He is handsome," I quickly replied, not wanting to be the one to break the news to Gwen. Gwen frowned.
"I thought you were with Deric." "I'm still thinking about it."
I shot Christian a wink, and Angelo groaned.
Let's get this show on the road. Gwen, I'll help you for now, until you learn how to teleport,
Angelo said. "Knights can do that?" Gwen asked. "Sometimes," I said, saving Angelo's butt. "I wish Mom told me. I could have done something about Claire," Gwen softly said. "No, you couldn't have. We can only take ourselves, not another person," I quickly said. Gwen got to her feet and took one of Angelo's hands, and I happily grabbed the other.
Ready?
Angelo asked.
"I'm tired. I want to conserve energy," I said, taking my friend's other arm.
Angelo nodded, and he teleported us away. The sound of screaming was the first thing that registered. I pulled away from Angelo and saw Janton running from something. I eyed Angelo and nodded. "Go!" I cried. Angelo raced for the first Janton he saw, took her hand, and vanished. He returned moments later and held out both of his hands. No translation was required. People understood the safety he offered. Christian and Ryan appeared beside us, Ryan rushing to heal some of the wounded that were lying out in the desert. "Gwen, we need to fight what's chasing them," I shouted to her. I took off running away from the crowd. There were barely 36 people trying to get away,
which made my stomach sink.
I kept running and noted the trail of blood in the sand. My stomach hollowed out, and my eyes studied the stretch of land, not spotting anything but blood. I heard a roar in the distance that nearly gave me a heart attack. I stopped and turned to see Christian and Gwen running toward me. At least I had backup. Christian stopped in front of me, his eyes wide with worry.
"What creature is that?"
he asked me. "Sounds like a dragon," I said, before another angry roar filled the air. "I guess we have to slay this thing. Remember, Gwen, casters never leave innocents behind." Right about now, I had a feeling that Gwen regretted coming along for the ride.
Chapter 26. Gwen. Naretha. The Janton Settlement. "This is pure insanity, Gwen," I told myself as the monster roared in the distance. I eyed Sheena, who looked like she was about to rough up a bully. Christian seemed worried, but wasn't quaking in his boots. I supposed I was the only coward in this group. I wiped the sweat from my face as we slowly approached. A man hobbled toward us, a child on his back. "Christian, help them!" Sheena shouted. I wasn't surprised when Christian placed the child on his back and scooped the man into his arms and took the man and child to relative safety. We kept on walking, not coming across a single straggler. The monster roared again and screams filled the air. Sheena ran ahead and I pushed myself to keep pace. "Remember, Gwen, knights protect oracles," my mother had told me after she explained the caster world. I didn't care about some creed and rules of a race I didn't understand. I knew that the only way to ensure that Jade didn't hate me was if I looked out for her best friend. When the beast came into view, I wanted to faint. The creature was 20 feet long with a snake-like torso. It had gray wings attached to its back and pointy scales on its underbelly. The predator had a reptilian head with a face with 4 red eyes, a bulbous nose, and a mouth filled with sharp teeth. This creature looked like Prince Ellerin biologically engineered it. "Draugul!" Amber yelled.
Gwen, use your power on it!
Right. I was the warrior in this scenario. The thing opened its mouth and spewed fire, blistering a man who was too slow. I screamed and held up my hand and blasted it with my palms. The Draugr roared and shuddered in the air, its entire side smoking. I shot another energy ball at it, and its body sliced in half, landing in 2 parts on the sand. Moments later, the people who had been trapped from moving because of the monster began running over its carcass to head for freedom. I was about to tell Sheena we should head back when a flyer uncloaked right above us. I let out a shout and shoved Sheena to the sand, as if lying down would make her less visible. The flyer was 20 feet above us. I lifted my hands and shot balls of light at the transport. The blast shook the flyer, which gave me hope. I raised another hand and fired again, causing the flyer to tilt. I saw a cannon slide out of the flyer's side and shoot a laser beam at me. I screamed and dove, the beam landing on the desert ground with such impact that I was sent flying 40 feet away from where I was standing. I landed hard on a patch of white sand. My head rang, but I pushed myself to my feet and forced my legs to move. Sheena was defenseless, and there was no way I would risk anyone harming her. I needed to do this for myself. I had to make things right with my siblings. I forced myself forward, ignoring the sharp pain in my head, and aimed at the flyer, which had righted itself. I shoved power from my hands and it slammed into the cannon, detaching it from its side. I looked around and saw Sheena on her feet. She was running toward me, her eyes wide with panic. I raised my hand one more time and saw Sheena's face pale. It wasn't until my legs gave out that I understood. Someone had snuck up behind me and stabbed me through the back with a sword. My vision blurred as all breath was stolen from me. The shock was setting in now, which was a blessing. At least I couldn't feel the agony of being impaled. The silver blade was sticking out of my stomach, right below the valley of my breasts.
Gwen!
Sheena cried. You bastard!
I told her that if she didn't obey, I'd break her down for parts. I tell all my specimens that,
the man revealed. His voice was familiar, and once I recalled who it belonged to, my heart sank. Obi, I rasped out.
It's Prince Ellerin, specimen. Now, Sheena, be a dear and obey me. If you don't, you'll share the same fate as your friend.
No, Sheena said.
Gwen, what's going on?
Christian mentally demanded. Prince Ellerin stabbed me, I told him. His warmth immediately left my body, which was disappointing. If I was going to die, I wished that he would comfort me.
Get into the flyer, Sheena.
That thing? It's all dented. What if it can't fly? Sheena demanded. It was obvious that she was stalling, hoping that Angelo could rush Ryan to us.
Even with the lasers pointed at you, you still won't obey me?
Prince Ellerin shouted. I forced my eyes to open and took in the scene. Sheena stood in front of me, her hands on her hips. I couldn't see a weapon pointed at her. Maybe Prince Ellerin was holding it? I'd rather die than be used as a weapon, Sheena said. Don't, I rasped out.
Yes, Sheena, don't fight us. If you come with me, I'll tell you who your birth parents are.
Who gives a crap about them? They gave me up for adoption. They didn't want me.
You're a lot wiser than I gave you credit for,
Prince Ellerin said. Moments later, Christian's warmth was back.
Unfortunately, you aren't wise enough.
I watched Sheena fall, blood gushing from her shoulder. Prince Ellerin rushed over and lifted her into his arms. No! I screamed. I mustered up the last of my power and shot it at his ankle. I wavered on my knees, but caught my weight with my hands. Thankfully, Prince Ellerin fell to the sand, right on top of Sheena. I turned his left foot to ash. Sheena slipped from under Prince Ellerin, pulled a knife from his boot, and was about to slit his throat when a harness wrapped around her waist and lifted her into the air. She was dragged into the flyer like a caught fish. I was too weak to do anything about it. I watched as the flyer door closed and it cloaked and flew away. A tear trickled down my cheek. I had one job: protect Sheena,
and I failed miserably. Angelo appeared moments later with Ryan and Christian. The three men let out shouts upon seeing me. Angelo's eyes went wide upon finding the unconscious clone on the sand. "Clone," I rasped out. Ryan ran over to me and pressed a hand to my forehead. "Flyer took Sheena. Tried to stop them." "Gwen, I can read your mind. No need to talk. Concentrate on staying alive," Christian told me. "Which flyer took Sheena?" Angelo demanded. "From what I'm getting from Gwen, she killed a Draugul, then a flyer uncloaked above them. She nearly shot it out of the sky, but then a clone stabbed her through the back. Then Sheena faced off with the clone, who tried to convince her to leave. The clone got impatient and snatched Sheena up. Gwen shot him in the ankle with her power. Then a harness was lowered from the damaged shuttle and snatched up Sheena. They cloaked and flew off with her." "So Prince Ellerin is to blame for all of this?" Angelo asked. I didn't hear Angelo's response because I blacked out. "Gwen, are you awake?" a gentle voice asked. My heavy eyes slid open and quickly closed again. Damn, that light was bright. I tried again and adjusted, then noted that I was lying on a cot with Nina sitting beside me. I slowly sat up and felt for my wound. A hand grabbed my wrist, and I looked to see Molly sitting on my other side. "Sheena, did they find her?" I asked, hope filling my chest. "Angelo and Christian are out looking for her, so we don't know anything." "I can't believe you sliced off a clone's foot with your powers while a sword was sticking out of you." "It doesn't matter. I failed," I said, despair hitting me. Nina put a hand on my back. "You did your best, Gwen. I'm proud of you for that." "Yeah, you went from Dad's evil side chick to one of the good guys. I know that instead of feeling sorry for yourself, you're going to get stronger so that you can help rescue Sheena. I don't mean to be pessimistic, but I doubt that Angelo, Christian, and Ryan can find them." Just then, Karen entered the room, followed by Amy and a frightened Vanessa. "Gwen, you have to tell them that being on Dad's side is the only way. They'll get me killed," Vanessa cried. "I will tell them no such thing," I said, not feeling up to saying anything else. Nothing would be all right until Sheena returned to us. Despite what Nina said, I knew that I'd failed the Oracle. Chapter 27. Jade. Neretha. The Royal Estate. I stood in the bathroom of the suite that Lord Peirc assigned to me. I just needed some time to sort everything out. Zamire and I were bonded, which meant that our destinies were intertwined. So, at some point, I'd be marrying him. He desired to escape Neretha and all its bad memories. I couldn't blame him, since one of his own people executed his parents and recorded the horrid murders for everyone to watch. But what did it mean for the casters? I was supposedly the queen of a race I knew nothing about. From the little Amber and Sheena had told me, the guild didn't tolerate relationships between ascended casters and humans. I wondered how they would feel about their queen being with a Nerethian. I shook my head, knowing that standing over the drying mat wasn't going to give me any answers. I sighed and changed into the outfit Mira put together for me. Underclothes, followed by a thin gold slip and a thin gold robe over it. After tying the sash shut, I smiled at the thought that I was wearing Zamire's colors. These gowns were typically worn by anyone that was at court. That was yet another rule that chafed at me. Nerethian females should be able to wear whatever they wanted. I slipped into the horridly impractical slippers that Mira left me and made my way into the room. Zamire was dressed in a gold silk suit. He scowled down at the outfit, as if it hadn't been his choice. Mira was dressed the same as me. "Lord Peirc saw it fit to send this outfit for me. I'm not sure what he's planning, but something seems off about the estate," Prince Zamire said. Mira nodded. "The servants are running around, as if they're preparing for a last-minute party." "Why would that be the case?" I asked, dread coming over me. We had a plan. Lord Peirc's misdeeds were going to be discovered one way or another. We didn't have time for another one of his boring parties. "Did they say something to you?" I asked. "They were ordered not to speak to us," Mira informed me. My power is still working sporadically. I'm not sure what's going on. Are you out of Blicktar pills? I questioned. Mira shook her head. It's almost like the dosage is too low to keep the Blicktar from affecting me. At least you can still teleport, I said, knowing that our plan counted on it. My ears still work. Lord Peirc left the estate half an hour ago. It's about time to head to the Rema Estate. If we're lucky, Lena's people will also be there, I told Mira, who nodded. Zamire cupped my cheek. Do not do anything stupid, Jade. Stay out of trouble. If you see any danger, teleport back to the estate. I expect you to follow your own advice, I said. I sensed Zamire's irritation and sighed. Zam, we are bonded. That means everything to me. You mean everything to me. Zamire kissed my forehead. I smiled at him and he released his grip on my face. He was still rough around the edges, but I could knock his way of thinking out of him eventually. All right, guys. I'll teleport first, then Zamire, then Jade. Mira shot us a smile, then vanished. My soulmate's eyes hardened for a moment before he vanished. I sucked in a deep breath and was about to teleport when someone yanked on my hair. I let out a gasp and spun to see Amber standing behind me, a wide grin on her face. Winston teleported in right beside me with Angelo's lookalike. Where is everyone? Winston demanded. At the Rema Estate. Lord Peirc's up to something, I said. Amber shrugged. Let's just kill him. We disabled all the bombs, Amber announced. I squealed and wrapped my arms around her. Have you heard from Angelo? The stranger asked. I released Amber and shot him a sad expression. No, but that doesn't mean anything. Mira hasn't been able to use her mental ability, I explained. I'm Jade, by the way. Tormund, I'm Angelo's uncle. Congratulations on your bond. Thank you. How can you tell? I asked, curious. Tormund shrugged. I can sense these things. Amber, how will Tormund follow us to the Rema Estate? I asked, concerned. Mira's in my head, Winston reported. He eyed Tormund and the man nodded. I've got it. Let's go find Angelo. I focused on Zamire, our bond, his emotions, and willed them to allow me to teleport. Before I knew it, I was in one of Lord Rema's cottages. Moments later, Winston, Amber, and Tormund appeared. Mira was relieved to see the new additions to our group. As far as I can tell, hundreds of Janton are amassing in front of the platform. Something's happening. That information caused my heart to sink. My father carried the device that controlled the Janton. What was he planning on doing with them? Maybe he's onto us, Zamire guessed. I doubt it. If he were, he would have put a security detail on us, not sent us clothes to wear, Mira pointed out. Amber frowned at us. What is going on? Mira, can you send everyone the images I saw? I asked. She nodded and glanced at each member of the group. Prince Daeon's friends with Lord Peirc? What would he gain from that alliance? Winston asked, shock on his face. Tormund shrugged. I'm not surprised. The man's never seemed quite right. I was about to tell him that power must have corrupted the prince's soul when Deric walked in, minus my best friend. Deric, where's Angelo? Tormund demanded. He escaped, along with Gwen, and 24 Nerethians that Neretha's government were draining for power, Deric said. Zamire blanched. What do you mean? Zamire, do you know anything about the production of the Hyndroyl crystals? Deric asked, his gaze cold. No. The crystals are mined on Janton. During the war, imports stopped altogether, but we had enough stockpiled for 4 generations. Father was looking to send a few scientists to visit planets to find more crystals, but Zamire, the crystals aren't what give your people abilities. I'm sorry to tell you this, but the crystals capture the powers of Najorians. Your people wiped out the inhabitants of the Najorian settlement, storing abilities in the crystals. That's why Prince Daeon started kidnapping half-breeds. They don't live in any of the compounds, and we didn't have the resources to find all of them. Pain slammed into my chest, the emotion so strong that I staggered back. That was followed by horror and rage. I ran to Zamire and wrapped my arms around him, hoping to comfort him in any way. He clung to me as the news that his people harvested magic from another species tore him apart. "Zam, talk to me," I said, rubbing his back. "I didn't know," Zamire rasped out. "I know," I softly said. The grief and rage turned into determination. Zamire took deep breaths and pressed his face into the top of my head. Zamire pulled away from me and eyed everyone. "We need to kill Prince Daon and Lord Peirc. Neither of them deserve to live," Zamire said. Winston whistled. "What a tall order you give us. Number 1, Prince Daon can control if we teleport or not. He has 3 abilities: super strength, teleportation, and telekinesis. The final challenge is that killing him is against Najorian law, so you'll be on your own." Zamire nodded. "I'll do my best."
"Lord Peirc, Prince Daon, and a clone are on the platform," Mira reported. "We need to see what's going on." I nodded and concentrated on the emotions bubbled up inside of me and teleported close to the platform. I was 20 feet away from a Janton guard, which was frightening, but since I was behind them, I had a better chance of staying hidden. I touched the studs that Mira got me and charmed them to allow me to hear better. I did the same for Mira once she appeared. The rest of our group clustered around us, Zamire staying by my side. I touched his shirt and charmed it. I went down the line, making sure that everyone could hear what was going on. Then, my full attention was on the platform.
Chapter 28. Jade. Neretha. The Rema Estate. Lord Peirc stood on the landing platform with his own men surrounding him. They were dressed in green, and their eyes weren't glassy. Beside him was a tall man with shoulder-length black hair, green eyes, and honey-brown skin. A silver band was wrapped around his forearm. He wore a silk suit that was typical gear for the Nerethian nobility, and running shoes from Earth. 3 6x6 crates rested behind him. They were covered by sheets, so I couldn't see what they held. The clone was a 7-foot-tall man with broad shoulders, cropped black hair, and arching horns on his head. I didn't recognize the species. I was relieved that Lord Qual wasn't standing on the platform. The nobleman's absence confirmed the high likelihood that he outran his horrid fate.
"Prince Ellerin, it's an honor that you agreed to meet with me," Lord Peirc declared.
Prince Ellerin shook his head.
"Honor? You killed me not too long ago. That's because you couldn't handle the princess. She was about to murder one of our most valuable assets. As we speak, my daughter Jade is preparing to marry Prince Zamire. Once they wed, you can make him a part of your hive."
Right. Lord Peirc moved up the wedding because Amber and her group destroyed the bombs. He had no leverage over me.
And what? His goal was to sacrifice Zamire to the clones?
My entire body filled with rage, and my hands ached to release a deadly energy blast. No one would ever get to my soulmate ever again. Not with me standing beside him.
"Clever thinking. And why is this specimen here?"
Prince Ellerin asked, gesturing at Prince Daon.
"Because he brought you specimens that you've been interested in acquiring."
It still amazed me that Prince Ellerin preferred to speak English instead of Nerth. Did that mean that the first Prince Ellerin lived on Earth?
"Show me,"
Prince Ellerin ordered.
"Prince Daon was hoping that if he trades with you, he'll be rewarded with Trugosian. The Janton Empire has fallen, which means that planets are up for grabs."
"Let me see what he's got for me,"
Prince Ellerin impatiently replied. Prince Daon lifted the sheets off the crates and unlocked them one by one, and pulled out terrified-looking human women. Amber looked like she was about to charge onto the landing platform, but Winston wrapped his arm around her. We weren't ready to attack yet. Prince Ellerin walked over to the cowering women. He touched their faces and examined their hands. He frowned and glared at Prince Daon. "I don't like damaged specimens. Next time, don't put them in crates. Understood, Prince Daon said. We also have another person you can add to your hive mind. He's a Najorian, a gifted one, Lord Peirc quickly said. He eyed Prince Daon, who smiled. One valuable Najorian coming right up.
Daon closed his eyes and concentrated on something, which was a mistake. The clone waved his hand and knocked the prince unconscious.
Thank you for bringing me a very talented Najorian, Manor. But I don't think that this makes up for you killing me. Lord Peirc looked like he was about to pee his pants. I eyed Zamire, who radiated worry. Yes, Angelo wasn't about to be forced to teleport to the platform, but he couldn't take Prince Daon. The man was the heir to a throne. The women near the prince huddled together, afraid of their own fate. Prince Ellerin, I will do anything to make things up to you. Silence! No wonder your specimens have the nasty habit of groveling. Now it's time for me to surprise you. It was pretty difficult to get this surprise, since none of your people desired to be by your side. But here you go. A flyer unlocked, stairs rolled down, and a man who resembled Lord Peirc stepped down the stairs. Lord Peirc frowned at the man, who wore a metal bodysuit that looked like a onesie. His gait was tentative, telling me that he wasn't accustomed to traveling in this peculiar suit. Meet Prince Ellerin, the clone with the horns said, before pulling the shades off his fellow clone. It revealed eyes as bright as high beams. Obi? Lord Peirc asked, confused. No, it's Prince Ellerin, the Nerethian clone said. Apparently, Prince Ellerin wasn't done with the surprises. 2 Jantan warriors walked down the steps, carrying what looked like a display case between them. Floating in blue liquid was a severed head. I decided to take who you loved most, your precious second wife. Lord Peirc looked like he was about to pass out. I myself wanted to vomit from the horrid sight. Your heir is now a part of me, so I no longer need you, Prince Ellerin said. He gestured to Manor and he collapsed. The clone grinned and dug the remote out of Lord Peirc's pocket. He won't be needing this anymore, Prince Ellerin. Such a waste, Prince Ellerin. What are we going to do with this head? The Nerethian clone asked. Not sure. Maybe we should display it at the Peirc Estate as a reminder to his offspring to think twice about crossing me. I eyed Zamire, who was as torn as I was. On one hand, we needed to go up on the platform and snatch Prince Daon. It would do no good to have a Najorian clone walking around. But we couldn't challenge 2 clones and hundreds of soldiers either. Maybe retreating was best. I wasn't sure. Hell, I would have suggested it, but then the women decided that now was their chance. They gripped each other's hands and began running down the stairs. We have to help them, Amber shrieked, right before she teleported onto the platform and began firing balls at the clones. I didn't think. I joined Amber on the stage and tackled the clone that held the device controlling the hijacked Jantan army in his hands. We fell to the ground in a heap. He glared up at me, his eyes filled with annoyance. What do you want, human? He demanded. For you to let those women go, I said.
Those specimen were given to me fairly,
the man said before he pressed a button. I heard the zing of laser fire, but desperately wanted it all to stop. I glared at the device and charmed it to burn the clone's hand. He screamed and dropped the device. I rolled off him and was nearly kicked in the face by the Nerethian clone. Amber was controlling a massive energy ball, passing it back and forth, blocking off the clones from the escaping women. Deric and Winston stood in front of the women, while Zamire was standing over Prince Daon. Good. All he had to do was slit the prince's throat. Enough of this! The clone I had been tangling with shouted. Without warning, loud ringing filled my ears, and my body immediately fell to the platform. The noise was so horrible that I couldn't even think, let alone move. Nausea filled my stomach, and I was this close to vomiting on myself. My lips were wide open, probably letting out a scream.
I needed it to stop. I had to make it stop. I wanted to escape the pain. I clung to a spark inside of me, something that was soothing and welcoming. Then the horrid noise was gone. I slowly sat up and blinked my eyes, trying to focus. The spotlight was still on, which made it easy to make everyone out. My entire body was glowing, my power scorching the concrete underneath me. I concentrated and turned out the light. I noted that Amber was in much the same way, her eyes barely opened. I searched for Zamire and couldn't find him. Moments later, he teleported onto the platform, followed by Winston and Tormund. "Where's Deric?" I asked Zamire. His grim expression chilled my bones. "He said something happened to Sheena. He said he'll meet us back at the rebel base." "The women?" I asked, knowing the answer. "Not here. He took them. Thankfully, you and Amber lit up, or else he would have taken you as well." "You left us?" I wondered. "No. Prince Daon woke up and teleported us back to Earth. I think that was his last act of defiance," Winston speculated. Mira scowled. "He couldn't move himself? That would have been useful." "Jade, you need to wake Amber up. We have to get back to the base." I stumbled over to Amber and knelt beside her. I covered my hand in my energy and tapped her on the shoulder, ordering her energy to seep back into her skin. Surprisingly, it worked, and Amber's eyes opened. "What the hell was that?" she asked. "Amber, we need to get the hell out of here before the clones come back," I said. "You got it, boss." Amber and I got to our feet and we hobbled over to our group. "Where in the hell is Deric? Sheena will kill me if I let anything happen to him," Amber said. "He went to check on Sheena. He agreed to meet us back at the rebel base," Mira explained. "You don't have to tell me twice. I have to wash the feeling of defeat off me." Amber teleported away, and we all followed suit. Chapter 29. Lena. Naretha. The rebel base. "Lena, send me a visual of the infirmary," a frantic-sounding man mentally ordered. His tone caused dread to fill my heart. I concentrated on every aspect of the room I was standing in, and moments later, Angelo appeared with Gwen in his arms. She was unconscious with a sword sticking out of her stomach. Nina, who had been standing by Lex's bed, took stock of the situation and ran from the room. Angelo gently placed Gwen on a cot, and moments later, two strangers appeared. Both of them were covered in blood. I eyed the tall, thin blonde, whose eyes focused on Gwen. The short, pale-skinned guy raced for Gwen and placed his hand on her forehead. "If someone can remove the sword, I can quickly heal her," he announced. "Not without me!" Leah shouted when she ran into the room. My poor sister was exhausted, but determined to be effective. She eyed the weapon and shook her head. "Did Sheena go with your group?" Nina asked after she rushed back into the room. Angelo's face fell. "She was taken by the clones. Gwen got the wound trying to prevent Prince Ellerin from taking her." I eyed Gwen in disbelief. Honestly, I couldn't believe she had it in her to become the caster she was always meant to be. Gwen, my self-serving sister, actually tried to save someone other than her mother? I felt horrible for thinking it, but I couldn't help it. "We'll take care of her. Angelo, Christian, change, then scout the area for clues. Maybe if you grab something from the area, it can trigger a vision for me," I said. Christian frowned. "I'm not leaving Gwen until I know she's alive. She's my compatible. I won't leave her side." "Christian, Angelo can't go by himself. And no offense, none of the Najorians you guys rescued are able to defend themselves in a fight against soldiers. Besides, if Angelo needs us, you'll be able to tell us," I pleaded. Ryan and Leah eyed Gwen and began whispering to one another. "Everyone out! Ryan and I have to concentrate on Gwen," Leah ordered. Christian shook his head. "I can't leave her. I just can't." Angelo gripped Christian's arm and they teleported away. I followed Nina out of the infirmary, the wall sealing behind us. An hour later, Christian and Angelo still hadn't returned with material from the area. I tried forcing myself to travel into a vision, desperate to find a trace of Sheena. But nothing happened. Frustration and anger were like twin flames in my chest. Why in the hell had I been able to vision hop with no mercy, but now that I desperately needed a vision, nothing was coming to me? I paced the hallway in front of the infirmary, not wanting to face the others yet. Besides, Gwen was lying in the bed with injuries from her efforts to save Sheena, and I didn't think I could face her at that moment. It was unfair of me to think it, but part of this mess was her fault. If only she had listened to my advice, Jade would have taken another course of action. By killing Lord Peirc, the clones wouldn't have had a foothold in Neretha. I wanted to tell Jade myself, but that would have led to our downfall. In that future, Lord Peirc caught me and beheaded her instead of Karen's mother. Now, this wildly unpredictable future was unraveling, and I had no clue what was happening.
Lena?
A timid voice asked. I turned to see Nina, whose eyes were red-rimmed. She was devastated by Sheena's kidnapping. Hey, Nina, I greeted. Nina frowned down at the floor for a moment before meeting my gaze.
Leah wanted me to tell you that David's tracker has been removed and he's started drinking the serum.
My visions won't work, I bluntly stated.
Maybe your body's had enough of your power for the day.
Maybe, I said, accepting Nina's hypothesis as fact, since it was most likely the truth. Being trapped in visions took its toll on my body. Even as I stood there speaking to Nina, I was fighting fatigue. But that didn't matter. I knew that Sheena was instrumental to our success. Without her, we were screwed. Without warning, Jade, Amber, Zamire, Mira, and a man who looked a lot like Angelo appeared. Judging by the look on my twin's face, her mission didn't go without its hiccups. What happened? I asked, eyeing Jade. Lord Peirc gambled and lost. He thought he could manipulate the clones, and the hand he played was a losing one. I think he took the Najorians down with him, Jade said. They have Prince Dayon. Before Zamire could slit his throat, they used some sort of sound weapon that knocked us all out, Amber added. By the way, it's nice to finally see you awake, Lena. To my amusement, the knight actually hugged me. I saw you in a vision. How's Ben? I whispered. Amber pulled back and nodded.
He'll have a nasty scar, but King Rayon actually came through for us by sending us a healer. Lord Peirc attempted to kidnap the Queen of the Najorians. That didn't go well for him.
Lena, what's wrong? Jade asked, her kind eyes focusing on me. Jade, I'm so sorry. I didn't see this coming. The clones have Sheena. Angelo and Christian are out looking for a trace of the clones. I've asked them to bring back something in hopes that it triggers a vision for me. Tears streamed down my twin's face, and Prince Zamire wrapped his arms around her. She cried into his chest, making me hurt for her. I hadn't known Jade long, but I did know that Sheena was one of the most important people in her life. Their unbreakable friendship was the reason why Sheena risked her life to save her. Damn it! Where did this happen? Someone send me an image. I want to help look, Amber demanded. Considering that our only mind reader was Mira, who had no idea where the battle occurred, Amber wasn't getting her way anytime soon. Take it easy, Amber. You know flying at the clones without a plan will only lead to failure. We need Lena or Jade to try to conjure a vision, to see what we're working with. According to what's in Gwen's mind, I don't think Prince Ellerin will hurt Sheena. During Gwen's time in the labs, all the prince wanted to do was study her, Mira said. Judging by her expression, she wasn't telling us something. Gwen's here? Amber asked. She's in surgery. She was impaled by a sword while trying to rescue Sheena, I explained. Mira tensed. Deric caught up with Christian and Angelo. The clone Gwen took down has vanished. What else, Mira? Amber demanded. Well, Rose, where in the hell do I start? Rose killed your mother, Jade.
She attacked her when Nellie tried convincing her to go to the Silversmith Coven for help with dealing with Lord Peirc. Mira continued, summarizing the conversation that Gwen had with her mother, and Gwen's mother's subsequent imprisonment. I stood stock still, in disbelief that one of Father's guards was willing to defy him in such a way. "We should have listened to Sheena when she warned us about Rose," Amber said, her hands lighting up. I felt foolish for ever believing that Rose was an innocent. My only goal had been to rescue the harem from my father. But why had I bothered? Rose stole my mother from me, and now I was heartbroken and alone. If only Mom had been able to reach the Silversmith Coven. We probably would have grown up together. One happy, loving family. Jade stepped out of Zamire's arms and walked over to me. I looked at my twin, whose eyes were filled with anger. She was the warrior, the one who sought justice for all. I was nothing more than a heartbroken, useless little girl who preferred working in the shadows. As if my twin sensed my pain, her arms wrapped around me and I clung to her. I felt energy zip between us, so hot that I wanted to pull away, but I didn't dare do it. I held her close, savoring the twin connection that had been taken from us years ago. My wrist burned, but I ignored it, knowing what would be revealed once the bandage was torn off. This reality that was unfolding had been the least likely to occur. Excitement suddenly took hold of me, making my face split in a grin. I was desperately moving quickly to secure our only hope of defeating Prince Ellerin and his horrid clones. I pulled out of Jade's arms and held her hand. I waved Zamire, Amber, and Mira over. Thankfully, they listened. "Mira, get Deric, Christian, and Angelo to return. Quick. Tell them that this is the only way to save Sheena. This had to work. Please let it work." I kept contact with my twin, who could feel the connection roaring between us. Mira tilted her head and frowned. "While you're at it, get Devin, Toby, Nina, Winston, Tormund, and David out here." Mira rolled her eyes but did my bidding. I only knew because David, Toby, and Nina rushed out into the hallway. Devin, Winston, and Tormund teleported over to us, a confused look on his face. All I needed was Deric and Angelo, and everything should be all right. An unhappy Deric returned and glared at me. "If this is going to work, you guys need to listen to me. Jade and I can't hold on for long. Everyone hold hands. Jade needs to be the first in line, and I have to be the second." My eyes were watering by that point. I didn't think my body could hold the power for much longer. Thankfully, everyone followed my lead. "Christian, grab Gwen! Hurry up, it's getting too heavy!" I yelled. Thankfully, Christian got a move on and returned 30 seconds later with a dazed Gwen in his arms. He put my sister on her feet and held her hand. As soon as the line was formed, I eyed Jade. "You can let it go, twin. I've got it," I said. Jade shoved her power into me, the ring on her finger shattering into pieces. I felt my body nearly break apart, but the power kept me whole. I glowed, the light scorching my skin, but I forced it down the line, pushing as hard as I could. One by one, everyone in the line began to glow. Deric, who held my hand, squeezed it. I was wobbling from the effort of forcing the power to reach who deserved it most. "Help me push!" I croaked out. I doubted anyone heard me. Hell, I couldn't hear a thing through the ringing in my ears. But I felt as the burden of pushing the power out into the world lessened. I felt relief as the burning sensation in my skin faded. Triumph filled me, and I gave Jade's hand a squeeze. I stood where I belonged, beside my twin, doing something that my visions were telling me was nearly impossible. But Jade brought everyone together, the way that she was meant to. I watched as Mira, the last person in the line, was covered with white light, and smirked as the magic leaped from her and seeped through the wall. It would reach the others. I had no doubt about that now. As the next champion was touched, the pressure on me eased enough for my hearing to be restored. "How long do we have to hold hands?" Gwen shouted. "I think I'm about to pass out." "Gwen, hold on. You need to," Amber encouraged, a grin on her face. She understood what was going on.
Suddenly, a voice filled my head, and it took a while for me to realize that a stranger was speaking to us. "Who in the hell are you people?" a male voice asked. "Elias? Is that you?" Angelo mentally asked. "Angelo? Why am I glowing?" Elias asked.
You're a champion of the caster's ruler, Amber telepathically announced.
What's a caster? A soft female voice asked.
"Who knows?" Elias grumbled. "Elias, it's Rawson. Where are you?" Rawson demanded. "I think on Trugosia. Prince Dayon snatched me and teleported me to some lab," Elias revealed.
None of your thoughts sound familiar, another girl said. Once I stop glowing, will we lose touch?
"Pretty much," Amber said.
I think I will faint soon, Gwen warned.
"Why?" Rawson said.
She was impaled by a sword a couple of hours ago, Amber helpfully supplied. I can permanently link us all together. I'm a melder, the girl with the soft voice suggested.
"Do it," Jade urged. "Fun. A bunch of strangers in my head. That's exactly what I want," a guy complained.
Okay. It will be like a rope you have to mentally reach for when you want to broadcast to our group. I'll put what will feel like notches on the rope, in case you only want to talk to a small group at a time, the melder said, ignoring the guy's complaint. Who are you? Sheena asked. Hearing her voice made my spirits rise. Ascending to the champion court would give Sheena twice the power, which doubled her chances at escaping. Skylar, the power is going to fade soon. I can feel it. I'll do it now.
Chapter 30. Jade. Neretha. The Rebel Base. I shuddered from the amount of power that raced through my veins. I wanted to let it all go, to be free. I got my wish when hands yanked at the power that was bubbling in my gut. I felt as someone weaved the power and slowly pulled most of it out of me. As soon as it was gone, I could breathe easier. "Sheena, can you hear me?" I mentally asked.
Sure can, my best friend announced.
"Where are you?" My frantic question was a bit loud because I heard a few mental groans.
I'm in a lab, wearing a stupid hospital gown. I have your father for company. They took Prince Dayon away the moment we arrived. I take it that he's joining the hive mind? Sheena asked.
"Hive mind?" Elias asked. "Yup. Prince Ellerin is somehow planting his consciousness in other people's minds. His targets are usually leaders," Tormund explained. "Sheena, I'm also in one of those labs," Elias explained.
We'll find you, Skylar assured. Where on the planet do you think you are?
In a major Tragosian city. I haven't encountered the locals, though Prince Ellerin loves drawing my blood for something. I'm the only Najorian here. They keep me separate from the other prisoners," Elias explained. My heart hurt for the guy who was trapped with the crazy prince.
Okay, guys, the link was formed. All of us are here,
Skylar cut in. "Yay, I'm permanently connected to strangers and am fighting a war against mental clones. And, oh yeah, other magical races exist. Wait until I tell the Elemental Court. I'm sure they'll be thrilled," the guy who had voiced a complaint about forming the link said. "Who are you?" I asked, somewhat overwhelmed by this stranger's attitude. "Glacier, from Atlantica. You?" "I'm Jade, from Earth," I replied.
Where's Atlantica?
Gwen wondered. "It's in the Janton Empire," Rawson helpfully responded.
Forget about the geography lesson. Sheena, can you escape? Amber insisted.
"Sunbeam, since we're talking about space, wouldn't it be an astronomy lesson?" Winston pointed out.
Same difference. Not yet, but I'll try, Sheena said in a put-out tone. I guess I should be relieved that I'm still on this dreaded planet.
"Sheena, I'll come find you," Deric said. "I promise."
I know, baby, Sheena said.
"Something's up," Winston said. "What do you mean?" Glacier asked. There's an even amount of Najorians on the line, Winston said. And? Glacier said. Glacier, Najorians all have compatibles, people that were made for them. In addition, they can share powers with compatibles. If we're in the equation, that will allow everyone to be able to teleport, Angelo explained. Of course, I saw that happening, Lena excitedly chimed in. But it was only a blurry future. So you're saying that we're on the line with our possible soulmates? Another girl squeaked. Yes, Lena said. I wonder which one of you lovely ladies is for me, Glacier said. Who knows? Guys, I'm getting tired. Do you mind if I disconnect? Another female voice asked. Sure. We'll need to introduce ourselves tomorrow and figure out how to rescue the champions that are in the lab. The last thing we need is Prince Ellerin deciding to add one of you to the hive mind, I said, concerned for our fellow warriors. Agreed, Winston said. The others agreed, even the ones who were shocked and confused.
Skylar, how do we disconnect from this thing? Sheena asked. Picture a cord and imagine yourself disconnecting from it, the Melder instructed.
I did what Skylar suggested and found my head empty. I opened my eyes and noted that none of us were glowing anymore. I released my twin's hand and she stumbled into Deric, who wrapped an arm around her. Mira frowned.
Not everyone spoke. I think some of the members of the champion court were shocked.
I sure am. I go from being kidnapped and trapped on a desert planet to being told that I'm destined to fight against clones. That's hard to believe, considering my bloodline, Toby said. Bloodline? I asked the shell-shocked teenager. Half Najorians to some are viewed as less than, Angelo practically snarled. If anyone dares to call me a half-breed, I'll just do this, Winston said, right before his hands lit up. Zamire walked over to me and held up his wrist to reveal the exact replica of my mark. We match, I said, caressing his wrist. The guild is going to have a heart attack, Amber said, glee in her voice. What in the hell is a guild? Toby asked. It's a group of people that rule the casters. Casters belong to a coven, which is run by a coven leader, who is a member of the guild, Amber explained. Do we belong to a coven? I asked. Amber shrugged. Yes, we'll have to vote on where to stay. There will be a courting period to give every coven a chance to recruit us. The coven that houses the champions will be the most prestigious coven of them all. Only 3 covens fought with you while you were trying to destroy the explosives. The rest of them didn't want to help, Lena chimed in. And the other 2 weren't too happy with having to aid the Silversmith coven. There were injuries on their end, but King Rayon came through for them, Amber said. We'll speak to the others and choose a coven, I said. But I knew in my heart that I'd choose the coven that my mother tried to run to. My mother. I blinked, eyeing my twin with uncertainty. Lena, our brother Julian's on Neretha, trying to help us, I said. Sis, we have over 100 brothers. Why is this one important? Lena wondered. Because he's our mother's son, I clarified. I eyed Deric, whose face was unfocused. He was obviously using the connection to speak to Sheena. I couldn't blame him. I didn't want to bother him, so I glanced at Mira. She was examining her hands, which were softly glowing. She was obviously bonded to a knight. She pulled her eyes away from the display of her power and eyed me with apprehension. But then she walked over to me and shot me a forced smile. What's up, Jade? Can you show Lena the visions I had of Julian? I asked. Mira concentrated on my face for a moment before turning her attention to my twin. After a minute that I spent shifting from foot to foot, Lena grinned. We should ask King Rayon how to find him, I suggested. Winston walked over to me and frowned. Did one of you just say Julian? Mira, show him, I encouraged. Mira's eyes focused on Winston, and he jerked back as if he was shocked by what was revealed. He ran his hand over his face, his eyes going wide. Jack Clark was one of my father's best friends. Dad never got over his death. Julian's in Neretha? Yes, I said. Mira, you suspected that Jade was Nellie's daughter, didn't you? Winston accused. Mira shrugged. A theory isn't a secret, Winston, so don't bother lecturing me, Mira warned. Next time, can you share your theories with the group? Winston snapped. I don't mind sharing facts. I'm positive I heard his thoughts while we were ascending. We should probably reach out to him, Mira suggested. Impressive, Mira. Send him an image of the base, Lena eagerly said. Mira focused on something. I waited with eagerness, wanting to meet the brother that was helping me in secret. Mom gave us all J names. In case you're wondering, my full name is Jelena. Lord Peirc shortened it because he hated it. Jelena, I said, smiling at my sister. We all had J names.
No!
A girl with long dark hair screamed as she rushed over to us. Her eyes were wide with panic. Molly was running after her, an annoyed expression on her face.
Vanessa, what the hell is wrong with you? She shouted. No. Obi is taking the throne. He wants every member of our family to go to the royal estate. If we don't show up in 24 hours, bounties will be put on our heads. We have to leave. All the excitement at meeting my brother vanished. How do you know that? I asked, my eyes going wide. Prince Ellerin forced Father to tell me. We need to leave, now, Vanessa said. Great. Not only did I have to rescue my best friend, now I needed to take down a royal clone. Things had just gotten more complicated. The end. This has been Captive Magic, First Generation. Age of Chaos, Book 3. Written by Debbie Civil. Narrated by Camille La'Akea Wong. Copyright 2022 by Debbie Civil. Production copyright by Debbie Civil.